일단 경기를 하는 선수 입장에서는 경기를 많이 할 수 있게 돼서 좀 좋은 것 같고요. 이번 곧 다가오는 LCK컵이 좀 되게 새롭게 피어리스도 뱀픽이 들어가니까 그런 부분도 좀 기대되는 것 같습니다.
제가 LCK를 좀 오래 했다고 생각하는데 그때 동안 항상 똑같은 방식으로만 하다가 이제 새로운 방식으로 한다는 소식을 듣고서 뭔가 새롭고 재밌고 더 잘해보고 싶다는 마음이 드는 것 같습니다.
고인물은 썩기 마련이라고 변화는 좋은 거라 생각하고요. 새롭게 바뀌어서 또 새로운 시작을 하는 느낌이 들어서 신선하고 재밌을 것 같습니다.
항상 롤이란 게임이 게임 내에서도 변화가 자주 일어나는 게임이다 보니까 이렇게 리그 자체에서도 변화를 주는 것도 상당히 긍정적으로 다가올 것 같아요.
경기 많이 하는 거 진짜 좋다고 생각하고 하는 사람도 그렇고 보는 사람도 그렇고 많으면 많을수록 재밌으니까 그런 점은 되게 좋다 생각합니다.
챔프 폭이 진짜 많이 넓어야 되겠구나 이런 생각 좀 많이 했던 것 같고 이제 세 번째 경기 정도에 가면 정말 대부분의 메타 챔프를 못 쓰는 좀 그런 경우도 좀 많았던 것 같아서 좀 생소한 챔피언들 좀 많이 보실 수 있지 않을까 생각하고 있습니다.
일단 되게 좀 챔피언들이 여러 가지 나올 것 같아가지고 일단 그 부분은 되게 많이 크게 바뀔 것 같고요. 그 전 시즌이랑 좀 3세트까지 가면은 완전 좀 새로운 챔피언 이런 것들 나올 것 같아서 좀 재밌을 수도 있을 것 같아요.
이제 저희가 지금 스크림을 보통 피어리스로 진행을 하거든요. 뭔가 생각보다 엄청 색다른 픽은 나오진 않는데 그래도 3세트까지 가면은 무조건 이제 평소에 보지 못했던 것들이 나올 만해서 그런 게 좋은 것 같아요.
CL에서 이미 하드 피어리스로 그 경험을 이미 해봤기 때문에 제가 피어리스 쪽에서는 선배지 않나 하는 마음이 있습니다.
색다른 챔프들이 많이 나와가지고 재밌는 것 같고 워낙 정글이든 탑이든 어느 라인이든 나오는 챔프만 나오는 게 대회다 보니까 많이 보시는 분들도 식상할 수 있었을 것 같은데 피어리스로 되게 재밌게 보실 수 있을 것 같아요.
스킨 이름 때문에 탈론을 보겠습니다. 제가 아케인에도 봤는데 안배사가 떠오르는 것 같아요.
안배사가 잘 떠오르는 것 같아요. 왜냐면 아케인에도 최근에 나왔었고 안배사가 가장 먼저 떠오르는 것 같습니다.
카타리나 예전에 제가 모스트 1이었어가지고 아마추어 때부터 카타리나를 좋아합니다.
다리우스요.
딱 녹서스 하면 딱 다리우스가 생각나네요.
저는 녹서스 하면 다리우스가 제일 먼저 생각나는 것 같아요.
사실 솔랭에는 그 수많은 무리민들이 많아가지고 사실 다리우스 정도는 굉장히 상위권에 속하는 그런 픽이라고 생각합니다.
다리우스 골픽을 하더라도 잘한다면 아무 문제 없죠. 못하면 이제 거기서 살짝 되는 건데 잘하면 문제 없습니다.
저는 그냥 다리우스 장인인가? 이 생각이 제일 먼저 드는 것 같고
그건 좀 싫을 것 같아요. 아무래도 챔피언이 좀 단순하고 둔하다 보니까 지금 메타에는 좀 안 맞지 않나 그런 생각을 좀 하고 있어요.
그때는 사기였어가지고 그때는 정상 참작이 되는데 요즘은 절대 안 됩니다.
시스템적인 변경이 이번에 되게 많아가지고 뭐 예를 들면 타워 데미지도 좀 세지고 좀 빠르게 게임이 진행되는 그런 걸 좀 느끼실 수 있을 것 같습니다.
일단 타워가 바뀌었는데 옛날 타워랑 뭔가 좀 많이 바뀌어서 좀 처음에는 좀 적응하는데 좀 시간이 필요했던 것 같아요.
미니언 웨이브를 건드리면은 게임이 진짜 많은 게 뒤바뀔 수 있다고 생각해서 개념 같은 것들이 초반 미니언을 좀 손을 본 거 그게 제일 클 것 같아요.
아무래도 무력 행사가 결국 후반 가면은 이제 풀템 다 띄울 텐데 무력 행사를 얻는 쪽에서 신발 강화를 할 수가 있어가지고 당연히 이제 아타칸도 중요하긴 한데 뭐 무력 행사 먹은 쪽이 당연하게 또 아타칸에서 더 셀 거고 그래서 첫 번째로 무력 행사가 가장 중요하지 않나라는 생각이 있습니다.
사실 이번에 이제 꽃 같은 게 많이 나오더라고요. 꽃 같은 게 경험치를 정말 많이 주어가지고 이제 뭐 라인전을 강한 걸 바탕으로 때리다 보면 꽃을 좀 많이 먹게 되어서 꽃이 중요한 것 같고
아타칸을 중심으로 교전도 많이 일어날 것 같고 효과도 좀 사기라고 생각돼가지고 그걸 이용한 것들로 이제 좀 재밌는 상황이 많이 나오지 않을까 싶습니다.
그 부활하는 아타칸이 있거든요. 그게 좀 많이 중요하지 않을까.
탐식의 아타칸 효과가 수호천사 효과 비슷한데 저는 이게 너무 밸런스가 붕괴될 정도로 안 맞는다고 생각을 해서 이걸 그대로 가져온다면 되게 너무 중요할 것 같고,
가엔 효과 붙어있는 아타칸이 있는데 그게 좀 되게 사기인 것 같아가지고 되게 중요한 변경점인 것 같아요.
저인 것 같습니다. 그래도 제가 베테랑 편에 속하고 또 다양한 픽들도 많이 해봤기 때문에 제일 뭔가 적응이 빠르지 않을까 뭐 이런 생각하고 있습니다.
피엔 선수가 좀 오래 많이 하다 본 선수니까 옛날 챔피언도 많이 엄청 잘하는 선수라고 생각해서 다양한 챔피언들을 잘 활용할 수 있을 것 같습니다.
랩터 선수라고 말하고 싶네요. 일단 아타칸이라고 새로운 그 오브젝트 생겼는데 그 부분에 대해서 되게 컨트롤을 잘 해주는 것 같아가지고 랩터 선수로 하겠습니다.
영준이 이제 스펀지 선수가 동선이나 그런 좀 머리 굴리는 거를 엄청 잘해요. 그래서 스펀지 선수가 적응을 진짜 빠르게 잘 할 것 같아요.
룰러 선수 하겠습니다. 저를 뽑겠습니다. 왜냐면 LPL에서 뛰어보았어가지고 이제 LPL 템포가 좀 빠르거든요. 그래서 제가 좀 잘 적응할 수 있지 않을까 싶습니다.
표식 선수? 아무래도 창현이 형 같은 경우에는 뭐 월주 우승 경력도 있고 뭔가 그 아타칸이라는 새로운 그 오브젝트가 나왔잖아요, 이번에. 약간 게임의 판도를 뒤집어 놓을 수 있는 그런 오브젝트라서 두뇌 회전 같은 게 되게 빨라야 된다 생각하거든요. 뭔가 그런 과정 속에서의 움직임 같은 게 표익 선수가 제가 봤을 때는 가장 좋은 것 같아서 표익 선수인 것 같아요.
클로저 선수가 이제 되게 PRX 때부터 뭔가 되게 교전도 잘하고 뭔가 라인전도 잘하고 되게 한타 때도 잘하는 모습 많이 보여주었어가지고 뭔가 그 박치기 공룡이 이제 이미지가 이제 또 저희 팀도 뭔가 그렇게 따라가지는 것 같아가지고 또 되게 교전 한타 기대해 볼 만한 것 같습니다.
BDD 선수가 가장 빠를 것 같은 게 KT가 좀 예전부터 교전을 좋아했어가지고 또 그 중심에는 BDD 선수가 있었다고 생각해서 좋게 생각하고 있습니다.
민석이 같은 친구가 이 친구는 템포를 굉장히 잘 올리는구나 라고 생각이 들었는데 또 이렇게 템포가 올려진다고 하니까 뭐 민석이가 잘 적응할 것 같기도 하고 기대가 되는 친구인 것 같습니다.
저희 그냥 5명 전체 다 제일 잘 적응할 수 있을 것 같고, 또 교전하면은 저희 팀이 꿀리지 않는다고 생각해서 다 너무 잘할 것 같아요.
DNF 화이팅!
화이팅!
시루슈레벨 디플러스야 화이팅! 감사해 사랑해.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2025 LCK Cup. I'm Atlas, joined by Wolf, and we're getting into today's very first weekend day of the season. And we got some banging games for you. We got a World Finals rematch coming up, but that is not before we've got the DN Freaks, the only team to win for Team Baron, trying to keep their squad still in amongst it, up against D+ Kia to start us off. This is going to be a bit of a banger.
Yeah,
and have a look at the standings. These are a bit yikes for Team Baron fans.
The standings are not going to look good if you're a Team Baron fan. It's not going to look good if you're a Bro fan, because they're down at the bottom.
No.
And they're the team right now most at risk of elimination after our group battle. But yeah, you mentioned D+. They had a great start against T1. Were able to win that one. And later on, of course, T1 trying to bounce back from a loss against DRX, who were narrowly able to get their first win of the season as well. So some really big games here, especially in terms of what could happen here in the standings, because maybe if T1 can get that win later on, it does help Group Baron out a little bit. If DNF are able to upset D+ as well, it could really turn things around quite substantially. But that's a tall ask, I would say, at this point with D+ Kia's current form.
Yeah, D+ are definitely looking pretty good after their victory up against T1, although it was a bit of a messy series, so maybe we don't rest everything on that particular performance. We'll just have to see how the follow-up is going to go. A matchup of two teams seeking 2 consecutive wins. Indeed. DNF, did not finish. That's what we thought the acronym might mean. They're do not fail. They're the only team on their side, in their group, that have been able to pick up a victory. We'll see whether they can do it again.
And with Barrel back as the shot caller for D+, the team is looking a lot stronger. They've made some great early game calls. Shiu living up to the hype so far. Very crazy player in terms of how aggressive he is and the solo kills they're looking for. Definitely a min-maxer in terms of trying to get a ton of value out of side lanes. This is a really exciting matchup between Berserker, who had a phenomenal performance and carried his team across the finish line just a few days ago, and Aiming, the Gold King. And we'll see what champs they end up with. Berserker's Kalista in particular was very impressive. You and I had the pleasure of casting that at the beginning of the week.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to seeing what this matchup is going to entail, mainly just because I want to see how these two teams look in their second match of the season, right? I think you do learn a fair bit just watching a team in their very first match, but I think a lot of it is determined based on the opposition. And both of these squads having very different matchups to start us off. And a fun fact for today, there is only one team playing today that has won a game on red side. Only one. And they're not in this series. They're in fact in the next series, and it's DRX. It's kind of crazy. So blue side has been very, very strong, and side selection is with DK in this particular match. Even though they are written second, they do not, it doesn't dictate side selection. That is done prior. But let's welcome the teams to the LoL Park stage now. D+ Kia taking on the DN Freaks. And we'll see whether it's going to be DN Freaks finding this one again for Team Baron. That's the important thing to look out for.
DN Freaks have really embraced a very aggressive style. They like to play low-range, aggressive dive composition so far in this tournament. That's kind of been their MO, and I think D+ has shown just a ton of flexibility. They play a meta style, but they can really play anything. And Showmaker's LeBlanc is something you always have to consider in draft. So some things that Group Baron's representatives here, their sole winner, DN Freaks, will have to consider. I think if they have a good plan coming into today and they can snowball this first game, they have a really good chance of pushing it to the next level. But like you said, they will be starting on red side, assuming D+ choose blue side, which I think would be wise to do considering how many strong picks we have, especially in game one.
Yeah, no, exactly right. And I actually love how there is like some similarities between these two squads and how they're sort of made up, right? I think both of them very reliant on shot calling from the bottom side of the map. There is a lot of veterancy in the support role for both of these squads. Of course, with DK, you can argue that Showmaker and Beryl, they both came up at exactly the same time, but we know that Beryl is the incredibly vocal one on that team. And we also know that Life has been in control of a lot of teams, not even necessarily here in the LCK. And in fact, he kind of wasn't allowed to when he was playing alongside Ruler, but as he left, he was sort of the mad scientist of the bottom lane, even in the LPL and things like this.
Yeah.
So I'm looking forward to seeing how that sort of battle is going to go and which which brain is going to come out on top. Because we know already, like, Beryl started off with a bang, right? Got aiming killed in the first minute of their very first game. And I think that is only going to continue forward as far as the overly aggressive decisions.
I agree. Life's always been an aggressive bot player. We know that is true of Berserker as well. And, you know, Life, even when he was on Hanwha Life, when he came back to Korea briefly, was one of the big shot-calling voices on a roster that really struggled to find its voice. My biggest concern for the DN Freaks today is going to be the mid matchup between Showmaker and Bulldog, because when Showmaker is on and he's unlocked with the champion he wants to play, gets an early lead. Bulldog's early laning phases have always been suspect outside of the 80 carry meta, where he had found a lot of success with Tristana, decent on the Corki, but we've moved to a more mage-centric meta now, and he's not known for his Yone. He's had some good performances on it, don't get me wrong, but we'll see what he ends up picking up here, because I think that's one big hole, one big gap between these two rosters in terms of individual lanes.
Yeah, and I think that there's a lot of lanes that you can look at. Shiu versus Dudu, that's going to be a big test for the rookie, right? Dudu he has really proven himself over the last few years to be a monster on the top side of the map. No matter where his team is in the standings, you have to be very, very careful. Now with Rapid Star at the helm, we'll see whether that is going to be helping them out. I imagine he's going to be helping Bulldog a little bit more, as of course he is one of the oldest mid laners to have ever come through the LCK.
Yeah.
Did he even ever play in the LCK? It was just Champions, right?
Champions.
Well, back in the day.
Yeah.
Still good to see him joining the DN Freaks. Up against Bengi here, another big veteran name.
I feel like I can say pretty confidently, after we've had all of our teams play now since yesterday, that I think the best drafting teams so far this tournament have been Gen G and D+. We've seen a lot of weak drafts. We've seen a lot of really risky drafts. T1 playing with their food a little bit in that series against D+. We saw Hanwha really drop the ball, and some of our, normally east side teams in the LCK, like Bro, Nongshim, have really struggled to figure out how to go deep in a series. I think that's one extra element that D+ has, strong drafting, and we'll see if Rapid Star can patch some of the holes here today for DNF.
Yeah, I imagine a lot has been learned, right? A lot has been learned as far as what went wrong in the first couple of drafts, and of course DN Freaks, not a whole lot went wrong because they did manage to win their series. We'll see how it is going to go this time around. Is the Skarner going to continue to be banned? It was only picked one time and has since just vacated the Rift. The Nocturne really coming up as one of these more popular bans. Haven't really seen it yet. But the Skarner and the Vi certainly being the highest tier junglers that are being taken away.
We saw it attempted yesterday with the Aurora. It didn't work out as well as they would have liked it to.
Yeah, we saw that, the weird Aurora...
Orianna.
Yeah, that didn't quite work.
It wasn't bad, but the execution was a little bit poor. But I think that combo is still very strong and very simple to execute. We will see aiming, it looks like, pick up the Varus here first. The Aurora is still available if Bulldog wants to play it. But looking for the Corki pick here first, it looks like instead could still lock it in if they want to play Corki in the bottom lane, but I don't think you want to play Corki into Varus in the bottom lane in any scenario. Even if you lane swap out of it, you're just going to have a really tough time because the Varus is going to be so useful in those early objectives.
Yeah, I think this is a little bit of a gambit thrown by both teams, because there's Ambessa, there's Yone, there are so many of these really strong picks for specifically Shiu. If he gets his hands on Ambessa again, I think that we're going to have a bit of a stern talking to Rapid Star after this series, because he was so good on that champion. The Corki is going to be locked in though, certainly strong, as Pureshik's going to hover a few things before we do make a decision.
Yeah, I really would like to see something a little bit more high tier here locked in. The Sejuani is not bad by any means. It does threaten a potential Yone, but then again, you're playing Corki and Varus in the bottom lane, and that is just so tough to play out, as we've seen.
They've already locked the Corki as well, so it's not like you can't just make a Ziggs composition out of this now, unless you're going to put Corki in the mid lane, but you then don't get that permafrost synergy. The Pureshik Bulldog combination isn't going to be as powerful as Lucid. Thinking about the Jace once again, this will create a lot of poke for this squad. Of course, Showmaker could be playing it, Shiu could be playing it.
It's so flexible, as you're alluding to. You can grab a jungle pick here and then kind of keep DN Freaks guessing in the second phase here. And, there's a lot of strong picks available here. Even the Lee Sin wouldn't be too terrible to be picked up here for Lucid in this draft. See what he's got in mind here. Vi-Band, of course. Looking for the Lilia, because now you have potentially double AD with that flex of the Jace still as an option, and it's great setup here for that poke. Now, they're going to opt in for the Ambessa over the Yone here in this situation. Like I mentioned, Bulldog, it's not like he's a bad Yone player, but it's certainly not his best champion. And that will be locked in here. This does, leave some flexibility here, like the Corki still could go to the bottom lane, but it's looking more likely now that it's a mid pick.
Yep, and I think that the classic Ziggs Kai'Sa are going to have to be the bans here from DK, really try and force the hand of Berserker as far as getting him off these more comfortable champions to be put into the bottom lane. Renekton going to be taken away here. Renekton, Lilia, certainly a very powerful combination. Something that, even the bros demonstrated was an absolute monster combo, as of course Lilia, Renekton, Very, Umpty, and Morgan.
Yeah, this is, I think, a good read by DNF, so the Jace is likely going mid. There's the Ziggs you mentioned, pretty obvious ban there. They probably just used some of that extra time to discuss what else they want to ban in this bottom lane. The Ashe is still available, but it's very strong with Sejuani, outranged by Varus in lane, but I think that's one you probably want to take a look at because they could go, Ashe Braum here. It's a lot of AD damage in this composition, obviously here for DNF, but I still think it's worth a look.
Yeah, I still think that the Kai'Sa probably is just going to be the ban here for DK, and I imagine that will push the Corki into the bottom lane. Bulldog, of course, much prefers playing mages.
Yeah.
Outside of, I guess, Tristana a little while back, but they're going to hold on to that flexibility now as the Leona is being considered.
I mean, if you see the Leona, that also kind of leans into the Corki being in the bottom lane because it's just going to be trying to avoid death and trying to defend and trying to sit back and kind of stave off that pressure. They only banned the Rel, so there's a plethora of champions that could be played here in this bottom lane. Any sort of ranged champion is going to feel really nice into this matchup, but they don't even necessarily have to go for that. They could just go for something like a Nautilus to lock down that Corki.
Yep, some disengage as well. I think Braum would actually be kind of fine just because you already outrange pretty considerably on the D+ side. Getting extra engaged, not as important when you kind of own the neutral. As Yone, consideration, that would be pushing the Jace towards the top side.
Poppy, fantastic in the Leon. I kind of forgot she's up.
Yeah, there we go.
Banned. That's a great choice here. I don't think Showmaker's going to pull out the LeBlanc here. I don't think we're looking for that kind of a crazy flex moving into this, but the Yone is still quite strong here. And it's a consideration they have to think about too, because if that Corki is going bottom, it's still available for Bulldog to play. Works really well with the Sejuani. Works well with Ambessa. The Sejuani does as well, so a lot of synergy there. So it looks like kind of more of a denial pick here from D+Kia to lock this one in.
Set! Okay! Is this the Shiu Set situation? The hilarious thing is Set is being locked and it's life on the other side.
I know.
The Set support guy, and theoretically it's still a flex, Wolf.
Yeah, I mean,
that Poppy can be going top lane.
They can wait and see, because this is a really good way to answer the flexibility that DNF have shown here. And they are going to ultimately decide on this misfortune, it looks like here, rather than putting the Corki bottom. I like this because I think it's not going to do well into the Varus, but it'll do a lot better. And you have some setup here with the Ambessa to try to get into the backline and have Misfortune have a little bit more space, a little bit more wiggle room to set up for her ultimate. The bullet times can be quite strong into a composition like this, but there's a lot of ways to stop her from channeling it. There's a lot of poke.
Yeah.
She is outranged here. I'm going to have to heavily lean towards D+Kia getting the better draft, but I think it's better than putting the Corki in the bottom lane into this. It's just going to be a really rough time. And it is looking like it's going to be Showmaker playing the Set mid here. And this is something if you go back to like 2021, remember the Gory playing Set mid every game and stuff like that? Like, there were definitely some
It reminds me of Bay. You remember Bay?
Yeah.
His Set was actually pretty good, There was a lot of players that just seem to be Set guys. Well, we'll just have to see how it is going to go. It's definitely a fun pickup, and holding that level of flexibility until the very end is kind of insane as well. The fact that they had like a three-way flex.
Yeah. This is
their final
drafting,
pick.
man. This is what I'm talking
good.
about. They and Gen G are definitely the best drafters so far in LCK Cup. And this is something D+ has done over the years across multiple rosters, even back when they were Damwon Gaming. And it also leaves open the Yone for the rest of this draft as well. So something that could be picked up later on. I do feel like DNF kind of fell into a few of the pitfalls here of this draft, and the Corki priority may be punished here quite heavily. See what they can get done with this draft.
Yeah, very much looking forward to seeing how this one is going to go. Showmaker certainly doing some cooking. Is it burning in the kitchen? We'll just have to find out. Let's jump into it. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Already the invade has begun, but it looks like the DN freaks know exactly what's going on. They're not going to be falling into any traps. I'm a little bit worried, just because we did see this in the series against T1 DK, where aiming died at about 30 seconds from now. So we'll see how it is going to go. Already they are going back home, and you can see aiming very, very far from the potential action. So not going to be happening this time.
Yeah,
instead.
so if you guys are wondering, a lot of the time why we see these fights happen around the Raptors on red side and, of course, the red buff there is because there's a vision battle where you're trying to see if lane swaps are happening. So this is the reason that they're trying to fight over this location is to get those wards set up to identify for sure that it is going to be Berserker and Life going to the top lane, and whether it's one or both of them. So this is why that trend has kind of cropped up in the LCK. You can see some wards were cleared, but for Berserker and Life, they were spotted early. This is going to give Shu the opportunity to react. So he's going to go for a roam and just let them be here at level 1. Same to be true of Dudu, who's just kind of hanging out under the turret.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how this set's going to go, because I remember when he was a bit more of that popular mid-pick. We've already mentioned a couple of names, Gory and Bay, but I think it was Chobi that really demonstrated how annoying he can be.
Yeah.
Just with the insane regen that you get, the safety that the Haymaker shield provides you in gank situations and things like this. He's just so hard to move out of lane.
Exactly, and he went fleet footwork as well.
Oh man,
cut down. He's going to be a huge threat in team fights, not only for engage, but his damage is actually going to be quite relevant as well. So I actually like the Bulldog techs the first strike into this because he has the range advantage and is just going to be looking to farm, and Dudu may be in trouble.
Well, they're going to be able to get the charge into the wall. Dudu is lit on fire as aiming, trying to get out of the way. Not going to be able to stack up enough, though, as you can see. So Dudu, 100 health underneath this turret. Let's see how Shu's going to go underneath his. Able to dodge out of the way of the Winter's Wrath, but I don't think that's going to be enough. Berserker takes that one. That's going to be first blood over to the DN Freaks. But the answering kill does eventually come in. Top laners' lives continue to be a living hell.
Yeah, unfortunate. Even with the changes to the ramp turret damage and the cannon wave being delayed, as you can see it coming down here at 3 minutes, still not enough to survive there, especially with a Poppy on one side of things, and Ambessa is just, you know, she's not tanky enough on the other side, unfortunately. You know, we do see flashes expended as both top laners try to survive, so those both being down could potentially become important later on. So watch this one more time. It's pretty basic here. Shu is Jace. He's just not that tanky. Life pulls the turret aggro here as it ramps. They just put the damage in. Berserker does a really good job of juggling that damage through. Then over here, Beryl sets this up. Dudu tries to stay away from the turret to not get stunned by him, but fortunately still does. And tries to come over here and get some minions. Aiming just waits for his cooldowns when they go back in on this. Dudu's like, how many of these can I get? Beryl flashes for this, has just enough health to eat that turret damage.
Yep, Aftershock going to be helping him out there as well. But having to invest the flash isn't exactly optimal. Still, Shu doing his very best to farm from max range with these shock blasts. And things very, very even as far as how this one goes. Fun fact, Showmaker is currently 3-0 on set as far as his career is concerned. But those games were in like 2020 and 2021.
Yeah, that was
so that's a long time ago.
Yeah, he's very you know, especially in 2021, it was like there was a meta, I want to say in summer, where Set was in like every game.
Yeah, every game.
And then, you know, sometimes he was played as support, but mostly mid. And it was just really a lot of mid set, and we saw it in top lane. It was super flexible. It was a champion that was probably the strongest champion on that patch and also playable in 3 positions.
I remember judging mid laners based on whether they could set or not.
Yeah.
You know, it was very strange.
Bulldog is laning well, obviously. You know, he has the range advantage. He's getting a lot of first break goals. Hold up.
Yeah, bit of aggression here as Life goes in. Shu, the one in a whole lot of trouble, though, as Beryl's trying to keep him safe. Heroic charge, not quite off cooldown just yet, but it looks like the Jace is going to be okay, although will be pushed out of lane. Breaking the faces of some of these minions here is Showmaker, and right now just picking up whatever farm he can get. I don't think we need to be too worried about his health bar looking low, because he can just, you know, do that.
Yeah, Haymaker.
Often okay, as long as he's charged enough grid, of course.
Exactly. Haymaker gives him an extra shield. It's very difficult to punish him. So even if he's low, as long as he can catch those minions under the turret, he's feeling good about things.
Is it True Grit with Set?
Yes.
Or is that Graves?
I think it's True Grit for Set, I believe.
Right, okay.
I think. So, I mean, you don't know that I'm like, I'm not sure.
I'm pretty sure. I think Set is the true grit guy.
Yeah.
But it's hard with multiple grit versions available in the game.
Not to be confused with Grit from Advance Wars or Shoots from Far Away.
Yeah, yeah. There's a few games.
Or the southern staple food of grits, which is often with like eggs and bacon and.
I've never had grits before. Are they good?
They're very good, in my opinion. You know, I'm from the south, so.
All right. Well, I'll need to pop over to your place, and you'll have to teach me about what grits are.
All right. Well, this is a grubs fight that we're gonna have here, Atlas.
That's grubs, not grits.
Yes.
Got it.
Just to make it clear.
Well, right now, Lucid is going to throw some bowling balls. Barrel's in a lot of trouble. Steadfast Presence lasts a bit longer than that life, unfortunately, as Showmaker makes his way in. Let's see whether the Superplex is going to be in position as the big one, almost actually ending Barrel's life before they can really start off the fight. But as you can see, DK with control of the area. They are going to be able to grab one of these. There's the face breaker and the Superplex. Big punch to the noggin. Still, Showmaker maybe going down for this one as the hail of arrows comes in. Great ulti there from Dudu as the flash out from aiming. And Life is the one now in trouble. Shiu in that front line. It is an absolute mess, but there's not too many kills. It's just one.
Yeah, just one going over, and Pyoshik gives his life to deny triple grubs from going over, because that'd be the first of the objective feat of strength for D+. Wants to also just deny the split push power that a Set can have later on in the side lane. Can be very frustrating to play into. So Barrel eats a lot of damage at the initial part of this fight, but the Set teleport here from Showmaker is really what changes the battle. And Pyoshik is just like, we can't give this. So he just goes over and gives his life essentially here, because he has smite advantage, because the other one was used to secure the second grub. So he has to just go in there and give his life. And then they want to get more out of this. They almost get punished. It's a good ult here from Dudu, aiming just barely. I mean, he's like one auto away from death before he gets over the fat wall there.
Yeah, and Dudu was 2 seconds away from Flash as well.
Yeah.
And that would have been 2 kills, right? Because Barrel was there ready for the taking.
Absolutely.
Oh, man. A little bit disappointing, a little bit sad for Dudu, because that Ambassador could certainly be in a much better position. However, right now, I mean, very, very even between the Jace and herself, so it should be okay. As Dudu and Shiu, pretty honest lane there towards that top side, outside of the added assist that Shiu's been able to pick up for himself. The burn earn has been secured here for Lucid, going to be that Leandri's first start, as expected.
Yep. No more demonic embrace in this game.
Nope, not this time around. As Berserker and Life back down towards that bottom side where they belong. We don't have any more of these lane swap shenanigans. But as we can see, the CS situation is looking pretty good for Berserker.
Yeah, I feel like Showmaker is CSing incredibly well, considering the matchup is pretty tough to play out. But again, I like how Bulldog's approach this. Goes first strike, buys a cull, knows he's not in any danger. He's just going to generate a gold advantage this way to try to accelerate himself to a 2-item spike. And that is really, really important for how this comp's going to play out. Now, Pyoshik hovering around here, but aiming still has cleanse, so tough to actually make this work unless he gets over the wall here. Still has flash.
Yeah, Chains of Corruption coming in there as Berserker down to 50%. And that is enough to deter Pyoshik from going for any more aggression.
That would have been crazy.
Going to be cleared out, yep.
To go for that, I think, with the minion wave getting thinned out, and also with Steadfast Presence at the ready there for Barrel if he flashed the wall to try to get the knockup on the aiming.
This is the thing, ganking Poppy is so annoying.
It's just not going to happen. Like, if Barrel doesn't react quickly, maybe you make something happen there, but that was super risky. I think it was the right call not to go in there.
Man, I'm liking what she was doing here, putting the pressure on as much as possible towards this top side of the map. Pyoshik on a ward, but should still be able to take this first dragon. That is going to put them well in position. That wasn't in position, though, unfortunately. The public execution no one turned up for, as it turned out.
I just noticed that we don't have the gold lead UI up today for some reason.
Oh, yeah, we don't.
Because I was wondering how behind aiming is with this CS.
Oh, dear. Dudu taking a nap. This is not the time to be sleeping, as he's going to have to put that flash on cooldown once again. Solar Flare, beautiful position as Lucid comes in and answers the kill, but that is another one that's biting the dust. And Live says thank you very much.
Unfortunately, neither of those kills going over to Dudu, but he will pick up 2 assists off this. A great roam from Life, really well timed there. And even with the sleep setup there, he's able to turn that one around. And the thing about Mbessa is she's just so mobile. I mean, we've talked about this so much just because she's got basically infinity dashes. So she is able to buy enough time here. The solar flare placement from Life, fantastic. Gets the center plate follow-up. Lucid does flash for this as well, just to guarantee they get the kill. So that's another big win here for DNF.
Yeah. Both of them dying is certainly not great news. Showmaker taking a bit of damage here, doesn't really care about it. It's set, so he's going to be fine. Going to be building towards Stride Breaker first, most likely. As far as what people build in solo queue, I don't know whether it's necessarily going to be as relevant. But, you know, they build Hull Breakers and things like that.
Yeah, Hull Breaker
a lot of split pushing action, but everyone's playing set top lane if they're playing him at all, as far as what I can see.
And that's a lot of poke from aiming here in the initial part of this fight. The positioning here is really good for Berserker. It's hard to enter these grubs.
Yeah. Ooh, Chains of Corruption going to get the flash out from Live. As Showmaker making his way in. They just turn onto Beryl immediately, though. Life down exceptionally low, but it doesn't seem to matter. Man advantage is going to be there for the DN Freaks, and they should be able to grab all of these grubs. That's going to be 5-1.
That was really well played by the DN Freaks. The positioning was fantastic. Even though the poke got layered through a little bit, they know on this Leona, life is super tanky. They have this arc, this concave set up around the entrance to the grubs. And they know without Showmaker having flash, they're tracking his flash. It's coming up very soon here, but it wasn't ready yet. His engage range is just not big enough to actually get in there and turn the fight around. If Showmaker could flash ult, then he is on top of the fight, has his grit built up, and he's just going to toss his Haymaker in. And it's a huge win for D+, but he's just not quite able to close the gap there. It was a really, really tightrope walk here, well-played tightrope walk from DNF because they know where Set is. They have a vision of how far away he is, so they can step forward here. And then Chains of Corruption flashed is actually massive. Beryl eats a ton of damage, gets caught by Pyoshik's ult. And Showmaker, like I said, he just can't quite close the gap. If he had flash, might have been a different story.
Yeah, not to mention the fact that, you know, top laners are in the bottom lane and things like this. The added shield poke could have been something for that particular fight. But now it is one objective away from a monopoly on these feats of strength. And your feet do get stronger.
Yes.
If you do manage to pick those up. See whether DNF are going to be able to grab that. Of course, still an opportunity here for DK if they can grab themselves a turret, something like that.
Yeah, I'm surprised they don't call it the strength of feats.
I know, it's what it should be. Maybe
Okay,
they
now we
wanted
can-
to be subtle with the pun. And I'm not as much of a fan of being subtle with puns.
So,
I feel like you've missed the point.
Okay, hold up.
Okay, it's another Solar Flare onto Beryl. Gonna get Chain CC'd as Shiu's gonna try and make his way in. Decent heroic charge, but I think Beryl's still dead. Does flash, gets himself out of the way as it's nap time for Bulldog. Oh God, that was too many things thrown at the Corki. And he is going to go down.
I was about to sing his praises right before this. I didn't even get a chance to cast or curse him, but before this I was like, he's actually generated 300 gold, the advantage off of just a few CS and first strike alone. However, he's no longer in that same advantageous position. Maybe over Showmaker, but just gave a ton of money over to Lucid off of this. We'll see exactly how this played out as Lucid was channeling it back here. Showmaker's just in the brush and Bulldog
just wanted the blade.
Yep, greeting to get even more gold ahead to try to accelerate that 2-item spike, because already Berserker's in such a fantastic position, right? He's 2 kills up here, already has his Bloodthirster, he's a little bit more durable, his call is completed, so he's sitting on a ton of money. He obviously went for magical footwear, so doesn't have to put that into his build either, so he's doing very well eco-wise here. Is in a really nice spot, and if they can get that Corki to 2 items, that is what DNF need to get to this mid-game. They already have a 1-dragon lead, they've got 5 grubs, they're feeling pretty good otherwise here, but it was a really nice play from Showmaker, and the greed from Bulldog definitely puts a dent in the advantages they were looking for. Still 800 gold up, though.
Oh dear, Steph's presence almost blocks the stun, but there is too much CC to come on through here. Bulldog turns up, and Beryl's dead yet again. Just backing in the wrong spot, and that might mean that this turret goes down as well, wasting no time. It was going to be that they can turn into a dragon, grab the feats of strength that way, but they're going to be able to get first turret blood as Chains of Corruption come down. Make a rain here from Berserker just to deter aiming.
I mean, look at how much value the Bloodthirster gives Berserker in this situation. He's like, yeah, cool ult, by the way. I just don't care. And walks it off. The turret does give them feats of strength for this dragon fight. Well, actually, no one has upgraded.
Live flashing forward. Lucid able to walk out of the way. Of course, he walked pretty quickly as Bambi, as the big one does rain down. Are they going to be able to get in here? Showmaker just running forward. There's the face breaker. It is going to be Lucid that locks down the dragon. But can they win the fight? That's the question. Flash out here from Showmaker. Superplex to get life out of the fight. Very, very low. There's the double sleeve. Lucid gets the watch out heap. And they do need to watch out. Dudu trying to fight 3, but he still has to flash away. And Berserker's under the turret, but I don't know whether that safety is. There it is. The Q comes through. Watch out heap yet again as Lucid gets the triple.
Lucid is popping off, Atlas! 3 kills after the Dragon steal. The sleep is fantastic. It does so much damage in this fight. And this is everything DN Freaks, all their advantages washed away in the blink of an eye, it feels like. I mentioned they got feats of strength for the Dragon fight, but really only Life had that. No one else had upgraded boots at the time, so it's not really a big spike they hit. Obviously, getting the turret gold and all is nice, and having it for later on is going to be huge, but it's not immediately impactful here. Watch the positioning here of Life, because he really wants to try to set up the ult for Berserker, but he's kind of zoned out here for a little while. Now, due to also not able to get access to the backline the way he wants to, and it's a really nice zone here. They pull Life out front to back this with Lucid coming in at the same time on the flank. Now, he also stole the Dragon successfully as well, and has enough damage here with his Leandri's burn to actually go in and get additional gold here and end up with a triple. I think that's 5 kills now total for the Lilia.
Oh man, the double tap with the Q. Able to pick that one up, just continuing to spin, and that is a very happy Lucid. Yeah, Showmaker also just having a really good time. He's playing set.
if like the setup is better and Showmaker doesn't pull Life out that same way, maybe Berserker's ult gets them enough power there so it's really difficult for Lucid to follow up that same way. It was just a really well-played team fight for D+. 5 kills on this Lilia, has an arm guard teched in, but also a needlessly large rod. He is doing big damage right now.
Yeah, and he's Shiu's going to be able to take down this turret, and that's going to even things out as far as that is concerned, and in fact gives them a turret lead. As of course they were able to grab the mid lane outer turret off the back end of that last play. It's a large reason why the gold lead is belonging to DK here. Do have to remember that DNF had picked up almost every single objective prior to this, so 5 grubs going to be a big deal as far as being able to match the money that just came in for DK. It's not over yet, as Lucid looking to make his way in, aiming going to be joining as well. Oh dear, this could be a real rough time. Superplex comes in from Showmaker. The turret going to start getting angry here, but it's Lucid that made it upset. And so they're going to go 1 for 1. Berserker turns up at the right time here as Showmaker realizes he's not really going to be able to do too much about this. And there he goes. The Winter's Wrath is going to bear down on him. And it's Pioshik that grabs the kill.
Well, Berserker's got a ton of money in his pockets already, but he probably would have liked Pioshik not to take a second kill. He got the shutdown on Lucid as well onto a Sejuani, but it is what it is. At the end of the day, that was really greedy, though, from D+ Kia, and they will be punished for it. So
I'm an ideal surprise. Like, how did Showmaker not get turret aggro there?
It was really weird. Let's watch it again, because there was also like some anti-synergy between his ultimate and aiming's.
Yeah.
So maybe aiming. Let's see this again.
Under the turret.
Yeah, under the turret here. Perhaps the E from aiming.
Ah, it was aiming. Yeah. So aiming took turret aggro, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's what I thought. And you know, if that's lined up a little bit better between him and Showmaker, things might look different, but I think this was just a really good read from the DN Freaks overall, just coming up topside to deny that. That win defensively gives them mid turret as well off of the Herald they took, so big swing of gold back into their pockets. Mostly Pioshik's, but hey, he's got a second item now.
Yep. And good old Voracious Atakan making his way up towards the top side of the map. He'll be there in about a minute's time. A little bit more than that. Don't know whether we're going to be getting too many big battles as far as that is concerned. Top side is where all of the money is. Of course, Lucid picking up that last triple kill. He is very, very strong.
Yeah.
And Shiu on this Jace has been a benefactor of a lot of these moments as well. Has his Black Cleaver now completed. Not going to be going for the too tanky Jace, I don't think. Although that Kindle Gem is worrying me a little bit.
We do have the bottom players both even on gold after a pretty huge lead for Berserker early on, which is pretty massive for aiming. His poke is so relevant already, and then once he finishes the tier stacks, he's going to be even stronger in these upcoming fights. So that's going to be a big challenge for DNF. Bulldog also the biggest lead for DNF, and he has, with that call with the first strike, now his second item completed as well. So 2 item spikes for both of Varus and the Corki coming online here at the same time. This next fight is going to be huge. I don't think we're starting Atacon at 20, but everyone is grouped here on the top side of the map right now.
Yeah. Showmaker sitting on a whole bunch of health, as we can see here.
I think
Still
the dragon
item number 2
might need a look at. Maybe the dragon might be where
yeah, we're going somewhere. There's definitely some aggression getting ready.
They have a lot of vision DNF do on the Atacon, so they can kind of group down towards dragon now. Make sure it's not a trade.
Well, he is turning up here. See whether it's aiming and it's going to be fishing for an ultimate, something like that. They're right now just trying to protect vision as Lucid taking a lot of damage here. Does have that Zhonya's completed. I don't think he used it in that top fight underneath the turret.
No.
Hopefully he does have an opportunity for it this time around as Glacial Prison comes down and engage onto the set. Not exactly optimal as Changes Corruption comes in and pop goes the Leona. Xiu able to get himself out of this one as well as he dives forward. There's a very sleepy Corki. And the watch out heap comes down yet again. Lucy gonna help grab that kill. It's actually the set that collects a bowling ball from downtown. I think we're giving that at least a spare, even if Yoshik doesn't go down. Berserker gets them away from the inner turret, and Xiu, oh, the snipe! You're not allowed to do that. The little gates were coming down, Wolf. They were trying to pick up the pins.
And Dudu was, he was standing almost in the right spot to block it, but just watched his friend's head get taken off while he's recalling over the wall. And that's going to be Otacon going over here, and likely the Dragon with it. I mean, we'll see. DNF want to come over here and contest, but I mean, Bulldog has TP in 2 when he spawns. They won't have Pyoshik for the smite. This is going to be you have to win the fight or you are not getting this objective.
Well, they're looking for it. Remember, the amount of shred from this Otacon is so dangerous. Bulldog's going to turn up. That is going to be the skewer here, but Dudu into that backline is looking very scary. Beryl going to get revived. And remember, this is Voracious Otacon, so they can just be here and die, but they're not even doing that. DK is still going to be able to win. Life is burning, burning, burning. It's a pirouette from Lucid to finish him off. And like every objective went to DNF. The early game was so good, and now DK are just kind of ignoring them and winning the game.
Well, I think DNF should have made a different call here, you know? Obviously, Otacon's very strong. Well, how this fight breaks out is very messy, and engaging on a Showmaker was definitely not the right call. There were so many opportunities for Pyoshik to look for an ult onto Lucid when he was aggressively looking for some poke earlier with his bowling balls and stuff. They never took the opportunity, then just engaged onto the set. Now, you lose your Leona, you have no front line, and so the fight is lost. Bulldog has TP though, so they're like, okay, we can contest Otacon. The problem is you don't have a jungler, because Pyoshik does get sniped here by Xiu, and you know, this is unfortunately pretty embarrassing for Dudu, but how can he know, right?
And Xiu didn't even know.
But this is, yeah, he didn't have vision.
Yeah.
Okay, I guess we're not going to look at the Otacon fight.
Yeah, this is just more battling, as the inner turret yet to go down, but life is so incredibly low. Xiu should be able to get rid of this one. It was the Fimbulwinter that he did finish off, but I do like that he at least got a Black Cleaver to still do some damage.
It's a solid build. I like this version.
Yep, and they also have just a lot of damage in the Lilia and the Varus.
The problem with going for that Otacon contest is you end up giving so much control plus the res.
Yeah, and also it's basically a flip, right? Like if you don't get that smite at the end, then you just lose the team fight, because no matter what, DK are going to win it, as Xiu going to be just heading back home. Still had that buff.
Yeah, and the problem is, like, the crux of that is they didn't have Pyoshik, so they didn't have a smite, so you're just trying to steal it with damage, and if you don't get it, you never win that fight. I mean, they have res, too.
It was kind of a losing situation.
Exactly. I just don't think they should have opted in, and now they may lose the game over it.
Well, Dudu has a decent flank angle. The inhibitor turret is going to go down. Some health bars are low, but remember, Voracious Otacon. He exists. Snoozing time, as Pyoshik looks to try and get out of there. Bulldog also wanting to go back to the fountain for quite a while.
Dudu?
And Dudu still just holding position, not wanting to overly commit to anything when they do have this buff. 10 seconds remaining as Xiu going to be turning up. Life looking for that angle. There's the flash in from Beryl, but his teammates are just not there. So good message, delivered, sent, unlocks Hex Flash, all that jazz.
It was kind of a tricky situation for Xiu there because the angle was a little bit awkward, and I think he wanted to wait for the Voracious Otacon buff to expire before he went for the engage, and then there just wasn't enough time. D+ really utilizing that timer incredibly well, knowing exactly when they needed to get out of there. They wanted the inhibitors so badly, but they're not going to throw over it. They're not going to overextend and give a ton of gold over. They'll still just kite back here and take the dragon. So good patience there by D+.
Yep.
And I mean, I think this game, what's so sad about it is it just all comes down to one team fight in the mid lane and then DNF doubling down on Otacon, where they had such a great early game. Like you mentioned, they had all the objectives. They had a Corki get 2-item spike with Berserker having a really nice free early game. The lane swap worked out for them. It was definitely a playable and winnable game until disaster into disaster. And now D+, will be very hard pressed to toss these advantages away. Lucid is so massive in this game. And I mean, the set is going to be a big threat. It's going to be a big problem for the rest of this game as well. And everybody's just so tanky that Corki can't really cut through these health bars very well. And all of that frontlining is for a massive Varus who's 5-0 and 5, has Edge of Night. Not really pickable. With Edge of Night, it's so hard to kill him with Pyoshik's ults. He has Cleanse. Like, you would never kill aiming. And Lucid has Zonias, and he has Flash, and he hasn't had to Flash for a long time. So, I mean, it's just super doomed here, Atlas, and it didn't have to be. You know, that's what's so sad about it. I feel like DNF had a real fighting chance in this game.
Yeah, it felt like they thought that they were further behind than maybe we knew they were, or something like that. They are certainly that far behind now. That's 100% true, especially with Showmaker now completing his Overlord's Bloodmail. The amount of Haymaker damage that he's going to be doing now is kind of seemingly absolutely absurd. So looking forward to seeing what the next fight's going to look like as far as he is concerned. So far this set actually just looking kind of great, not going to lie. Having a lot of fun. And DK, I think it is about, you know, dotting T's and crossing I's, or the other way around, or whatever.
Yeah. And they're just very carefully going to take this turret out here. No one's in the bottom lane pushing the inhibitor. They just want to continue to poke because they have insane poke. And it's just not really punishable. So if they just group like this, they eventually wear DNF down. Could probably see Showmaker go off into the side and pull more players over there.
Yep, they can just do 1-3-1 as, oh, okay, Showmaker, they're engaging on him yet again. He does have the Superplex option, but instead he's going to opt for a flash. Pyoshik not able to get in range.
What?
For the Permafrost, just throws out an ulti to say, I can still stun you, you silly fella. But unfortunately, that is not going to result in anything at all. Inhibitor now under threat, as Dudu is going to be able to go over and defend that one.
Yeah,
for
he's
the
just
moment.
like calling Peanut out. He's like, I hit these at least.
He's not even here.
I know. Why is Pyoshik doing it to him? It's not fair, man.
Oh, after that Blitzcrank game and everything, man. Peanut suffered enough.
Just wanted to let everyone know I'm accurate, even though if it doesn't make sense. I can hit the set.
Well, they can also hit the Baron. That's going to go down extraordinarily quickly. Lily are very, very good at killing that. And DNF, they don't even really know yet that that one's going down as they get rid of the Sejuani. They get rid of the Baron. They're going to get rid of life as well. The bowling ball goes over the top. That was a bit of a trick shot there, you could say, as Lucid going to hit that Q onto Bulldog to make it. I don't know about the bullet time positioning there, but Berserker just trying to get them out of the way as Shiu goes in, and oh god, these wallets are absurdly heavy. Dudu's wondering what the heck he's supposed to do. And Lucid, yeah, the watch out, not even going to be the thing that kills him because he smote him in the air. And this is going to be the end of this game. DK looking fantastic, coming alive in that mid game and really not letting go of this one.
Yeah, I really do feel like this was a winnable game for DNF despite a really tough draft, but could not actually get it to work as going a bit deep here.
Yeah, Life is likely to die, although does have the flash, so may not be falling down just yet. Gets onto the fountain, but these Nexus turrets, they're not going to be respawning this time around, guys. It's just going to be the Nexus going down, and Beryl playing up in the faces of DNF, and DK still looking real good. After their initial victory, able to take down the DN Freaks here in game number 1. We'll see how they go in the rest of the series, but this first game is over.
Lucid is just fully in his challengers mode now, man. He's not afraid of anything. He is going to make super plays. His judgment is phenomenal, and he carried this game. I will say, though, for DN Freaks, I'm pretty impressed that with a draft that we didn't really like that much, that was super risky. We definitely felt like D+ had the stronger draft. They were the stronger team. They piloted the early mid-game so incredibly well that it gives you hope that this team actually could really be a contender here in LCK Cup. Remember also, they were able to do the same thing with Berserker's Kalista when they were outranged just a few days ago. Sometimes when their drafts don't necessarily really line up in our minds, they know their win cons, they know how to play them out, and you know, I feel like I was pretty impressed, despite the loss by this team. They made some tough judgment calls in the mid-game and gave D+ the win in the end, but I think that's probably what they're looking at right now. But ultimately, though, this team looks solid, and I'm looking forward to seeing what they're going to bring when they have blue side themselves.
I feel like they made like a really delicious cup of hot chocolate, you know? But unfortunately, as they were walking back to the table, they dropped it on the floor.
Yeah.
And so as long as they continue making this delicious hot chocolate, if they get it to the table and have a few sips, it's going to be absolutely wonderful. We saw exactly what happens when that does happen in their previous match. So DNF, we'll see whether they can turn it around even in this series, right? Because there is certainly more to come. And we've had a lot of series go the entire distance. They might be able to get a blue side as well. That's been where 100% of their wins have been. That's 3 wins on blue side now for DK and 1 loss on red. But it's now time for us to go to a short break. When we get back to Space, they'll break it down. We'll have game number 2 after that.
야 할만해 다시 할만해 다시.
앞에다 들어간 거 막을게. 앞에다 들어간 거 막을게. 들어가자.
리본 올게.
야 미브 앞에다 두고 앞에다 두고.
탑라인.
야 뒤에 앞에다 두고.
탑점에 끝났다.
안녕하세요.
탑점에 끝났다. 나이스.
야 얘들 앞에다 두고 앞에다 두고.
그래.
야 이거 라인 끝난 거 혹시 모르니까 여기 가져올게. 앞에다 여기 뭉겨. 야 앞에다 좀 데이트 봐줘라. 앞에다 두고 라인 봐줘 라인.
조명왕 출동.
내가 여기다. 앞에다 두고.
아니 나 이거 변신을 못했는데 500 못 써왔어.
또 못 썼어?
아니 안 써요.
레오나를. 네. 프리커.
터 얘들아 터.
일량 조작. 라인 맞아.
터.
앞에다 누구면 못 들어와.
레오나 이 빨아볼게. 야 파워 치라고 이 자식들아.
체온 중.
파워 쳐봐.
아 좋냐.
싸우자.
오케이 이건 싸워야 되겠다. 리포궁 먹자.
미뽕 없어 미뽕.
야 싸워.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the LCK. We just got to witness Chef Showmaker cooking yet again, putting the grit in the mid lane with Set. Digon here alongside Chronicler and Wadid. D plus Kia up 1-0 over the DN Freaks. How did this one happen here, Chrony?
I am somewhat pleasantly surprised by how the game turned out, because the first couple of fights were not pretty. I think both of us were looking and going, I think both teams can take away a lot of lessons here. But I want to talk a little bit about the draft, because something that I think DK have been doing very, very well is this Jace pick specifically, because we don't know where that goes, right? Because you can either set up a really good mid-jungle 2v2, or as they end up doing, they end up flexing it towards the top side of the map. And I feel like we saw this with Genji as well. None of the picks on the side of DN, I think, have the same flexibility. I know technically you can play AD Corki, but realistically, we haven't really seen them be successful. So maintaining that level of flexibility, particularly in a fearless situation, I think is a really big boon that DK have shown thus far in their games.
Yeah, I really like the Set pick especially because you have to think about it. In fearless draft, picking a champion means that you ban the champion for the rest of the game. So I feel like picking a Set against Life means more than that.
Yeah, Life known as one of those support Set players. Let's take a look at the highlights here, as it was back and forth. First blood was traded between these two squads, but it did go to the side of the DN Freaks. But then at 14 minutes, here's the big Drake fight that it took over for D+.
And the biggest difference in this game was the team fighting. Lucid is a player that I think was really good last year, but he was somewhat limited. What he did really well, but I do think on picks like the Lilia, it requires a very good knowledge of the team fighting to be able to simultaneously have a big impact without getting focused, because you can actually get taken out quite quickly, and we see it really nicely done here as Showmaker exits out of the team fight.
Yeah, for me, when I listen to their voice comms, it's really calm and collected, especially when Beryl comes into the DK. This is what we were looking for. They are really hard focus in the team fight. At first, they really just focusing on the one target at the same time. That means you can always burst down the one target, and the second, they don't go forward more than that, you know. You just calm and collected, and that means DK is winning like most of the fights compared to DNF.
Yeah, and that specific highlight there, it's got to be frustrating for the Freaks because they got to the Drake pit first. They had the setup. You want to set up the Misfortune. Just doesn't do a lot of damage. And D plus Kia able to turn that one around with that lead. Then it leads to one more engage in the mid lane at 20 minutes. And this is where we get to see the young guy, Shiwu, shine.
What is key here is DNF know engaging onto a Set realistically is most likely not going to work out, but even with Beryl missing his ultimate here, there's just not enough follow-up of actual damage. And I think with MF in particular, trying to fight in these open choke points isn't great. The key thing though is you can see the hesitation for DNF. I feel like they're not all on the same page, because we have CC on Showmaker and then a little bit of damage to the side, and then Corki's getting zoned, and it feels kind of all over the place.
Yeah, that just feels so weird for the MF, especially when you're playing Misfortune. You just want multiple targets to be in the C seed, but you have only Sejuani, and also enemy has 3 front laners, so that means you are kind of frustrated to open up the fight. And also, I feel like, oh, yeah, that was really clean as well. And also, when you think about the DK side, it's really simple to start up the fight, just in every places.
And it's fun to, you know, joke about, but like that Shock Blast actually is the actual game decider, because that leads to Otacon, and then I think the moment they win that fight in mid, things are good, but yeah. If Pyoshik is alive and manages to steal the Otacon, that is an objective where he can still lose the game. So that basically is the game decider, and it again comes from the team fighting, where I think even though DNF have looked a lot better across the board than I expected, in team fighting in this first game they couldn't match DK.
Yeah, one stat that you guys wanted to pull up here, the Corki. Corki has not looked so good so far here in Fearless in the LCK Cup. Out of the 7 games, has been played 7 times. That's a big 0.
I mean, for me, Corki reminds me of mid-Lucian, but it's kind of worse version of mid-Lucian, because when you think about it, you always pair with the AP junglers like Nidalee and Zyra with Lucian, but at least he could dash in, like ulting in, so you can actually chunk the players, but you have changed, Corky. So you're not even like value pick. You're not even poking enough with the AP items. You're just a burst damage dealer. It has to be like work on the early game, but you're not doing anything in the early game, and you're paired with the Zyra, Ninali, those kind of champions. This time around, it was Sejuani, but do you really like to play Corky and Sejuani in the same team? No for me.
And particularly with how strong blue side has been, I feel like we need to get a better answer, right? Like a first rotation. I think the Zyra has been prioritized. That also hasn't really worked out. So it feels like on red side, teams are trying to go for these gambits, but let's at least drop the Corky because the prio just isn't working out. And hey, it's fearless, so we'll have to wait until next series to see if it's learned.
That's right, Crotty. The Corky will be dropped. But you know what won't be dropped? Hot chocolate. If it gets delivered on over to Atlas and Wolf. Let's send it on over to them right now.
I am definitely a very careful collector of hot chocolate. That is absolutely true, Digon. Thank you so much. Thank you to Wadonicler as well for breaking down that first game. We'll see whether it's going to be once again DK with the calm and collected comms and getting the victory in these team fights, or whether it's going to be something different, because blue side will be swapping on over. And maybe that will give the DN Freaks that little bit of extra stuff that they need in order to get them into a winning position in this next game.
Yeah, I hope that, you know, our metaphor that Digon tossed back to us comes true, and the blue side draft here does deliver us the hot chocolate.
That's what we want!
Yeah, because I think this team is looking pretty good, and I think they're still in early stages, right? But I think there's a lot of hope for this roster, and I want to see some of it realized potentially in this series. Tough opponent here in D+ Kia. And they're the only team in Group Baron to take a win. Maybe they'll be the second to do so as well if they could reverse sweep here. It is a tough time if you're a Group Baron team.
Yep.
And, you know, winning this one would be massive. Obviously, to go up 2-0 in the group as well would feel really nice. I think the Yone being left open was really where I was at with the set being grabbed instead for Showmaker last time. But it was a good point that Wadid made also that Life now can't play set in the bottom lane. So cool little snipe there.
Yeah, it's kind of cute. I like that they've kind of taken it away in that way instead, utilizing it as an extra ban moving into this game number 2. But we'll have to see, because it's all about what first pick you're going to be able to get for yourself, right? Ash went all the way through last time around. We'll see whether she is going to move up in that priority list, as we do see the LeBlanc taken away. I believe LeBlanc was not actually targeted at all.
Yeah, not last game. Was left open. And the Kalista, so strong right now. Berserker piloted it incredibly well on Wednesday, so I think that's a wise ban here on red side.
I would agree.
The Aurora is also still available. The Nocturne we saw banned last game is one you could also take a look at. Skarner is a must ban, so that one's going to drop down here in this first banning phase on red side, but we'll see what that final ban ends up being. The Ashe, you mentioned, could be where Berserker looks to go here. He won't be able to pair it with a Sejuani because that's Fearless banned. Final ban here towards potentially Lucid to come through. They took away the Nidalee. I don't think they need to go Nidalee and Zyra here, but they might.
You could ban the Vi on blue side if you don't necessarily want to be first picking it, if you are looking for something like an Ashe. But yeah, I kind of like this more. Get rid of the Cassante, don't allow that one to come through, and force the Vi ban on the DK side, and then grab your pick of the litter as far as what you'd like. Ashe Braum, still up and available, extraordinarily strong. Like, there are a lot of things that you can go towards, and it'll be the Yone ban instead. So Vi, up and available. Pretty obvious that that one is going to be snapped up, but what can DK get as far as their response?
Aurora Nocturne could be quite strong. You don't even need to get the Nocturne right away.
True.
Rumble would be an interesting blind pick here to just drop down. I don't know if that's necessarily my favorite pick of the ones available right now. I'd rather see something like Aurora and a strong top lane pick here, or even potentially Aurora Ashe could be quite strong here. See what they do want to go with ultimately. You know, scary to play Ashe into a Vi composition and the dive style that DN Freaks have made a name for themselves in this tournament with already.
That's Pantheon. Okay, the Pantheon priority a little higher than I was expecting. I remember some games of Barrel's Pantheon that were very scary. Lucid thinking about his one of his favorites here in the Lee Sin. And they're just going to let Aurora go. They're going to, like, let the Rumble go. And instead, they're going to pick Pantheon, who we haven't seen at all. And then the Rumble is actually going to come through.
At least it was Rumble and not Lee Sin, because I mean, there's nothing wrong with watching Lucid play Lee Sin. We've enjoyed it for the last few years, but at the same time, I think this makes a lot more sense because you can lock somebody down in an equalizer. There's a little bit of a combo, a little bit of pairing here. The Ashe is going to go over, however, to the side of DN Freaks, so they'll lock that one away. The question is, do they get a Braum with this early? It doesn't necessarily fit the theme that much. It's strong in level 1, but you don't know what your lane opponents are going to be just yet, so I don't know if you really want to lock the Braum at this moment in time. Maybe just make a ban be tossed in by D+ Kia and get something else here, an answer to the Rumble in particular would probably be the best bet. Cassante is banned by them. The Ambessa is Fearless banned. Looking for a ranged champion likely here. The Gnar will be what they go for. And this is a pretty interesting draft here now for D+ Kia in terms of what they're going to pair with this Pantheon, because it could be a kill lane they go for. Yeah. It looks like they're just going to go for lane swap here instead and grab the Ezreal and then try to make Dudu sit under a turret.
Well, we'll see whether they can be successful on that one. We know that, the ward defense is what the aim of the game is. But, yeah, here's Chef Bengi. And so far, this entire tournament, he has just been serving us whatever he wants. This is one of those restaurants where you don't get to look at the menu, Wolf. No, he just brings it out. And it's whatever's on your plate, that's what you're going to be accepting.
Yeah, he doesn't tell you what the specials are.
Oh, no. Oh, no. It's a little bit too high class for that.
Yeah, and I don't know if DN Freaks are necessarily going to like what they got on the table.
It's not the hot chocolate that they ordered.
No. A Silas ban here is quite strong with the Gnar locked in, and it's pretty good with the Ashe and the Vi as well. Ahri, I think, is wise here to take away with the Vi. The Braum, we mentioned, is pretty self-explanatory with the Ashe level 1. Especially with the lane swap they want to set up. Maybe DN Freaks just send their Ashe top, automatically, basically, in this game, assuming that is going to be the case. See what this final ban is going to be here for DN Freaks. Will be the Rel again, so...
Yeah, and we still don't know where this Pantheon's going.
I assumed it was going to be support.
Yeah, it can be Lucid, it can be Beryl, and theoretically can be Shu. Could also be Showmaker because he's been a bit crazy. The Elise also, we don't know where it is. Oh, God.
I feel like we're cooking too much on this one.
It's too much flexing.
Yeah, I don't know if I would, like the last game in the T1 series, I was like, yeah, well, top 2 drafting team in D+. This one, I'm just like, well, now they're just picking stuff and it could go anywhere, I guess. I mean, Showmaker could be playing Ezreal, I guess,
Yeah. Yeah, he actually could. Beryl, Lucid, or Shu could all be playing Rumble, in theory.
Remember Jungle Pantheon? Remember Dread?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, I think the other draft much easier. Yeah, so now we've got Nautilus locked in. We know where stuff goes.
The other draft makes sense. It's a strong draft. It's got a roaming Talia. It has Ashe Arrow set up for the Vi.
Oh, God,
no.
No, this is Beryl trolling us. It's got to be.
No.
Ah, Zilean. Obviously, Zilean. Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well, Wolf. I thought that, yeah, Zilean just fits really well into this composition, and they should probably go with the Zilean. And that's exactly what Bulldog's thinking as well, as he just burst out laughing, like, what the heck are they even doing?
It is Jungle Pantheon, and I guess one way to solve.
Look at Bengi, he looks so sheepish.
Yeah, he I don't know, he kind of looks like he's like, this is the most standard draft. I'm like, I don't know,
guys.
But I guess you could solve the problem that Lehen's had yesterday with Elise by just giving her a res, so when she gets caught, she doesn't just instantly die. Because I look at this and I really prefer the DN Freaks draft because it's a real draft. It's got single target setup with the Talia Vi. You have the Ashe Arrows. It's a very squishy composition on the side of D+. Outside of the Pantheon, which is only really temporarily going to be tanky, and he's the jungle pick anyways, so he's not going to be building a ton of items. I mean, he will have some gold, obviously, but I want to see how this plays out before I judge it harshly, but right now my initial thoughts are it was very funny, D+, but maybe try a little bit harder in Game 3.
Yeah, I don't even know whether I don't like it. I don't know enough about how it's going to work to like it or not. All I know is I have no idea how the interaction between Voracious, Arakan, and Zilean goes.
Ooh,
how does that work? Who dies first? Like, how do you die first?
I think probably Zilean's ult pops.
And then
you still have your Arakan res. But I don't know. But I think that's what would happen, right?
Yeah. And what we needed to do is also add a Renata on top of that as well to add a bailout and then be really confused about the order of things. Let's just get onto the rift, see what happens. All right.
Look at Chef Pantheon. They really cooked.
I know. It's actually so good. This is the only Pantheon skin you're allowed to use, to be perfectly honest. Like, it is so incredibly good. So I'm very glad that Lucid has at least passed that test.
So what I thought was going to happen was it was just going to be, you know, aiming and barrel with the Ezreal Pantheon, just trying to push onto the Gnar, trying to get some advantages up there. Ezreal's W, maybe you get a plate early, you put some pressure on there, and then play around the Ashe level 1, you know, kind of ignore that and get through the laning phase. Instead, it's just going to be this wild and wonky draft where it's going to be an Elise support instead, and aiming is going to lane into this Ashe in the bottom lane. Shio is going to show himself on this ward eventually, trying to avoid all that vision, but that deep ward up here will allow them to know that it is going to be standard lanes here.
Yep.
As standard as it can get with a draft like this, that is to say. The Showmaker's played a lot of Zilean mid in his time, so this is not something that's super unusual to see from him. We haven't really liked it most of the time. We're like, oh, that's so really cool. He cooked a little bit, but it didn't always give us the most joy. But it's not a champion that he's not familiar with. He's
Absolutely.
very familiar with it.
And I like it as well because it's like former, like, of course, when the LCS was the LCS, people always knew what Zilean did because of Bjergsen. So thank you very much to Bjergsen to make sure that everyone did know what Zilean mid lane did. Showmaker is certainly another one of those players, like you were saying, who's been pretty good at this one.
Barrel looking for an electrocute. Maybe one more?
Yeah.
More? No.
Oh, no, just going to hit a minion. There you go.
I was so close to it.
Going to land the cocoon. Nailed it. There you go.
There we go.
Aha.
I was like, he knows how to play Elise, right? Like, he knows how to proc electrocute, right?
I mean,
that's the whole point
playing
of the
Elise.
champion.
That's just like hitting 3 times.
Yeah, I know. I'm like, but that's the whole point of playing Elise at level 1 is like, you've got to proc that electrocute as fast as possible.
Yeah.
He did do it eventually there, but had some opportunities to do it a little bit faster. Ultimately still does end up getting that. Is even CS down here in the bottom lane. This has been some pressure, but it hasn't amounted to a lead just yet.
Yep, and it was Lehens that debuted this yesterday, I'm pretty sure.
That's
so,
correct.
of course, Lehens has been playing Elise support since 2019, or before that, in fact, when Griffin were in Challenger. He was the Singed and Elise guy.
Yeah.
That was when Elise was not nearly a support. She was only a jungler, and now it's just kind of a real thing. So, Lehens, he just knew a few years too early.
Yeah, I feel like the Rumble and the Ezreal and the Elise are like the least weird parts of this draft. It's really the Zilean and the Pantheon that were kind of a little bit, I don't want to say confused, but concerned, maybe wondering, curious about in this particular case.
Definitely perplexed.
Yeah.
I would agree with you. As another cocoon going to land, that is a large amount of poke, even dodging out from the volley damage, utilizing the minion wave. As, yeah, this is not a lot of fun to be Nautilus in this lane.
No. In the top side, also the Gnar pick, the counter to the Rumble, which at the time they assumed was going top lane. They were correct.
Yeah.
It's working out pretty well for Dudu on the top side, has a small advantage there. You know, Rumble's been nerfed quite a few times since his big heyday early last year, but still quite strong in lane, but not necessarily into a Gnar. You can see a CS lead start to stack up here with Barrel hitting those cocoons, setting up those electrocutes, the WQ from aiming as well.
Yeah, the plate actually going down as well. Pretty early money going into the hands of aiming and Barrel. As Barrel actually taking a bit of damage here. Possibly a little bit of an anchor opportunity, but not going to go for it. Just instead, DK looking for a back here towards this bottom side, about a wave ahead.
When you look at the composition of DN Freaks, it's so much single target lockdown, and then you kill a single target, and there's no real tank that's going to be able to mitigate that here for D+. What they have, however, though, is Showmaker's ultimate. So if one target gets picked, Showmaker says, but no, he didn't, because I ulted him, and he's back alive now. And I think that's maybe part of the theory here with how this comp is going to work. And then you have the combo of Lucid stunning somebody on top of an equalizer. You know, aiming's ultimate is going to be some additional damage on top of that target as well. Like, they have their own single target burst plus the Elise cocoons and stuff like that. So this draft can absolutely work for D+, but it's about how they execute it in team fights. And vision is going to be so important around these objectives, because if you have vision, you can set up that single target first.
Yeah, and locking down a single target, utilizing the cocoon, then layering everything on top means that you do basically just kill people pretty instantly. You get the double bomb, you get the equalizer, you get the cocoon, and people will die. And so DK certainly it works like a pick composition. You see Elise, you almost always just say it's a pick composition, but this certainly does work out that way. And as far as like single target is concerned, like a lot of these champions are just very, very good at locking down that one person, and also keeping one person safe with the Zilean.
The Dark Seal is such a... Showmaker thinks he's 100% going to win this game. He's really feeling himself by.
Oh, yeah.
In this case, it's pretty, like, gold efficient to grab some of that AP and stuff, but we already knew from the draft that Showmaker was feeling pretty good about how this was going to go, but it's a big confidence move. You look at his history across his career.
Well, Lucid is going to demonstrate some early game Pantheon here as he steals away one of these grubs. First one does go down. Shu up here by himself right now as Dudu is going to make his way into the river. Showmaker turning up as well, level 6 up and available. Is that a level 6 delivery here? Not quite there from Showmaker, who is still trying to do some voodoo, as we can see. And then finally, Lucid does hit that level 6. Man drop up and available. And Beryl actually diving on forward. Showmaker collects that double bomb. Bulldog taking a fair bit of damage, but there's the flash forward from Live. Beryl flashes out of the way, maybe in a bit of a positioning mistake there as this Nautilus having to go a bit on walkabout right now. Can the Cocoon land? The answer's no. Oh, the listing lazily to the left. I love that. And speaking of man drop, there it is. Lucid going to turn up towards that bottom side. Gets the cleanse flash out of Berserker.
Yeah.
Ultimate for 2 summoner spells. You'd take that, right?
Yeah, I guess so. He doesn't have boots, so I guess that's why he decided to flash there, so he doesn't get run down either way. Might have been able to get out with another volley to come through to slow on the way out, but doesn't go for it as Shiu is going to get ulted.
Yeah, Dudu just getting a little aggressive. Doesn't find the wall up, though. Looks like Shiu might actually just kind of be okay as he throws down the ulti. Dudu hits Mini, not exactly with the same amount of damage potential as, oh, there it is. Pyoshik turns up in the nick of time. Shiu just going to be flashing after Dudu here, the Flame Spitter, not enough. And that is going to be first blood going over to Pyoshik. Arrow connects onto Beryl. The Cocoon lands at exactly the right time. And I don't think we're repelling out of this one. Berserker, okay, that was a bit cute. Not going to be enough.
Not quite enough. That was the most quintessential Shiu move in the top side there, to all in on that and go, well, I may be dead, but I will flash for the kill.
Oh, yeah.
He unfortunately does not secure the kill. But if Vi doesn't show up, he wins this because he's got heat. He does a ton of damage here. He knows the Gnar Mega has already expired. He's not going to be dealing with that. Look at how much damage he's doing with the heat. It's just a little bit of cheating here for Dudu. As he flashes to try to get the kill, Dudu just kind of sidesteps around as the Vi damage comes through. This is just desynced backs here on the side of D+. Like, the channel of the back here for aiming, he could have just decided to help out here and try to keep Beryl safe, but he just was like in the shop or something because he's the Gold King, and Beryl's like, bro, they're kind of killing me over here, man. Are you watching?
Well, it's okay because aiming got the back in at exactly the time that he wanted, and he is the Gold King, and he's the important one, so it doesn't really matter too much.
He likes to earn gold, and then he likes to spend it.
He does. He really does. Hey, and then at least he hits 2 people with his ultimate, so putting that gold to good use, at least in that particular moment there on the bottom side of the map.
He's a known forbidden item buyer, you know. He's looking for the rare ones.
I still, like, I just want to see what this composition's capable of, and I'm a little bit worried that the DN Freaks are just going to kind of continue winning more, and then we don't really ever get to see it.
I do think it could work, in theory.
Oh, yeah.
And they're going to get this dragon, which is pretty huge. That's going to be a third of a feat of strength for them, and it is Infernal Drink, so very valuable solo drink to pick up. The problem is, like, this top lane is kind of a disaster, right? Zilean is a great supportive champion, but Taliyah is just kind of freely laning here, is going to be able to roam. Sure, you have the Pantheon, who can use his ultimate to roam and make a global impact as well, but the Vi is the S-tier jungler, actually, as it turns out right now, not the one that's never been played before.
Beryl's ganking, but so's Pyoshik.
Yeah.
The repel is going to come on through here, and let's see what Beryl's actually going to be able to do. The Ignite goes down, the Man Drop comes in as well. Life could be the one falling here, but this Pantheon's also in so much trouble. Bulldog turns up in the nick of time as, able to get that Chrono Shift activated, and now half health there from Lucid. Lands the spear. My god, the damage to come out from aiming, and Showmaker is huge. And just perfect there from Showmaker to turn up. Didn't even need teleport.
The chrono shift timing was beautiful as well because it just guaranteed that it's either going to be a res or, you know, he just ignores it long enough and then the damage comes through. Like, it was perfect. You could see Berserker having the hesitation, like, do I hold these autos or I'm going to die? He just procs it anyways at the last possible second, hoping maybe that it was like, oh, maybe it's running out right when I do this. But Barrel's starting this off a little bit haphazardly, like didn't have to go this way. But look at how far this composition, like both of these teams can engage or rather show up from so far away. Lucid has the chrono shift on him, so Berserker either dies or procs the res, then gets hit by the spear here. Might have avoided that Ezreal ult if he didn't hit, but still, I mean, there's just so much chaos in this composition for D+ that if you don't win the fight quickly, they will show up and they will brawl with you. I mean, it's weird to call this comp a brawly composition, but it really is.
Oh, 100%. There's a lot of different damage sources, and yes, they're weird ones, but there's not a lot of tanking, right? As Beryl is going to demonstrate by repelling and then coming back down, but Berserker is going to tag him here. Flash out does need to be utilized. As Life taking a little bit of damage here, but Lucid as well getting targeted. Beryl now in that front line, gonna get gnawed into the wall, and Dudu taking matters into his own very large Mega Gnaw hands. As Sheer, the equalizer, not exactly connecting the way we want it to, as the arrow will land, and down will go this Rumble. DK, I mean, things were looking kind of all right, but now not so much, as Life's dead.
Yeah, that was weird, but otherwise, pretty well played here from DNF. Knowing the chrono shift is on cooldown for a few more seconds and there's no res available, they're just like, we're going to go in. Barrel's in a vulnerable spot. This comp is super squishy. And they're going to look to secure the final part of these grubs. Now, Showmaker is going to add some poke here. And
oh, this might be,
give this up.
Yeah, feat of strength, I think, denied. And so DK still going to be holding on to the advantage as far as that is concerned. And only 1,000 gold in it. And I like it, right? Like, this means that we are heading into an even mid-game.
Yeah.
And so we get to see what this composition does in a more honest way.
So Repel is used early here. He's got his Spiderling, so it's going to buy him some time to actually flash over the wall. Life changes target onto Lucid here, who obviously is, you know, not going to be able to do a whole lot. Judo falls up, he has his Narbar. So this is just a really clean pick setup here for DNF. We talked about how their comp can pick really well. When there's no chrono shift, somebody's going to die if they have that setup. And that's exactly what we saw there. Shio didn't have flash to save himself in the end. We didn't watch the whole replay, but...
And I'm going to put it out there. I really like Shio. I think he's a great player.
Yes.
Just don't think his Rumble's it.
It so far hasn't been his best champion he's played in this tournament.
No. The equalizer placement has just been a little bit off. We saw that in the T1 series as well, especially. That one around the dragon fight is kind of etched into my mind. So we'll see how he does go here. All right, Lucid going to turn up. There's the flash forward. Not quite in stun range, but there it is. Just a flash required. And as I say it, the cast of blessings will rain down as Shiu gets his first kill of the game.
Yeah, we give most of the credit to Lucid on that one. But
yeah, probably.
Was a cool little ult stun setup. They knew Dudu didn't have flash, so we're able to punish that. So there's been a lot of flash punishment this game. A lot of summoner spells tracked and cooldowns tracked in the case of the chrono shift earlier. Berserker will finally kite his way back to getting that one. There we go.
Yep.
Canceling some autos to make sure he gets those through. Bulldogs can get that cannon. The other gold lead, we've been kind of tracking it. You can see it at the bottom of your screen all game long, but to really zoom in on it, it's really Dudu has the big advantage here. Was even bigger before that pick there on the top side. He was like 1,500 gold up. And I just think the gold doesn't matter that much when it's this close between these two teams. It's really just about how these fights are going to go. The vision, the prio for objectives, which right now DNF has in spades. They have Bulldog's ult so they can zone. Like, how does D+'s comp work when they don't have vision, when they don't have prio walking towards this comp? Like, show me, D+. I'd like to learn something here.
Well, I think what you do is you throw a cocoon and hope it hits someone. As Beryl will demonstrate. There it is, and it hits someone. The anchor also going to land onto Life here as in goes Lucid. That chrono shift still available, remember, as the equalizer once again just sort of hanging out, doing not a whole lot. But still, DNF just going to back away. And it looks like a second objective to go down here for DK, a second dragon as well for them. That will be secured.
It's unfortunately kind of a team communication issue here, I think, for DNF on this situation, because they have, you know, Life sitting on the banana brush. They have so much single target blow up and pick, but they're also still kind of honed in on rushing the dragon. And so D+, without having Prio, still actually get the faster group here. Dudu also has no Narbar, so has no business actually being this far forward here. Has to back away. Maybe he should have been the one hitting the dragon, try to get that Narbar back. Ultimately, Life is going to be hit here. The equalizer kind of zones, and at that point, it's done. You know, you can't win this fight anymore. You're not going to be able to get that dragon. So DNF trying to do a little bit too much all at once there, even though they had the better Prio setup. They weren't able to execute on it. And both of these teams do have good single target blow up, and that Nautilus ain't that tanky.
Yep, but feats of strength still do go over to DNF. They are able to win the race as far as taking that first turret is concerned, so that is certainly good for them. Some beefed up shoes going to be coming in. It didn't help them out in the first go. So it's not exactly a ticket to victory, but it is certainly not a bad thing to be able to grab that one as Showmaker comes on over and clears out this wave.
Pretty cool to see Showmaker, or sorry, not Showmaker, Bulldog pick up the Swifties in this game, and we know how that stacks in this game with like percentage-based movement, and because of her passive where she can kind of surf.
Oh yeah.
You know, not only can she roam the map really well with her ultimate, but she's going to be zooming just in general around this game, and we'll be able to potentially set up some nice picks. So cool tech.
Tier 3 Swifties are as well, like really, really good.
That's what I mean. Like that's the where you get that insane, you know, stacking movement speed.
Yeah.
And Bulldog, he's laning against a Zillion, so he doesn't need any other tier 2 boots really. So it's kind of cool tech. I like that.
Yep. I'm a fan, and I think that like the longer this game goes, it's probably just going to be DNF with a very standard, we know what this comp does style of composition. Should be easier to pilot. It's just whether or not the DK like monkey wrenches that they're throwing into the works are actually going to be working out here. As once again, they do push DNF away from an objective. This time the Rift Herald not going to be secured. And with aiming on the Ezreal, I think there is still always that chance that like DK can create enough chaos that aiming can just clean up in the end, right? Like that's what his Ezreal has done for many years now.
And also because it's such a safe pick, you know, with Cleanse, he's got Flash and Arcane Shift, he can offer a lot of poke. I mean, this comp kind of does everything. It's like that Hearthstone card that has every like trait.
Yeah.
That's basically what this comp is. It's like a poke comp, it's a dive comp, it's an engage comp. Like it's
the jack of all trades comp.
Yeah.
We'll see whether it is the master of anything at all.
Yeah, it's.
I mean, so far
it's working so far, kind of.
Yeah, I do like the Grand Starfall Chrono Shift combo that they're making work. As all right, let's see how DNF can make this one happen. As putting up the wall is Lucid. Can Showmaker actually stop him from dying? The answer is absolutely yes. Good timing there on the Chrono Shift as well. But now that is off cooldown. Rock's going down. Double seismic shot will connect. And the hook is going to be there as well. Beryl can have to go up into the sky, but they're keeping them busy for so long. Dudu's Mini-Na now on that backline. Gets the hop forward. The flash out from Beryl. And they do go 1-for-1 as Showmaker just staying alive. And the Flame Spritter is just going to cook this Nautilus. Oh, how did they win that? And it looked so convincing.
Yeah, I think this wasn't decisive enough for the DN Freaks. And unfortunately, this Ashe is just sitting on, you know, a Shiv and a BF sword, so just not enough damage quite yet in this game. And they just don't actually have the ability to follow up after the Chrono Shift is used. And D+ played it so beautifully. She used Rumble offering a lot of damage himself. And then this Ezreal, again, still relatively untouched. I mean, we'll watch the fight again in just a moment, but you can see the thought process again on this Chrono Shift. Just allow Lucid to go in. He's already tough to kill as it is because he can just turn damage off, basically. That's what Pantheon does. Then he gets Chrono Shifted after he eats a bunch of cooldowns, and then the rest of the team can kind of start moving forward and offering that damage back. Because look at Bulldog here on the flank as well. It's a very nice setup. Like, Lucid's on this. They just hit him with the arrow as well, but look how much damage he mitigates.
And then Dudu really wanted to come in with the Mega-Na, but
yes,
he just couldn't get a window because Lucid was in the middle of that res, like he wasn't going to be a target. And then this double shove, I thought that was going to be where the fight turns around, but the Equalizer just keeps Berserker out of the fight.
Yeah, he had to flash away, can't get back in. And then Berserker is like, man, that's just a Zillion, but I can't get close to this team. Life's and him are on different pages. Life's trying to go back in.
Oh, that Cocoon, I don't know how that one missed, but it did. Beryl gonna have to go up into the sky. He will, but he does also have a Chrono Shift, so a little bit unfortunate there. So Showmaker, I mean, you win some, you lose some. That one is on a very low cooldown, especially now, level 12.
Yeah.
Well, that was a close call there for Barrel, but ultimately he's fine. It is Hextech Soul, by the way. We haven't really talked about Dragon Souls that much in the LCK Cup because there's been a lot of other important objectives that have kind of ruled the day, Otacon in particular, which will be spawning right now. And
is it Ruinous or Voracious?
It's Voracious, yeah.
Oh, wow, that's surprising.
Yeah, no, it's kind of, we've had a few Voracious this season.
Yeah, a couple.
I think we're on 19 Voracious now? No, 18.
Yeah, there's that red boy.
This is going to be a Dragon take for DNF, but it's just a single Hextech Drake. D+ are set up on the more important objective topside, looking like they're even going to be able to take out this topside turret as well.
Yep, Rift Herald going to come on over there as well, as Aiming was the one that picked that one up. A little bit perplexing that he was the one that did get there, but it looks like we're going to be heading down looking for another charge, and Bulldog should be able to deny that. As this outer turret in the mid lane also not long for the world. That will put DK in a decent gold margin as far as their lead is concerned. About 3K after that one goes down as the Cocoon will land. My goodness, the Mystic Shots are really starting to hurt, but Life able to get himself out. True Shot Barrage almost able to take down the Big Daddy.
Well, it's still going to be the turret going down. Aiming, you know, oftentimes wants to just go W and auto that turret even with no minions there, but he thinks better of it. Waits, takes it out safely now.
I like that.
Life's been having such a rough time in this game because, you know, he's on a somewhat tanky support, but it's not that tanky, right? He's still playing support Nihilus. This is not like, you know, the Nihilus Senna where it's insanely busted and no one can kill it. And so he keeps getting caught and punished while he's trying to clear vision. And like I said, whoever has vision really rules the map. Shiu in trouble, though.
Yep, Rock's going down here as the Equalizer just going to be thrown through. The flash over the shove is kind of cute, but Shiu is likely still going to... Never mind! Underneath the turret, and he dodges the drill! Will he be able to dodge more, though? That's the question as the Scrap Shield comes in, and then the, Threaded Volley will just kill him. Man drop coming down here as the Grand Skyfall delivers Lucid, and Bulldog is dead.
Well, this is going to be a time buy here for Bulldog, I guess, for his team to get more vision topside. They're looking for Barrel, and he will get away. But that was scary. He has Repel, so he ends up being fine there. But they end up getting a kill onto Shiu, which I think, you know, fishing for kills right now in this game state where your opponent has a little bit more vision than you is all you can really hope for. And then during the extended chase, they got Lucid's ult. Bulldog does die, of course, but he has teleport, and they got some vision around Otacon on the top side of the map, pushed D+ away from that objective. So, you know, looked a little bit silly there, a little bit crazy, and Shiu has a bunch of fancy footwork, which we'll watch again here. But it's a really nice move, because look at where D+ are. They're on the top side of the map around Otacon. So DNF are like, all right, there's this window here. Let's try to get a side lane pick. Shiu plays this really well, almost actually gets a kill, and is even still almost able to kill Bulldog after he ults here. So Shiu just showcasing his mechanics. Now down flash, unfortunately. But look at what
if he hit that Harpoon, I think Bulldog dies.
But if you look at the minimap, you can see now it's just completely freed up, the Otacon. And this is a really nice pressure play here from DNF to get some map control back over that critical objective.
Very true. And with Otacon's been alive for quite some time now. They do have everyone grouped up there towards that top side. Just bleeding turrets here, as you can see, towards that bottom side of the map. And so DK just going to pull the trigger. Lucid and Showmaker up here starting this one off, all 5 members in position.
Voodoo does not have Meganar. He has TP, though.
All right, down to 50%. And remember, this is all about the smite. You get that smite, you get the extra life, and it doesn't matter about an ensuing fight at all. Let's see whether Lucid can make that one happen. Arrow going to be collected there by Aiming. Seismic Shove gets cleansed as Shiu not going to be surviving this time around, and now Lucid's going to need a Chrono Shift if he wants to live. This is a dangerous Otacon this time around, as now Bulldog fighting against Aiming. The triple shove on the back end, and he almost wins the 1v1 at the same time. Absolutely absurd. There's DNF being able to pick themselves up the Otacon buff as well, as they will be sent home, but it does not really matter. They got what they came for.
Yeah, they did. I mean, they're still going to get that extra gold from takedowns as well. Ended up losing some critical ones there, especially Pyoshix is going to hurt. But man, this setup is so beautiful because they have the TP for Dudu. He can show up for this fight. He gets a turret right before this. Bulldog's on the flank. Zolt's coming back online. Like, this is actually so beautifully played. And D+, they make D+ look like they're fools for thinking they could take Otacon on the opposite side of the map. Sure, they had Prio, but with Bulldog on this flank and no one able to shut him down, and then the shove is massive. By the way, from the opposite side of the fight as well. Aiming takes him out, but it's well worth it here with the Otacon coming over. And yeah, it's unfortunate that they're going to lose a few more of these Otacon buffs as Berserker.
Yep, Berserker is dead. Shiu going to turn up. There's an equalizer. That one placed kind of beautifully. I think he took what I said personally, as he's just going to melt the Vi as well. Oh, Bulldog regretting that particular summoner spell decision. And he will be sent back to the fountain. Wow. Dudu still with the Otacon buff here, as I'm having a little bit of trouble keeping track of who still has theirs. But yeah, he might be sent home. Yeah, sent into the brush first, but now he is told to recall.
Yeah, we're going to have to go into the replay to see why they made that call, because Bulldog died before they got Otacon, so he still actually had the buff when he came in, so I get the idea there, but now you've just lost basically all your buffs except lives, and the Baron is going to D+. I mean, Bulldog's trying his best to change that reality, but he's going to need to hit a little bit more poke.
Yeah. And Showmaker's flashing forward, looking for Bulldog's seismic shove, going to connect onto aiming. He has to be chrono shifted, as now Life under half health. Bulldog is just sniping them out of this one, as Lucid soaking that damage really nicely. Will get sped up, gets out of there. Dudu flashing over, he's got that Mega Nut, but he's still gonna die before it even goes off. There is the cease and desist from Yoshik. There's a Vault Breaker as well. The chain CC is good, but Lucid is just better. Shiu layers the damage. It is a cacophony. It's a disaster, but it's so fun to watch.
I mean, I feel like 80% of what DNF is doing is just so beautiful and almost mind-blowing, and then the last 20%, I'm like, well, I mean, we stepped a few 2 steps past the line, didn't we, there at the end?
Yeah, we're going to check it out one more time. This is everyone turning up to ruin Berserker's day.
Yeah, so everybody comes to try to kill Berserker, and then we see teleports come through, or the gate coming through from Yoshik, and a teleport from Bulldog, which ends up being the demise of his withdrawal. And you can see he's hitting massive amounts of poke here, which stops the Baron, but aiming does get the chrono shift off here. If he dies here on the follow-up, then this is a one fight for DNF, because he survives and does so much damage in this follow-up. Dudu also a little bit overzealous on the engage timing here. Doesn't quite have his Meganar and is cocooned before he can use it. If he can hit that, it's a different story as well.
Well, he's also dead. As aiming's going to be able to pop on over, grabs the auto attack, and Life is now getting cooked as well. Yeah, the Elise is dead, but do we really, were we expecting anything different there, as Life is going to be able to hook his way out? The equalizer not really doing too much, but the positioning was better that time around. As DK with the Baron, they're going to look to push towards this top side. They'll be able to take down this inner turret and continue the aggression.
Man, it's really just salt in the wounds here for DNF. I mean, they had so many desperate wins and then overextended to giving D+ back the game. The Baron goes over. Now they've lost this wonky composition. And we'll go 1-1 in the group. And it's like, you know, you felt so good about coming into this draft. You had your own robust draft. You're like, oh, D+ draft's a little bit silly. We can outplay this. And then you made some really clutch plays on the Talia. You had some nice arrows. Everything is looking fine. You had some really nice macro plays too this game. But ultimately, you know, just unfortunately being a little bit too greedy in situations like this one. You know, where Dudu's just up here trying to see if they can stop this Baron. He gets taken out.
And that is not the path that you want to take. Like, you saw that the Baron just went down. You know exactly where they all are. But just desperately wanting to get to that wave, getting that one shoved out. And I think you can see a bit of frustration here for the DNF players.
It's a tilter for sure.
Oh, 100%. Like, losing to this comp?
Yeah. Especially with some of the really miraculous plays they've had. And they played the map so well too.
Yeah, and I don't want to say like something like it's cheesy or something like that, because these are picks that all of these players wanted to play in this instance. Like, Elise support is a real thing. We know that Zilean has worked fantastically in the past, and this is something that they've obviously been scrimming. Like, the way Lucid and Showmaker are playing together on this Zilean Pantheon, as we're going to see demonstrated right here. Diving underneath this inner turret, Yoshik looking to try and defend, but watch, Showmaker's just going to say, nah, he lives this. And the depth charge comes on through. Shiu going to be able to go golden as aiming finishes off the turret. Look at these health bars. They're so incredibly low. Barrel's dead again, but that's exactly what he wanted.
Yeah, I mean, they still have Baron buff, so that's not enough just to kill the Elise here to win this fight. I mean, sure, it's going to stop a lot of that Baron pressure. Only 45 seconds left on it, but you need more than that to get back into this game. And Bulldog's Talia.
I wanted that to be a better example. That was obviously not the best.
But it was still, I mean, it was
they
still
got a turret.
It was what you said, because we'll watch it again. And what Atlas is talking about is the fact that basically Pantheon ults in, looks for some CC setup here. He's under the turret, he's got turret aggro, so he's going to guarantee proc the chrono shift. And then he's just fought so many cooldowns. Unfortunately, though, Bulldog does a lot of damage. He has really just been stacking up the damage in these fights. His shoves have been amazing. His volleys have been really great. He's doing so much. I think in a more even game state, he would be like the king of damage in this one, and he's still trying to keep them
I think
in
he's still going to top damage. Maybe not against aiming, but
yeah, I think aiming probably tops.
She also has done a fair bit, but as far as like DNF, like it's all Bulldog this game.
Oh, absolutely. He's definitely top of their damage charts easily. And you know, DNF is, for me, like suddenly they've kind of captured my heart. Like they're a team I really want to root for. Hold up.
Well, they're going to kill Beryl. Yeah, doesn't get to
9 deaths.
use Repel. 9 deaths is exactly the amount that Beryl should be on.
It's more than what Lehens had yesterday, which is impressive. I mean, at least
he's probably still going to win this game.
At least as a champion that you feel pretty, like she's very squishy, but you feel kind of safe to be out there because like, I have Repel, it's fine.
Yeah.
But usually it's not fine, actually.
By the way, the Fiendish Codex, do you know what it has written down in there? That's prescriptions for the doctors. You know, he can go in and get all of these injuries checked out. So it's fine. That's why he's allowed to do this. That's why he has 2 of those items as well.
But this DNF team has made so many great decisions. They've had some really risky drafts, but the piloting of them has been so good. Good punish here on Beryl with the arrow from Berserker. You know, if he hits aiming there, obviously it's just going to be a cleanse that he gets out of it, which I think might have been his initial idea there, but he gets Beryl, he's happy with it just the same. But going back to DNF, like I feel like this early on in the year with this roster that's reformed with players from everywhere, like Pyoshig is a guy who's been in NA, Berserker coming back from NA, Life back from China, pretty eclectic playstyle, and how well they play together. Like I don't think, you know, we've ever really seen Bulldog look this consistent this early in a year either.
Agreed.
I'm just like, you know, I know they're losing this game, they're 5,000 gold behind. We should celebrate D+, but they were the clear favorites, right? Nice dodge.
Yeah, Beryl found the repel button this time.
But Beryl and D+ are the clear favorites, right? And, you know, they had that win against T1 earlier this week, but DNF are really keeping this game interesting.
Yeah. Well, Chew, let's see whether he can survive this one as the teleport is immediate. Equalizer, great position this time as he overheats. Lucid turns up and the seismic shove I don't think is going to be enough to save Bulldog. The explosion comes down immediately, eats that Seraph shield. DK not actually able to catch up to them, but DNF is still bleeding as they make their way out.
Someone's going to have to deal with those super minions in the base, and so D+ will kind of win out on this map play, even though it was a close call there for them. Good play from Shio. I mean, he's just got so much damage. The Riftmaker build gives you, especially when you have the Zonias on top of it, you're like, well, you can try to kill me, but it probably won't work, and you'll probably really regret it. And now your base is open, so we get free recalls. They're going to set up for this Baron here in 30 seconds when it spawns. And there's also the threat of that Hextech Soul, too, in 1 minute's time, excuse me. So this is really it for DNF. One last stand. One more seismic shove attempt from Bulldog as he clears out the wave. He's got his ult, no TP, but can join in relatively quickly. He's got those Swifties. And, I mean, a miracle could happen here for DNF, but D+ have so much control right now.
They really do. And this is, it feels really do or die, right? If you lose a fight around this Baron, then it's Baron into Hextech Soul, or they wait. They take control of the Baron area, and then they fight around the Dragon instead because it's a little bit less dangerous as Beryl getting the information that he can. As he dashes forward, that cocoon was phenomenal, the double bomb! And before Bulldog can do anything, he is just dead! As Beryl says, yeah, I've died 9 times, but your Nexus is still gonna explode!
Beautiful play from Beryl, and I think they've won it now!
Okay, Shu, the walking barbecue underneath the inhibitor turret is now they're just diving in. The turret will be taken down, aiming to full health. And he is going to take down Life first. Berserker running for the fountain. Dudu not given that luxury. And yeah, there are Drakes available, there are Barons available, but there's also a Nexus to destroy and things to do back home as DK are looking for the 2-0.
That's it. The top inhibitor going to go down a second time here as Lucid is going to go for one more celebration.
It is Starfallen time. And he doesn't, I thought you were going to go straight onto the fountain. That would have been a whole lot more fun. As aiming, looking to try and kill Berserker on his fountain.
Well,
as DK, like this is a statement start to this LCK Cup as the equalizer is in there. And ever since I gave Chiu a little bit of flack for his equalizers, the rest of them were great. So I think I'm going to have to start criticizing players more often. The improvement is immediate.
I feel like that play from Beryl, super high risk, high reward. Obviously, he's vulnerable. He's Elise, right? He has his flash, so he can kind of play on the edge there because if they try to engage on him, he can flash away. He's got repel, right?
But if he flashes and kills Bulldog, Bulldog is the most important champion. He's playing the most important champion, the one who could warp that last dragon fight, the one who could set up a miracle play. It's all on the Talia. And Beryl says, you don't even get that chance. You're not going to have that opportunity. You're not going to have that even attempt at a miracle because I'm just going to flash in, set up the cocoon, and take you out. You having a good day.
He had to really jazz himself up for that one as well. As Lucid, yeah, he definitely gave them the L that time around.
He certainly did.
It's so fun. Like, watching Lucid and Showmaker, Showmaker just played Set and Zillion, one after the other on purpose here in the LCK Cup and won both games. I don't know, man. I know, Chronicler has been talking about, this is first week DK and we should not get caught up in the hype, but I don't care. I'm caught up in the hype.
I mean, I
love seeing this.
This is my favorite series we've had of LCK Cup so far, just because, you see some good things for DNF. There's some hope there. D+ playing some eclectic compositions, having a lot of fun. Doing what is somewhat disrespectful, I'd say, in terms of what they drafted, but they make it look standard. They make it look like everyone should be playing this because they're so well practiced on it, like you said. Definitely been scrimming it. The chain CC, utilizing the chrono shift on the Pantheon engage.
She has to wear it backwards to make sure that we all know that she has the Beryl jersey
that's
from all those years ago. Yeah,
World Championship jersey.
Not the DRX one.
No.
Got a couple of those.
Yeah.
But yeah, of course, a reminder, I think Beryl gets a lot of flack. A lot of it is deserved. But I think that this game epitomizes what Beryl brings. Yes, a large amount of inting. But did that Nexus explode?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I mean, that's kind of how it goes, but it's at least support. It's really tricky to play, especially into the comp that DNF have. So we can give Beryl, the benefit of the doubt in a lot of these situations because DNF played well. Their comp is super punishing, especially for a squishy support like Elise. And so, sometimes that is going to happen, but he makes the game-ending play. I won't call it the game-winning play because, they could have won the game just with a standard team fight probably on the Dragon.
Yeah.
But he doesn't even give DNF that team fight, and it's decisions like that when you have the agency, when you have the flash button and you're like, I'm holding this game in my hands. Or Beryl, he doesn't miss in the big moments, I feel like that's been true of him in so many critical series. And D+, man, they pull ahead 2-0 in the group.
Yeah, look at that shove.
Bulldog had a fantastic series.
He did. I want to take nothing away from Bulldog, from DNF just in general. I felt like it looked like DK styling. It was a bit of Harlem Globetrotters. It was a little bit of we're going to pick the cool stuff and we're just going to take you down. But Bulldog, I think having a performance like this really speaks volumes to the potential in the future for DNF.
Yeah, and when you lose a series like this too, this is the kind of series that makes you want to punch the desk, before you walk off stage. But it's a tough loss, but I think there's a lot learned, no doubt. And DNF really brought the fight to D+. What a great series!
Yeah, really amazing stuff. I want to say, Lucid this is what we wanted from his debut. I feel like he wasn't quite at this level last year, but he's just treating the LCK like challenger. That's what it feels like to me. He's playing Pantheon. He's getting these aggressive moves happening in the early game. And this is what we wanted to see out of this guy when he joined, and I'm so glad that it's happened. Him and Showmaker looking fantastic together as usual. This DK could be going places this year. You never know.
Yeah, I feel like Aiming quietly had an amazing game here as well. He positioned really, really well, did so much damage for this squad, survived in so many tense situations. D+, a team to be feared.
Yeah.
And as we predicted, Aiming does top the damage in this one, but Bulldog tops the damage on his team. Shiu, some risky moments for him. Definitely some flashes were used. But yeah, I think there's so much growth potential in this player who already has such a high floor, let's say.
Oh, 100%. I cannot wait to see DK's next game. Mainly because we don't know what they're going to be picking. It's been a whole lot of fun thus far. And the fact that it worked, the fact that they cook that crazy and it still works is extraordinarily impressive. So I'm just hoping that we get as much more of that as possible. Player of the match, though, Wolf.
Lucid.
Is it just Lucid? It's just Lucid, right? It's got to be. His Lilia was so incredibly good. And the Pantheon, he picked Pantheon. He played it on purpose. There he is. 8, 2, and 12, that triple kill, I think we can all remember. a 10 KDA for game 1.
I think there might be some scattered votes around, and I think that's totally fine. But for me, it was a pretty easy call.
Yeah.
You know, like if he inted game 2 and had a horrible game, I probably would have still voted for him for how hard he played Lilia in game 1. You know what I mean?
Yeah, very true. And we will get information on who voted for what, I believe, after the POM interview as well. And so we'll get all of those cool little anecdotes as people do announce what's going on. But now it is time to throw it over to the interview.
Thank you very much. This is Dear for the POM interview translation, joined by Lucid on the side of D+ Kia, who just secured another victory for Group Elder. Congratulations!
와, 네, 2대 0으로 완승을 하면서 2연승을
With the
달성했는데요.
2-0 victory, you just secured your second consecutive win.
들어볼게요.
And Group
일단
Elder
이렇게
is
이겨서 장로
leading
그룹에 기여할
the
수 있어서
leaderboard. How do you
정말 좋은
feel?
것 같고 그리고 오늘 2대 0으로 이겨서
It feels
더
great to
좋은
be
것
able to
같습니다.
contribute to Group Elder and being able
아니,
to
오늘
continue our win streak is actually very great.
레드 1픽으로 판테온이 나왔어요.
In game 2, for our one pick, you guys locked in Pantheon, and then completed the draft with Elise and Zillion, a never before seen comp. So what kind of synergy were you looking for?
보니까 챔피언들이 많이 없어지고
To be honest,
새로운
because it
챔피언들이 많이
is the
등장하는데
fearless draft, there's a lot of limitations on champions, and you'll start seeing a lot of new champions as well. So as we are practicing a lot of different champions, I think this is just something that we ended up with.
뱀픽이었던 것 같습니다.
I think so far this was the most fun we had with the draft.
네, 그래가지고 판테온
It looks like you guys are really enjoying your time with the draft. Yeah, when we locked in Pantheon and Elise and Zillion, everyone was just full of smiles, and we really enjoyed our time. And these unique picks are actually really paying off. And the Zillion Pantheon comp on stage looked so good. So
일단
How do you guys come up with these comps?
LPL에서 먼저 나왔고 그리고 감독
you know,
코치님들이랑
in
선수들이랑
LPL, that's where
평소에도
we
얘기를
first
많이
saw
하는데
Pantheon.
그 과정 속에서
And
발견한
as a team, we
챔피언들인 것
talk
같습니다.
with the coaching staff, and through the process, we end up
일단 원래
with these sort of
감독님께서
comps.
판테온 한번 해보자고
So who comes up with these comps
얘기하셨는데
then?
그래가지고
I think our head coach usually initiates these sort of conversations, and then we just agree, okay, we'll try it, and then that's how we ended up with the Elise and eventually Zillion as well. And D+ Kia is definitely amplifying the fun in Fearless Draft. Lucid, you won the Rookie of the Year award last year, and your contribution today was immense as well. And we can just see how seasoned you are becoming. So compared to last year, how do you think you grew? As I play the game, I think I actually feel a lot more comfortable. I feel a lot more stable. So it feels like I have more leisure, and I can be a little more laid back while I play. And you weren't a part of D+ Kia back then, but many fans have been saying that they're seeing the old D+ Kia. What is your goal for this LCK Cup? You know, with me joining this great team, a lot of people may have been concerned, but I'm confident that I can grow as a player, and we can definitely show and display better performance in the future. And that's the end of the interview with Lucid, and back to the space. Thank you.
I mean, if they're calling it like the D+ Kia of old, that means they're calling Lucid OG Canyon right there, which is quite the compliment by the fans. It's 2-0 for D+ Kia over the DN Automotive Freaks in the battle of our car sponsors. It is D+ Kia get the victory here.
Yeah. Inside of me, there are two voices, and one is telling me to chill, telling me to reason, and the other one is just yelling hype really loudly.
Hype train!
It is hard not to get excited because thus far the team has looked creative, on the same page, and Barrel is doing peak Barrel 6. I think these votes make complete sense. Really does feel like the aiming one is the only one where I'm a little bit questionable, not because I feel like he was a problem, but come on, guys. Like, is this challengers? The man is dunking on people. And it is not just that, but we saw glimpses of this DK last year as well. But they were never able to string it together. And now, it's all we've seen from them.
Yeah, I mean, Lucid played really well, but also I really wanted to vote for Showmaker because he picks Set and he picks Zillion, and also he tanks, he punches, but he throws the bombs and he does everything, man! This Showmaker, this is the Showmaker that I really wanted to see again, and this is the DK playstyle I was been looking for, man.
I will say, Chronicler, it is easier to play Pantheon when you have a Zillion behind
It's
you.
disgusting.
It makes it a lot easier.
He
to go in.
didn't even buy a lot of ability. It was 40 seconds when you hit level 3 on the ultimate, and you can just do whatever. Even the speed up is insane for Pantheon, right? Because it allows you to just get on top of your opponent so much easier. You don't just have the W and the E. I think the general consensus was that he just played an incredible series. But the Pantheon game, while fun, it was the Lilia game that was most impressive to me, because Pantheon feels in line with the rest of his champions. Lilia is a different style of play and still worked out really well for DK.
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's so great to see this D plus Kia be so unique. You not only have the rookie talent in Shiwu holding his own, looking good, but last year's rookie of the year in Lucid stepping up there, as you can see all of the quotes that everyone's saying.
Rascal coming in hot as well.
Show, even with the meta picks. Shout out to Rascal on the Korean desk, already hopping on into our quotes. But a good showing overall by all of D plus Kia. Let's take a look at the draft here for that game number 2, because started off with the Pantheon early. You're like, all right, they're cooking yet again, Cronny.
And it is again unclear where these are going to go, because when Barrel won with back then Damwon Gaming, he was the one who was piloting the Pantheon. Here we had a suspicion that it was going to be, but again, it's a suspicion. They're so incredibly versatile in what they play, and even with the Elise, it was kind of still a big question mark where everything was going. And the moment we saw the Zillion, I'm like Vi actually doesn't get to play the game. Playing Vi into Zillion is one of the most unfun things that exist, because it feels like Inter Morgana, which is also seen as a counter, it feels like there's a little bit of window outplay. With Zillion, you just can't.
Yeah, I really want to shout out Showmaker once again, because I feel like he played 5 different champions in 5 games, right? And I think that's the reason why I really love Showmaker, because in Fearless, he plays what it fits for his teammates, you know? And then normally when you think about the pro players, they can play all the champions, but it doesn't have really good high level of skills, you know? But Showmaker is a guy has always having a good real quality of the skills of that champion, you know?
Yeah, the only one that didn't work here was Xerath, and it didn't even feel like the Xerath specifically was the issue. Well, this is to highlight both Showmaker's champion pool, but additionally, DK, they haven't been pushed to this. As where are things going? We don't know. Is it
Shuffling.
What is support? What is jungle? They are fooling you, but the funniest thing to me is that this is not necessitated by Fearless. They're just doing this. They're doing this in game 1. They're picking completely off-meta champions just because, like, yeah, this will be good.
And yet again, give a quick shout out to the coaching staff. We saw it in game number 1. Wadid has pushed a lot about how important it is for coaching staff not only to be good coaches, but also great drafters as well. Here's a moment that I'm very excited to share with everyone. This is Wadid's pro tips for our highlight number 1. Wadid, what do you got for us?
So I think DNF have all the controls in the river. When you think about it, they got the Banana Brush and also they got the Vision here. But I think the one player was missing the point. I think that was the Bulldog. I think he was playing Talia, and he definitely could look for the wall up right here, you know. They could actually block the pathing, and then they could look for the battle angle for the Gnar ulti and also Ash Arrow, but he was positioning here for absolute no reason. So here's the result. So he was just dealing the damage on Evelyn, I don't know, something else, and life got cut because of that. So they were not using Talia good enough. So that was the reason why, even though DK didn't have the vision or pressure, they could fight for this trade. And that was the huge difference between those teams. So when you're playing the champion, you have to think about what your abilities, and you have to pull it off, especially on stage.
It's also a bit of a shocker performance from both Life and Pioshik, I think they don't seem very synced. And the tragedy is that Bulldog was by far the best performing member throughout that game. And even then, you know, little moments like it might have turned it. I think that DNF or DN Freaks was very clearly caught off guard by this comp, and they were like, what do we do? Because they were going, I think the only way you can overwhelm that comp is by fully committing in a 5v. Because what they did is they go in 1x1, which that's exactly what DK want.
Yeah, in the moments where they were winning those fights, Dudu had Gnar ult up, was ready to go, and they picked the fight on their own terms. In that replay we saw, they just left Nautilus to get blown up, and that is what happened. Also, Wadid, I like that you said, oh, he's shooting it at Evelyn, because Evelyn's invisible. I saw what you did there. Here's highlight number 2, the Otacon fight that went the way of D+.
Yeah, this is the reason why normally people doesn't want to play against Zillion, you know. He has ultimate and he has bombs. At first place, I think DNF had really great start of the fight, especially Bulldog. In this case, he was positioning really well with his abilities, and that was the reason why DK kind of split it and getting caught. But at the end, you know, I was thinking that maybe DNF could win out of it because of the Nautilus ulti, got 4-man ulted. But also, look at that combination, man. How can you think about DK could actually win it out with that bombs here?
It's the combination of Lucid's damage as well as the Showmaker, right? Lucid, particularly on something like the Pantheon, as long as you can get multiple rotations off, you are deceptively tanky with your E, and then simultaneously those Qs really hurt, and then Showmaker bought him all the time that he needed, and it's that 1-2 that I think made DK so insanely oppressive to play against here.
That was the Freaks' best opportunity to try and come back, and just a little bit short. The Otacon buff not proccing before those players died, so they got it after they respawned. Anyways, it is a victory here for D+ Kia, 2-0 over the DN Freaks. They do stand on top of the side of Group Baron with the only win that Group Baron has had so far. Group Elder looking like they're sending their top 3 teams straight to playoffs, which is great for Nongshim and for DRX, who are on the bottom of that group. But that's not the only matches that we have today. We've got another big one. DRX, they've got themselves the victory so far up against T1, still looking for their first win and getting comfortable with that new roster. How will they do? We'll find out after this short break. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the LCK Cup. What do you think about the LCK Cup, guys, so far? What has been the biggest thing for you?
I'm going to miss Fearless. If it does eventually dip, I'm going to be really sad. I think Fearless already has been a smash hit. And the irony, again, is that I don't think that teams actually are forced yet because of the Fearless setup, but they're still choosing to draft different stuff, which anything that can create more and more varied drafts, I think, is always welcome.
I mean, I think this system is one of the best system Riot brought into the pro scene, you know. I feel like so many different champions are coming in is always exciting. And also, this kind of strategy with Ataka, new objectives, like always giving up some new updates on our brain. And I just want to just say to all the solo queue players that even though you lose your feats and you lose your Atakan, you can still win it.
I actually don't think that's true, Wadid, because that's not what my teammates have been.
That's
not what my teammates have been doing.
All right.
Feats, game's done.
Well, we'll have the therapy session for your solo queue games in just a little bit. Okay, we're ready to go to break now. When we come back, T1 versus DRX for the LCK Cup. See you in a bit.
일단 경기를 하는 선수 입장에서는 경기를 많이 할 수 있게 돼서 좀 좋은 것 같고요. 이번 곧 다가오는 LCK 컵이 좀 되게 새롭게 피어리스도 뱀픽이 들어가니까 그런 부분도 좀 기대되는 것 같습니다.
제가 LCK를 좀 오래 했다고 생각하는데 그때 동안 항상 똑같은 방식으로만 하다가 이제 새로운 방식으로 한다는 소식을 듣고서 뭔가 새롭고 재밌고 더 잘해보고 싶다는 마음이 드는 것 같습니다.
고인물은 썩기 마련이라고 변화는 좋은 거라 생각하고요. 새롭게 바뀌어서 또 새로운 시작을 하는 느낌이 들어서 신선하고 재밌을 것 같습니다.
항상 롤이란 게임이 게임 내에서도 변화가 자주 일어나는 게임이다 보니까 이렇게 리그 자체에서도 변화를 주는 것도 상당히 긍정적으로 다가올 것 같아요.
경기 많이 하는 거 진짜 좋다고 생각하고 하는 사람도 그렇고 보는 사람도 그렇고 많으면 많을수록 재밌으니까 그런 점은 되게 좋다 생각합니다.
챔프 폭이 진짜 많이 넓어야 되겠구나 이런 생각 좀 많이 했던 것 같고 이제 세 번째 경기 정도에 가면 정말 대부분의 메타 챔프를 못 쓰는 좀 그런 경우도 좀 많았던 것 같아서 좀 생소한 챔피언들 좀 많이 보실 수 있지 않을까 생각하고 있습니다.
일단 되게 좀 챔피언들이 여러 가지 나올 것 같아가지고 일단 그 부분은 되게 많이 크게 바뀔 것 같고요. 그 전 시즌이랑 좀 3세트까지 가면은 완전 좀 새로운 챔피언 이런 것들 나올 것 같아서 좀 재밌을 수도 있을 것 같아요.
이제 저희가 지금 스크림을 보통 피어리스로 진행을 하거든요. 뭔가 생각보다 엄청 색다른 픽은 나오진 않는데 그래도 3세트까지 가면은 무조건 이제 평소에 보지 못했던 것들이 나올 만해서 그런 게 좋은 것 같아요.
CL에서 이미 하드 피어리스로 그 경험을 이미 해봤기 때문에 제가 피어리스 쪽에서는 선배지 않나 하는 마음이 있습니다.
색다른 챔프들이 많이 나와가지고 재밌는 것 같고 워낙 정글이든 탑이든 어느 라인이든 나오는 챔프만 나오는 게 대다 보니까 많이 보시는 분들도 식상할 수 있었을 것 같은데 피어리스로 되게 재밌게 보실 수 있을 것 같아요.
스킨 이름 때문에 탈론을 보겠습니다. 제가 아케인에도 봤는데 안배사가 떠오르는 것 같아요.
안배사가 잘 떠오르는 것 같아요. 왜냐면 아케인에도 최근에 나왔었고 안배사가 가장 먼저 떠오르는 것 같습니다.
카타리나 예전에 제가 모스트 1이었어가지고 아마추어 때부터 카타리나를 좋아합니다.
다리우스요.
딱 녹서스 하면 딱 다리우스가 생각나네요.
저는 녹서스 하면 다리우스가 제일 먼저 생각나는 것 같아요.
사실 솔랭에는 그 수많은 무리민들이 많아가지고 사실 다리우스 정도는 굉장히 상위권에 속하는 그런 픽이라고 생각합니다.
다리우스 골픽을 하더라도 잘한다면 아무 문제 없죠. 못하면 이제 거기서 살짝 되는 건데 잘하면 문제 없습니다.
저는 그냥 다리우스 장인인가? 이 생각이 제일 먼저 드는 것 같고
그건 좀 싫을 것 같아요. 아무래도 챔피언이 좀 단순하고 둔하다 보니까 지금 메타에는 좀 안 맞지 않나 그런 생각을 좀 하고 있어요.
그때는 사기였어가지고 그때는 정상 참작이 되는데 요즘은 절대 안 됩니다.
시스템적인 변경이 이번에 되게 많아가지고 뭐 예를 들면 타워 데미지도 좀 세지고 좀 빠르게 게임이 진행되는 그런 걸 좀 느끼실 수 있을 것 같습니다.
일단 타워가 바뀌었는데 옛날 타워랑 뭔가 좀 많이 바뀌어서 좀 처음에는 좀 적응하는데 좀 시간이 필요했던 것 같아요.
미니언 웨이브를 건드리면은 게임이 진짜 많은 게 뒤바뀔 수 있다고 생각해서 개념 같은 것들이 초반 미니언을 좀 손을 본 거? 그게 제일 클 것 같아요.
아무래도 무력 행사가 결국 후반 가면은 이제 풀템 다 띄울 텐데 무력 행사를 얻는 쪽에서 신발 강화를 할 수가 있어가지고 당연히 이제 아타칸도 중요하긴 한데 뭐 무력 행사 먹은 쪽이 당연하게 또 아타칸에서 더 셀 거고 그래서 첫 번째로 무력 행사가 가장 중요하지 않나라는 생각이 있습니다.
사실 이번에 이제 꽃 같은 게 많이 나오더라고요. 꽃 같은 게 경험치를 정말 많이 주어가지고 이제 뭐 라인전을 강한 걸 바탕으로 때리다 보면 꽃을 좀 많이 먹게 되어서 꽃이 중요한 것 같고
아타칸을 중심으로 교전도 많이 일어날 것 같고 효과도 좀 사기라고 생각돼가지고 그걸 이용한 것들로 이제 좀 재밌는 상황이 많이 나오지 않을까 싶습니다.
그 부활하는 아타칸이 있거든요. 그게 좀 많이 중요하지 않을까.
탐식의 아타칸 효과가 수호천사 효과 비슷한데 전 이게 너무 밸런스가 붕괴될 정도로 안 맞는다고 생각을 해서 이걸 그대로 가져온다면 되게
너무 중요할 것 같고
가엔 효과 붙어있는 아타칸이 있는데 그게 좀 되게 사기인 것 같아가지고 되게 중요한 변경점인 것 같아요.
저인 것 같습니다. 그래도 제가 베테랑 편에 속하고 또 다양한 픽들도 많이 해봤기 때문에 제일 뭔가 적응이 빠르지 않을까 뭐 이런 생각하고 있습니다.
피엔 선수가 좀 오래 많이 하다 본 선수니까 옛날 챔피언도 많이 엄청 잘하는 선수라고 생각해서 다양한 챔피언들을 잘 활용할 수 있을 것 같습니다.
랩터 선수라고 말하고 싶네요. 일단 아타칸이라고 새로운 그 오브젝트 생겼는데 그 부분에 대해서 되게 컨트롤을 잘 해주는 것 같아가지고 랩터 선수로 하겠습니다.
영준이 이제 스펀지 선수가 동선이나 그런 좀 머리 굴리는 거를 엄청 잘해요. 그래서 스펀지 선수가 적응을 진짜 빠르게 잘 할 것 같아요.
룰라 선수 하겠습니다. 저를 뽑겠습니다. 왜냐면 LPL에서 뛰어보았어가지고 이제 LPL 템포가 좀 빠르거든요. 그래서 제가 좀 잘 적응할 수 있지 않을까 싶습니다.
표식 선수? 아무래도 창현이 형 같은 경우에는 뭐 월주 우승 경력도 있고 뭔가 그 아타칸이라는 새로운 그 오브젝트가 나왔잖아요, 이번에. 약간 게임의 판도를 뒤집어 놓을 수 있는 그런 오브젝트라서 두뇌 회전 같은 게 되게 빨라야 된다 생각하거든요. 뭔가 그런 과정 속에서의 움직임 같은 게 표익 선수가 제가 봤을 때는 가장 좋은 것 같아서 표익 선수인 것 같아요.
클로저 선수가 이제 되게 PRX 때부터 뭔가 되게 교전도 잘하고 뭔가 라인전도 잘하고 되게 한타 때도 잘하는 모습 많이 보여주었어가지고 뭔가 그 박치기 공룡이 이제 이미지가 이제 또 저희 팀도 뭔가 그렇게 따라가지는 것 같아가지고 또 되게 교전 한타 기대해 볼 만한 것 같습니다.
BDD 선수가 가장 빠를 것 같은 게 KT가 좀 예전부터 교전을 좋아했어가지고 또 그 중심에는 BDD 선수가 있었다고 생각해서 좋게 생각하고 있습니다.
민석이 같은 친구가 이 친구는 템포를 굉장히 잘 올리는구나 라고 생각이 들었는데 또 이렇게 템포가 올려진다고 하니까 뭐 민석이가 잘 적응할 것 같기도 하고 기대가 되는 친구인 것 같습니다.
저희 그냥 5명 전체 다 제일 잘 적응할 수 있을 것 같고 또 교전하면은 저희 팀이 꿀리지 않는다고 생각해서 다 너무 잘할 것 같아요.
파이팅! 스펀지 파이팅! DRX 파이팅!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2025 LCK Cup. I'm Atlas, joined by Wolf. We're ready to dive into our second series of the day. This one being a rematch of your 2022 World Finals. Yep, that's what I'm allowed to introduce it as. Doesn't necessarily feel like the same level of competition, perhaps, than it was back then, especially with the results that we know actually came from that best of 5 series. This one is looking like it probably should be a little bit more one-sided.
I think it likely will be, but we'll see. T1 did end up losing a long series against D+. They're coming off a loss. DRX coming off a win. DRX were able to narrowly defeat Bro in their opening series. T1, though, poised now, if they win this series as we expect, to then bring their group to a second win. Because right now there's
doubling the wins.
Yeah, they still only have the one that DNF picked up earlier this week, and they weren't able to get a second, despite playing some good games against DK. You can see the standings here across the groups. If you guys don't understand the format, because I've seen a lot of questions online, everyone in Group Baron plays against everyone in Group Elder. So you're competing with the enemy team, but also competing within your group, because the bottom team of the losing group actually is automatically eliminated. It depends on whether you're going to, or everything else depends on your group standing, whether you're going to get eliminated, whether you're going to go to play-ins, whether you're going straight to playoffs. So you want your group to win. And so far, it's looking like Elder's probably going to win.
Yep, and you also, if you are in the winning group, you get 3 people sent immediately to the playoffs as well. So you're skipping a whole bunch of playing games and stuff like that. It is definitely very good to be on the winning team. The winning team is right now Group Elder, and we'll see whether DRX can bring it to 7 if they can. Teams are not opposing spirits after their first match, of course. LazyFeel making the very first Vietnamese player here in the LCK debut. And now he's up against, the world champs. So we'll just have to see. Faker versus UCal. 1,751 days since these two squads matched up. And when they were playing against each other, I guess like the heyday of UCal in the LCK, UCal was better, right?
Yeah.
Like this was 2018 KT. This was like what we considered the best team in the world until they weren't that year. So very exciting stuff. This is also very exciting stuff with LazyFeel in the starting lineup, of course. Unfortunately, Teddy still unwell, and hoping that he is going to be feeling better next week.
Yeah, hoping so too, but LazyFeel, pretty serviceable performance in their match against Bro. Had some tough laning phases, but outside the laning phases, positioning his team fights were good. It's a very aggressive player, and the competition is stiff today against Gamusi and Keria on the other side. We'll see if he is able to lane swap his way out of some of those laning phases, because Guma Keria, arguably considered the strongest bottom 2v2 lane in terms of getting advantages and being strong side. You mentioned the record between Faker and UCal, 15-11 in favor of Faker. That just goes to tell you how dominant UCal was back in the day. Very few players could say they almost go 50-50 with Faker here in the LCK. And I'm excited to have UCal back. We'll see what he ends up getting done. He ended up getting POM in that match against Bro, despite having a tough Victor game in the one loss. Bounced back in a big way. With Fearless, you think about players who have wide champion pools. Faker's is the widest. And I think we haven't even really fully seen what T1 can do if their drafts are fully unlocked. And, right now, I'm not putting them in that same tier as D+ and Genji in terms of drafting. Maybe today, though, we'll see something a little bit stronger.
Yeah, and I think the only one that can really be... what is happening here? Oh, we're trying to work out who's going to get their hand on top, and in the end, was it UCal that actually came out ahead?
I thought it was Rich, maybe, but I'm not sure.
I don't know. Everyone really gave it a red-hot crack, though, to try and get that one sorted out, so that was fun. What I was going to say is that you mentioned Faker, massive champion pool. We know has played professionally like over 70 different champions, but Keria also does like to play weird stuff. I feel like the support pool at the moment as well is pretty wide open, and so that could be a fun place to look, as Andal hasn't really been tested too much as far as his personal champion pool is concerned.
Yeah. It's been discussed a lot on talk shows, it's been discussed on Twitter, it's been discussed everywhere, but the big elephant in the room is Doran replacing Zeus here on this roster, and so far looking pretty good at it. He definitely wasn't really the main reason why T1 was defeated by D+, but it changes how they have to draft. I think it's going to take T1 some time to adjust to how Doran absorbs pressure, and he doesn't get the same draft resources that Zayas did, where oftentimes Zayas was blinding picks because he would win no matter what, or you'd give him a really strong counter pick and he would crush the lane. Doran's not necessarily that type of player, so the way that you have to draft has to be adjusted over time here, and with Fearless Draft, there's a lot of challenges on top of that. So I do wonder how T1's identity will change over the course of these few weeks here before we get into the LCK. There's still an incredibly strong roster. I mean, Doran was one of our best top laners in the LCK, replacing one of the best top laners in the LCK. There was always the core. You can have a debate about Zayas versus Keen, right? But Doran was always kind of just one small step below. And so he does, have a lot of experience, and I think it is going to change how T1 plays. Once they figure out how to play through him a little bit better with their drafting, I think this team has a really high ceiling, as we all know.
Yeah, it's still T1, right? And changing one piece to a player that, had beaten them in the past as well, in some of those huge matchups that we remember from a couple of years ago. Look, this is still the T1 that you know and love. It's just got Doran up there towards the top side instead. They're going to be facing off against DRX here, though, a team with a whole bunch of very new names, right? It's just Sponge, really, sticking around from the former roster. And Yukao coming in, of course, much older name. Rich as well, out of retirement and into DRX is what it kind of feels like. And LazyFeel making his debut as well. And of course, when Teddy does come back, it will look a little bit like the roster we were expecting, but LazyFeel, I think, has been a welcome addition to this squad at the same time, even if his CS numbers aren't necessarily what a lot of people would like in an 80 carry. Sometimes you just put your money in where your mouth is in the team fights, and that's going to get you there. Let's dive into the draft here for game number 1, though. DRX on the blue side, they got side selection. Remember, the only team out of the teams that have played today that have won on the red side. So we'll see whether this blue side boon is going to continue here for our teams in the LCK Cup, or whether T1 can buck the trend and just be the better team.
That is the question. That's the expectation as well. Would be a pretty big upset for this roster that's newly formed here to take out T1. Would put them at 0-2 to start out the group battle after week 1. Kalista ban here, not a surprise. See the Cassante off the table now. This leaves a lot up, though. Skarner, Aurora, Vi. Yeah, these picks are incredibly powerful. So T1 looking to do some trading here in the draft, it looks like here, and leave a lot up. Cassante more commonly banned on the blue side.
Yeah, I would expect that Skarner needs to be the last ban here for T1. That champion has just been a little bit too strong. We saw it one time here in the LCK Cup so far. The Aurora going to be taken away here by DRX, just making sure that they can't give away too much if that Skarner is left up.
I like that read, because they already indexed into the Caitlyn ban to stop the Gumacaria push lane from, again, zoning LazyFeel out of CS, but you know that T1 are playing the trade game, so just take one of those options away, because otherwise they could end up with like Aurora Nocturne. Owner's a great Nocturne player. He has played it even when it isn't meta a ton. The Skarner will ultimately be what T1 are not willing to play around with in terms of the trade, but this does give the Vi over to Sponge. Yep. And a pick that I've enjoyed his Vi.
Yep, I think giving Sponge a lot of proactivity, things like this, and some early game presence certainly going to be good here for DRX, and gives you a very easy go button. And for a team that has only just started coming together, I think having an easy go button is certainly a good idea. We'll see whether the follow-up from Yukal and Rich is going to be good enough.
I'm guessing we're going to see a Varus pick here for T1.
Yep, Varus or Ashe probably the ones that they're looking for.
Yeah. Jace will get locked first, though. It's that strong flex.
Briar left.
Wow,
crazy.
Fast Jin Zhao lock here as well. Into the Vi. Can be quite strong.
Yeah, we've seen Xin be really powerful
if he gets,
so far.
If he gets ulted and then he drops down his Crescent Guard, it's really hard to follow up and kill him. So it feels nice in that isolated matchup. It can be quite useful at long-range engage as well himself.
Ooh, Taliyah Vi. Yukal was one of our Taliyah guys back in the day.
Yeah, before Taliyah was like a jungler, and before becoming a mid laner again. Yeah, back in the original Taliyah days, he was quite strong back then on this pick.
Let's see where Rich wants to go. Could be an Ambessa angle if he would like to pick up some big guns, but of course, the Jace still flexible here.
That's what's so scary about the Jace flex early. I think the Ambessa is still worth it, though. If you don't lock it here, you're not going to get it, so...
And you might be giving it away as well if Faker is going to be flexing, and then Gumayushi can go into some of the awesome dudes and make up for the lack of magic damage. I think it's a good idea to take it away when you can.
This does limit the amount of AD carries that you feel safe playing as T1, because you have a lot of poke with this Jace, you have Shinzao, which is going to be a pretty robust front line, but there's just so much long-range engage that an immobile AD carry like the Varus is a little bit less appealing. The Ashe a little bit less appealing here. Faker potentially to lock the Ahri. The Galio, I think, a better choice.
Yeah, I like the Galio a whole lot more. Galio Xin Zhao is tried and true. And this means that Gumayusi can go towards something like a Jinx, something a little bit more hyper carry, because that heroic entrance is so incredibly powerful. And we know Gumayusi pretty good when he gets his hands on one of these big carries.
Yeah, you can just safely ban Ashe here, I think, if you're feeling like that's an angle they want to potentially take. But, you know, we don't know what DRX's lane plan is just yet. They've saved that for last. They want to give LazyField a little bit more comfortable lane. But obviously, you know, you don't have red side, you don't have that final pick. The Jinx feels like you called it out, feels like a pretty nice pick here if they can set up for those resets. I mean, Galio is very strong at doing so. I wonder if T1 will consider it, considering Guma's proficiency with the champ. Kai'Sa banned kind of leans towards something like that, or maybe even like an Ezreal that they could play here in this first game.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind Ezreal if you're going to be playing, you know, a little bit more with some added damage, but I guess they don't really have much of a place to put that. Doran could be playing a more tank variety of the Jace as well, heaven forbid.
I like the Renata ban because it just shuts down a lot of different other kill lanes that Guma Keria can play, like even Draven. Varus, same situation here.
Yeah, just ban Gumayusi's best champion. I think that does make some sense, but the Jinx feels like a good move.
Jinx or Ezreal feel really good here. I like the Ezreal more just because he's so mobile. It's hard to lock him down. Yeah, Vi can ult him, but if he's far enough away, it's really difficult to do so. And they banned the Varus, so they can't play the Varus into your Ezreal. There's no Kai'Sa. I feel like this is a pretty easy angle, but they're going to fall into the Xayah trap. Now, Guma's one player who I trust, even with the Xayah into dive, where it's like, okay, yeah, we can Featherstorm away from a lot of different CC. With a lot of players, you're like, okay, well, you pressed R, but then they have more CC. Guma has had some incredible Xayah games over his career.
Yeah.
And I do trust him a little bit more, but it's not the pick I was expecting or hoping for. The Ezreal instead looks like it's going LazyField's way.
Yeah, and if it's like DRX could pick Ezreal Poppy here, put Andal on the Poppy in support if they'd like to, and then you're not allowed to pick Rakan. That's illegal at that point. I do think that like it's already a little bit dangerous with the rocks being strewn on the floor and things like that. Keria finding engage angles on the Rakan is hard, or they can just pick it away themselves.
It's so good with their comp too, to be honest. Like, you grab Rakan here and you could follow up on so much of that CC, but they don't have to deny it because they have the Poppy, which can give them so much more objective control too. Very strong in the early game for engage and for, you know, just setting up for early dives. But I like this more.
Yeah, and now you've got like Justice Punch, that's a dash. Audacious Charge, that's a dash. Rakan, that's a dash. So they're not going to pick Rakan, thank goodness. You can see a wry smile on Keria's face, but he's still going to lock it in. So this is scary for T1.
He looks really reluctant to play it here.
I wonder why.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to make it clear to everyone, he knows the risks associated with this lock-in, and he's not happy with it, but Tom's made the call. Perhaps it's Faker who's ultimately decided, but at the end of the day, he is going to be playing that Lovers duo down in the bottom lane into a Poppy. Going to be quite challenging. The range issue here as well. Like, sure, you have poke from Doran on the Jace, but you don't have long range for your AD carry. There's a decent front line here with the Ambessa, but there's just so many threats that Xayah's ult needs to be utilized very, very well, very carefully at the right moment. Galio competed decently well, though, and I think that kind of saves it for T1 with this draft. But if I take the nameplates off, I'm feeling really good about the blue side when I'm looking at this draft. I mean, they got Giga S-tier champions here in this draft. A really solid set of easy chain CC. They're keeping it simple. And sometimes when you're the weaker team, when you're the underdog coming into a series like this, if you can make the draft as easy to pilot as possible, you're going to have a better time. And I think that was exactly the strategy here for Song and DRX.
I would agree. I actually really like what DRX have put together, but we'll see whether T1 can just use the fact that, you know, they're the world champions. They've been playing together for a really long time. At least 4 of them have, with Doran coming in. Doran pretty well acquainted with how T1 works, though. So we'll just have to see whether they can find some magic. The composition is cohesive. The problem is what is lurking on the other side of the rift that can sort of counteract what a lot of their engage wants to do. Let's dive into the rift, see what happens. All right, T1 fans in full voice. We'll see whether DRX can try and silence LOL Park here in game 1. They do have the power of the blue side. They do have what we see as a decent draft. But T1 are still T1. We'll see whether they can get over the line utilizing that. We've seen already that DK, pretty formidable opposition after dispatching with their foes this morning pretty comfortably, one could say. And so T1 losing to them feels a little bit less bad. If they lost to DRX here, though, that would certainly not be great, especially because that basically confirms that Group Baron is doomed.
Yes, have to agree with you on that. And you can lose to one of the top teams in Group Elder, but if you start to lose to some of the shakier ones, things look a little bit rougher. It's a pretty tough level 1 for DRX's composition, so they can't force the vision control they'd like to otherwise have here, but LazyFeel and Andil will be able to safely go up here on this ward. Now, Doran is playing Jace, and Rich is playing Ambessa. I know everyone can read that, everyone can see it on the screen. A little bit tougher to avoid dives as the Jace, because he's just not that tanky. If he can get a good knockback to the skies, a transformation, like maybe you can survive and trade that back. Ambessa a little bit more dashy.
Yep.
A little bit easier to live when we do have those potential trades coming up.
Yeah, you just have more, like, your buttons do more stuff.
It's better under a turret than a Jace, sadly.
Rich doing his very best to pick up as much experience as he can. That's why you can see him walking up. And he's likely not going to have to worry about being dove just yet. We'll see whether Owner does make his way down there and try and get something done. But there's not a lot of tankiness at this stage of the game. Turrets are very, very dangerous. And so maybe we'll just see, you know, them attempt to zone him off the turret. And we'll see whether Rich is going to be okay. Right now, with a biscuit and a potion, neither of these top laners have hit a CS, nor have they used any of their consumables. So, see what that means.
See a bottom lane roam for Andil, expecting a potential aggressive play to come here. He's going to stave off that pressure a little bit.
Yeah.
And both junglers are pathing top side here. And we'll see Ezreal obviously continue to push things in here, even with his support at the bottom lane. So LazyFeel trying to harass Doran. Doran getting a lot of farm, though. See if Andil can make something happen here. I don't think he'll really be able to make a proactive play unless T1 make a mistake. Won't be able to deny this play, but he's keeping himself unknown.
Yeah, Rich doing his very best to try and at least maximize the amount that he's allowed to pick up. Hasn't done as well as Doran as, at this point, but of course Doran only in a 1v1, so going to be feeling all right about that. Yuka throwing some rocks around and is otherwise having a good time here in this lane, but Faker is no stranger to playing the Galio. One of my favorite Rift rivals was when Faker and Rookie were both there, both of them at the height of the Galio meta.
Yeah, I mean,
and looked really, really good. It's always been a treat.
Always
LazyFeel, this is a treat for him and not one that he really wants. I think knows that he's dead as he throws down the barrier. There's the wind becomes lightning as Owner is going to make sure that the Ezreal dies. And over the wall goes Sponge, understanding that this 1v2 is not one that he can take. First blood to T1.
Yeah, a little bit overzealous on the barrier, you would have to say, but Owner does have to flash here. Ultimately, now looking for a little bit more down here on the Rich. That's such a high-value ward that one of these bot laners put there to see any potential Poppy roam. Didn't end up going for any aggression there. But now Doran looking for the execute. And will be successful. That was a really smart play, knowing that they're going to come up and try to punish him, and he will just get out for free.
Yep, really cute stuff. Denies anything there, as well as being able to pick up an entire wave worth of farm. It's actually an even bigger deal than just grabbing that first blood, right? The fact that he's the top laner that's able to get that first, amount of freedom. As we see this one more time, LazyFeel getting the information that things are real tough very, very early as the W flash. Really nice from Owner just to guarantee the kill.
Unfortunately, maybe it's some communication between Sponge and he that perhaps they could, maybe make something happen there, so he pops the barrier. Timing of that perfect too for Doran while he's looking for the cannon. Didn't get the cannon either, so LazyFeel really losing out on that one, unfortunately.
Yeah, a bit of a tough time. Kamiushi going to be able to pick up the cannon. And Dragon's just spawned, going to be a mountain to start us off. And Grubs are coming in pretty soon, as that's a great block from Andil. Making sure that the grand entrance isn't going to work, and I think that's a taste of things to come, in theory, for Keria and what he has to get around on this Rakan.
Yeah, unfortunately, LazyFeel wasn't able to hit his W there, so didn't trade back the damage as well as he would have liked, but yeah, I mean, like you said, it's going to be very difficult for Keria to be as mobile as he wants to be. Good scry there, spots Sponge, knows exactly where he is, knows how much time they have. And you can see Owner is heading over as well. So we might have a little bit of a mini 3v3 here.
Yeah, could be an opportunity. These junglers have been kind of mirroring each other throughout the entire game, but it's Owner that's found the most success thus far. Bit of a roam up. Looks like the grubs are on both teams' minds right now. 7 seconds until they do spawn. Carrier able to move on down as they do get the shove in. Control of waves certainly in favor of T1 on the top side, but maybe not so much in mid. So they're going to start these up immediately. Sponge moves over, gets full information. All right, there's the weave as well. Andal flashing over, looking for Carrier. Hasn't pressed that W just yet, as there it is. Into the wall they go. Seismic Shove is fantastic. Heroic entrance. Not getting the knockups they're looking for, but Andal's still in trouble. Carrier going to be going down first, though, as it's both supports lying on the floor. The barrier comes in. Lazy Feel is still going to get cut down by the feathers, and UCal, oh no, doesn't manage to hit the rocks. As the flash goes forward, the Justice Punch comes in, and oh, that was actually really cute there from UCal as well. Does have to flash out of the way, but was going to catch Faker there with the flick back.
Yeah, that was a really nice shove attempt there to deny Faker from going in for that knockup. But ultimately, Faker just stops the channel, and that's the end of that. So UCal does get out with his
Did he
light.
get stopped because the rocks were still there?
I'm actually not sure.
Looked a little bit weird.
Well, we'll see maybe on the
We'll
replay.
check in.
I thought he just went back.
Oh no, there weren't any rocks.
Yeah, I think he just went back, but you maybe consider something that I
yeah.
So I'm like, oh, I don't know.
I
maybe.
just got a little bit confused. I think that happened.
We'll see this fight again. It looks really good for DRX in the outset, but Andal unfortunately isn't able to push Carrier into the wall. Waits for his steadfast presence to get the knock up here, and they put all the focus onto Carrier. But as he's burning down here, yes, Lazy Phil does get the kill, but this puts Faker exactly where he wants to be, and a flashless Poppy, as they look for the engage, is unfortunately not going to be able to get out. Guma does have the win here. It's the health advantage and the rest of his team being here. We'll see this moment. Yeah, the rocks were behind Faker. He just
no, the Justice, he went into just the edge.
The wall.
That's so frustrating. No, it was the one rock. The one rock.
Oh, is that
still
actually
there?
was
Yeah, it was actually there. I got really confused because the rocks looked so far away.
Yeah, that was really weird.
Oh man, that's unfortunate. So T1 going to start off this dragon. They've already got first blood, and it is 2-1 in grubs, but that means that no one gets the feat of strength. So no one's feet are that powerful just yet.
And you were able to see that like right away.
But it was weird, like, because you can't cancel Justice Punch, right? Like, so as soon as you're starting to do that, like something had to stop him.
Well,
but I was sure the rocks weren't there.
Yeah, I thought he just went into the wall maybe, but the rock was there. Yeah. Anyway. Like it looked like he was like, ooh, that shove looks a little weird. I'm not going in, but obviously he can't control that.
Yeah, that's what it looked like.
Yeah.
But yeah, you just can't. There's just no way of figuring that out. So maybe that was what he wanted to do.
Yeah.
UCal also, I think, flashed anyway. So Faker got what he wanted out of the situation regardless. So maybe if we're results-based, everything's fine. Sumiyoshi here towards the bottom side in 1v2 for the moment. As you can see, Carrier on a little bit of a roam. And as the dust settles, 1.2k, but the feats of strength really poised to build up here for T1 with the fact that they managed to grab that dragon. Nothing yet on the board for DRX. Have to see them find a bit of an angle here as Sponge even finding an interrupt on Carrier. There's a cease and desist as well. Seismic Shove pushes him back. Carrier's just dead. Heroic entrance might be heroic, but it is not going to save that Rakan. And his woes continue.
The simplicity of the comp I was talking about before. I mean, Rakan's very squishy, very slippery and hard to lock down, but not for a Vi. And once the Vi hits the initial CC with the ultimate, it's really easy to follow up with a Seismic Shove and take out that Rakan. DRX very happy with that prize they pick up here. Kill goes over to Sponge. 2 assists to UCal already this game, and see what else he can get done. Is Lazyfield may be in danger.
He might. There is some Shock Blast coming after him, but he does have Arcane Shift. One heck of an ability. Gets him over the wall. He'll be fine.
Faker has made so many big plays on Galio. Think back to the World's Final, obviously, that we had very recently, and so many other critical games in the LCK. Really looking forward to seeing how he's going to pilot this champ. He's already had one good fight as Doran.
Yeah, Rich going to be like finding the ultimate. Immediately onto Doran here, and oh, Sponge. Perfect positioning once again. Continues charging, but that's a great flash from Doran. Able to get that hammer blow back as well, and Andal's lying on the floor for some reason.
Yeah.
Not the place to have a rest.
No.
Falling asleep in rivers, dangerous, Wolf. very dangerous.
Certainly. See what transpired there in a moment, but see a kill on a Xin Zhao, so
yeah,
I think he might have interacted with some people trying to clear some vision and did not survive the interaction.
T1 are getting some strong feet, though, as we can see here.
I mean, they already have first blood. We've got the first of the object. Yeah, he just is out here way too far with no teammates. Like,
and the good old
backing.
The problem was it wasn't a reactionary steadfast presence. It was instead, and I'm panicking. I need it for the movement speed, and then they just wait it out. And they get the kill over to Faker as well, so that's it's a little bit of a worry here if he continues to get powered up. And Sponge going to be denying that one, so only one objective to be taken here by DRX.
Critically gets that one without the smite, so has another opportunity to grab an additional.
Yeah. Handel is level 6, did manage to make it there as the wall comes through. They're looking for Gumayusi. They will be giving away a few of these grubs, but Gumayusi is going to die. Does have to use all of the summoner spells as Yukao could almost just die here, and Gumayusi will survive. T1 take 4 out of the 6 grubs in the early stages of the game as well, and I'd say if you're a T1 fan, you're real happy with how that one went.
I mean, I told everyone he's the one you can trust.
Never mind. Maybe don't be. Oh, never mind. He's fine.
He's the one you can trust.
Totally fine. Calculated. Yeah, you can.
He's definitely the one you can trust.
How many times have we been pranked?
Yeah, I mean, the guy is just, he knows how to react quickly here. I also, you know, he played it well, but maybe not the target to go on is Xayah in this situation, because the potential for escape is definitely there. And they ended up giving up the grubs as well. Now Rich is isolated. Sponge comes over, does have ult flash.
Yeah, let's see whether they can deny this first turret, because that'll mean feats of strength going over to T1. Faker. Let's see it. Okay, there is the public execution, and Doran will be going down first. Oh, they take their time! They take too long! And he's able to get the kill onto Rich. Sponge versus Faker here. I think it's probably still pretty good for Faker, despite the fact that he is Galio, not necessarily good at dealing with physical damage, but you know, he's just able to walk it off.
Okay, well that ended up being pretty bizarre, but Doran is going to be really happy with the result, because now obviously topside with no jungler here to threaten. Guma's going to get additional plate gold with Keria, looking for the first turret as well, which would be feats for them.
Yep, that's
they won't get it.
Strength. So T1 will be able to collect that one for themselves. And it's just going kind of from bad to worse here for DRX. And it feels like there are a lot of unforced errors in this game on their side.
A lot of mistakes.
Seismic Shove is pretty good here, as Justice Punch just doesn't feel as great trying to get out of these rocks.
Yeah, this time the rocks seemed pretty obvious what was going on there.
Like, I really do like the answers that DRX has for what T1 are trying to do. But unfortunately, T1 are just really, really good at playing out compositions like this. You know, like the Protect the President, Faker with a lot of utility, Owner on a champion that can just brawl with you early on in the game. And in this composition, Doran's kind of irrelevant, right? Like, you want to put him in a side lane. He wants to be creating pressure where he can and then coming into team fights late, things like this.
Yeah.
And check this out one more time.
Faker doesn't get turret aggro here. They go on to Doran. The ult comes through from Ambessa. And Doran buys some space, and actually that little cone, that little AoE for Ambessa doesn't hit him. And that gives him just enough extra damage of time to do the damage to get the kill first. So a little bit unfortunate there by Rich. Doesn't quite connect. And now Doran's going to grab this turret as well. And man, T1 snowballing this gold lead. 2 turrets, 3,000 gold ahead at 14 minutes. Feats of strength on top of it all. It is looking really rough to try to recover from this one. Now, DRX have a lot of tools to get single picks before an objective, but they really are going to have to make that happen sooner than later, because once T1 really start to get the ball rolling with this composition towards the latter half of the mid game, it just becomes even too difficult to actually get those picks anymore.
Yeah. Is this the comeback now, though, Wolf, for Group Baron, as T1 looking to try and double the amount of wins that their squad has managed to pick up?
I mean, they're picked, for this group to be a dominant force, It's a wise choice. I mean, T1 are defending world champions. They didn't get into being captain for either group because of their LCK result, and which is what the group, leaders were based on. That's why Genji and Hanwha were the leaders.
Yep.
But T1 are an incredibly strong team. They're the best team in the world at the moment in terms of results, right? And so, you're expecting this team to get big wins. They lost to D+, but this one is looking like a different story so far.
Let's see whether they can find some more success here as Huracan up and available. As, the blood pedal. See, Sponge looking for an opportunity, gets over the wall, finds Owner. Let's see whether he pulls the trigger on an ultimate. Looks like the answer is no. Denting blows, things like this. Just in position. As Atakan's going to be up in 4 minutes time, so it's going to take some time. I believe he'll be voracious as well this game, surprisingly.
Yeah, it seems likely.
Yeah.
Given the patterns we have observed, that's annoying for Rich.
It is. I feel like he was standing there for a very long time as well. He was really committed to that exact position.
Andil, I've seen this before.
Yeah, let's not mess around in the river. We mentioned that before, sleeping in the river, not what you want to do. So they're going to opt out. Rift Herald started up here for T1. And are DRX going to be capable of stopping T1 from just getting what they want in this game? That's the big question.
Yeah, I mean, I think in this fight the answer is no. They're just not set up for it at all. I mean, they're not even here. That delay on the back was pretty huge, actually. You know, Rich just not able to make an impact here. He had teleport to maybe come up and fight, but they didn't have any like real good wards set up there. And they just ultimately give this one over to T1. So a Herald practically guarantees that third and final outer turret in the mid lane will go to T1. It's still relatively healthy as the observers showcase here, but I mean, T1 are just happily scaling at the moment, and they've avoided some of these really powerful early skirmishes that DRX's composition could have by just being faster on the play, better on the map. And DRX, I mean, like I said, there's still some angles here, but you're really hoping that some of these early objectives you can be there to fight on, also hoping to get your cannons.
Let's see whether Rich gets this one. Hopefully he does. But yeah, you're right. I feel like there were the tools. Unfortunately, a lot of the ganks, the opportunities just fell a little bit short, right? Like they went so far in onto trying to kill Doran and Faker, and then Doran manages to survive to go 1-for-1 in that one. Gumayusi surviving twice in a row on that top side. Heartbreaking here for DRX, but all of these things add up to T1 really being able to run away with this advantage that's quickly approaching 4,000 gold. And prior to 20 minutes, that is pretty large. Still, DRX did manage to get themselves one of the dragons, so that sort of that snowball is one that they have kind of slowed down a little. Right now you can see Gumayusi 1,000 gold ahead on his Xayah, and you mentioned it in the draft, he's one of the only players that we trust to pick this champion and feel like it's going to be good. I still don't know whether the Rakan was a good idea, but the fact that you do get empowered by having that Lovers Duo and things like this, certainly a way of, could be enough to make it feel okay, despite Steadfast presence and all of the rocks all over the ground.
Yeah, it is definitely a pick that, you know, we might be doing some result-based analysis if we say it's right.
Yeah.
If he wins, but obviously a pick he's been comfortable on.
Let's say it's risky. Let's go with risky.
Risky and not necessarily optimal, but Baker is looking for an engage here. It's a lot of damage. He has 4 stacks of Dark Seals, that plus his Sword Pen Boots, you know, adding up a little bit.
Yeah, I like the fact that he went Sork Shoes. Actually going for a bit more damage than you otherwise get. Almost towards the burn earn, perhaps. Unless he does go for, you know, something else. Could be a little bit more of a Battle Galio, but that is going to be second dragon for T1. Ocean Soul this game, as Lazy Feel trying to dash forward, make things happen. Muramana not quite done just yet.
T1 have gotten basically everything but that first dragon. And they're looking for more here.
Yep, Ona going in. Oh, the seismic shove is gorgeous, but he does have that crescent guard. They're trying to block these dashes. The Xin Zhao goes down as Rich zoning Gumayusi out of this fight. Sponge just getting the heck out of there. Red buff will be secured here by Doran, but he might die for it. That could be a little bit of a problem. Faker able to make his way out as there's a public execution this time onto Faker, but he creates the distance he's looking for. Featherstorm comes through from Gumayusi. He's still at full health as the heroic entrance, once again not finding a lot of value. Decent knockup. Faker is likely to go down, but he trades for Sponge. Yukal's over the wall. The seismic shove onto Doran. He finds the big rock carrier. Is he able to get out? The battle dance says absolutely, because he just dashes all over the place, and they don't have infinite rocks. They don't have the most steadfast presence, but they do have Rich. And let's see whether he can grab a double here. The grand entrance is decent. Seismic shove misses. And oh my god, they had like 20 health between them.
I mean, Guma held his flash until the very, very end.
Oh, true shot barrage. Oh, it gets him. And Carry gets taken down. Andil, big giggle for that one.
This is a big win though for DRX.
Oh,
I mean, they take a kill lead here. The gold lead is thinned out significantly. Only 2,000 behind. That'll get even smaller once this turret falls here. Rich will get the whole thing. Carrier looking a little bit upset about what transpired in that last play. Now, in T1's defense, the map terrain absolutely favors their composition here in a situation like this. They're looking to make an aggressive play on this red buff. Carrier is on the flank. He wants to set this up. The rocks are already down. So from here, it feels like it's an ideal situation, but Carrier goes in a little bit too early, gets stunned here. Sponge is very tanky, and then T1 probably could have just been happy to leave. Once again, UCal adding a ton of damage here. Faker gets one taunt, but the rest of his team is already on his way out. I know, we have more.
Oh dear, Gumayushi's dead. There it is. That is the cease and desist plus the seismic shove combo that we've seen so many times.
Yeah.
And this looks like it could be an Arakan angle for DRX.
I mean, definitely an opportunity here. Guma's ult was like 10 seconds away. Now Faker's in danger.
Yep, seismic shove does find him one more time, as the Galio is pretty tanky, so not going to be killing him just yet, but that may have convinced him to leave. No teleport up and available. The heroic entrance also not there, as teleport coming in towards his top side. And Rich is going to join, looking to try and get rid of Doran. There is still an outer turret up there, so he does have a bastion of safety he can head towards, and Ona could make this interesting. Keeper's verdict comes down, as there is the public execution. DRX looking to dive on top of the jungler, but Sponge is already down. Meanwhile, there's a battle on multiple fronts. Doran and Carrier looking like they're almost winning, as LazyFeel wants to take down Doran, and he will be able to get there. In the meantime, Rich is limping away from the battle, and Ona says absolutely not. And then Andil can do absolutely nothing. Gumayushi, he'll turn up extraordinarily late, probably just to help his team grab this Arakan buff.
LazyFeel is in no man's land as well. Looking for some damage here onto Guma, but I think his fate is sealed.
Yeah, let's see whether LazyFeel can make this interesting. Arakan is on his team at the moment as LazyFeel. Oh man, I got so excited that something could almost happen.
Yeah, a little bit interesting.
Yeah. Gumayushi pressed barrier, so I guess he got that.
Well, I mean, now he's done enough damage here to where they can't really Otacon safely, and they're going to have to back, so it is significant. He's
I mean, what's the result of this?
Well,
the result of this is Otacon got real mad.
Yeah.
Okay,
we'll let
there
them.
we go.
He's like, okay, you guys can go, it's fine. But yeah, let's go back to the beginning of this fight, because it all starts off with this pick onto Guma. Look at his ult. You can see at the bottom of your screen how close it is. It's about like 10, 15 seconds away when this hits, and he just cannot get out. So this is huge that, yeah, he survived the last fight, but there's consequences for using that defensive ultimate. And in this fight, the fact that that turret is still up and they can't kill Doran is actually really significant, because he does so much damage in this fight, and engaging onto the Crescent guarding Xinjiao just really doesn't spark joy when he can live through so much of that damage, and Doran is just winning out on the top side. Yes, LazyFeel ultimately does take him out, but he's so low and cannot continue the fight. Andil just left on his lonesome. Owner doing so much in this fight. I mean, just impossible to kill, and just so good in this melee battle here at the bottom side of the Herald.
And he's 6-1. Like, this guy, 2 items. He can upgrade his shoes if he would like to. You can see the goal difference is a little bit weird and wacky, but T1 have brought it back under control once again. Still, does feel like it's not all over.
No.
Or anything like that for DRX. Their composition still can find some of these team fights, and a Poppy composition always has that keeper's verdict to make things uncomfortable.
It's just the problem is T1 taking an Otacon fight is still risky at this point. There's still some wiggle room for DRX in those types of moments, but something like a Dragon where you have full control over this area is so free to take. And DRX don't have the damage just yet. I mean, their Ezreal's on 2.5 items, but they don't have the damage to crush Otacon in return. They're going to look for a dive on the Faker instead.
Yeah, that was a little bit weird, that whole situation, as Sponge presses the ultimate button. Faker gets out of the turret range. True Shot Barrage is going to help aid it. And UCal not wanting to take any chances. He's going to use that ultimate just to make sure that they have as many people in the area as possible.
I mean, you get Faker, you should be able to get this turret, so you get something in return for that Dragon that did go over. This took a lot of resources to do so. A lot of health bars getting low means it's tough to actually take this out. As Guma's splitting.
Yeah, he should be able to get this in a turret as well. Carrier is making sure that he's being as frustrating as possible, as Andil finds a heroic charge. He's the only one here. Keeper's verdict comes down. There's a public execution, as of course Ambessa can show up at a moment's notice. Doran is just so tanky though. He gets over the wall. No one's dead quite yet, but Gumayushi is now going to turn up, and now it's Ona's turn. Oh, he gets pushed into the seismic shot, but it doesn't matter. He is so tanky, it is absurd. And Doran is still raining these shock blasts forward. I mean, tank Jace is so frustrating, man.
I guess it's just a trick, man. It seems like you can kill Jace because you're used to killing Jace all the time, but you can't kill him.
He used to be tank. Well, he's not that tanky, I guess, if Richard comes and kills him when he's on like 0 health. That's a lot of value from that Featherstorm as the True Shot Barrage sails by. Sponge in the back of this pit right now. Another opportunity for UCal as the fists are doing the talking for Sponge here at this stage. Not enough dashes there, unfortunately, for Rich, who will just get pummeled by this Galio, and this game has devolved.
Yeah, I mean, too bad this didn't happen just a few minutes ago. You know, like maybe like 11 minutes ago, we could have maybe had Ruinous.
True.
But yeah, T1 playing fast and loose, and LazyFeel ended up cleaning up a lot of those kills there in that last moment. And
All
now,
right, we need a Gleaming Quill steal. That's what we need. Oh, okay, there's a teleport. Remember, if this goes down in favor of DRX, they don't care if you kill them because they just come back again.
They care a little bit, so they'll leave, but yeah, it would have been less bad. We're going way back to the dive on the Faker that started this all off. UCal takes half of his health bar in this exchange, so I thought maybe starting the Otacon up after this would have been a little bit overzealous here, but look at how tanky Doran is. He gets shoved into the wall. In fairness, like a lot of the damage that he's absorbing is from a Poppy here. He has a lot of his fists from his teammates and a Rakan as well, so he lives for a really long time. And then Guma, actually, I don't know how long we're going to go into this replay. Stuff is happening in live, but Guma actually gets so much value out of his ultimate, but then ultimately still goes down.
Okay. All right, Gumayushi once again trying to get some value out of some stuff. Triple seismic shove, and down goes the Xayah, and it's a free ticket back to the base to spend some of that money for Sponge. Speaking of the Winds of War, but a little bit late. The battle is kind of over. Now Baron is up and available. I don't know about this one, DRX. That would be an optimistic choice. Owner is still up and available. Andal going for some options here. As all right, Rich, public execution gonna go wide.
Yeah, well,
A bit private.
Yeah, I mean, they're just feeling like because they have these reses, they're gonna be able to take out Baron. Still fairly greedy here from DRX.
Yeah, a few things on cooldown now as Carrier is trying to battle dance around this fight. Andal off to the side, Keeper's Verdict. This could be so valuable, but instead he holds onto it. Heroic entrance coming on down there as they get a few knockups. Heroic charge onto the Galio, but he's so tanky. As T1, the more of these send homes that they can get without losing anyone, it's very important. 100 gold going over to Faker here as Rich. I'm not sure about that one, my friend, as he's going to dash around the fight and look for an opportunity to get something done, but he is just going to die as Doran likely to fall as well. A 1-for-1 as far as top lane is. But I think it's probably still pretty good for T1.
I am once again asking teams to not just say, I have wings over my current champion level, and so therefore I have to do something extremely risky as a high chance of failing. Like, this is fine, okay? Yeah, Sponge is going to lose his wings for this one. That's okay, because they end up getting the pick on to Guma. LazyFeel gets the kill, then they can try to make something happen after that. But in this particular scenario, this is insanely greedy. LazyFeel's ult is actually one of the big saving graces in this because it does so much damage here. But you remember, you're fighting into this Galio. Guma is rezzed. It's going to take so long to actually get these champion kills that in this longer fight you're not going to win it, and it was just a bit bizarre here that T1, and then like Rich teleporting back in is actually just not allowed. It's like,
yeah,
not okay.
This was the big problem scenario as we're having a look at a potential Ocean Soul for T1. Carrier getting over the wall here as Doran, mega tanky. He's got his Spear of Sojourn now, so he's doing a bit more damage on top of everything, but man, it's looking a little bit frightening. All right, there's a Weaver's Wall. Okay, UCal, that is an aggressive move. The True Shot Barrage doing so much damage. Another great shove, but Andal still going to be lying on the floor. Sponge goes in. It's going to be the secure of the soul, and this heroic entrance is looking pretty good. Still Ambessa trying to get some work done. Owner is so tanky, it doesn't make any sense. The rock's not going to be enough, but LazyFeel is able to get that kill in the end. He's going to have to be a real hero now, though, because there are 3 T1 members looking for him and UCal.
He's got his passive. Maybe he gets out.
Yep, Grand Entrance coming down. Seismic Shove is decent as Carrier. Will he actually go down? That's the question. He's trying to back, and it looks like he will survive. LazyFeel missing a bunch of buttons, and there's a flash forward from Gumayushi. 432 gold. Lying on the floor now is LazyFeel, unfortunately. And T1, they should be able to take what they want.
This doesn't feel like a pro game, Atlas.
This feels, yeah, this is fast and loose.
I don't even know what to analyze, you know? This is definitely one of those like take it away chronicler moments, right? Like where you throw it over and you're like, well, there's a lot to say. I don't know if it really, how much it really means. It's a really nice setup here for UCal to go for that risky shove. They have the crescent guard though to buy so much time. Like Owner has really done a lot of heavy lifting when these engages come through with his crescent guard. And then, I mean, T1 here in better position. So when you don't get those initial picks off of the shove and the engage from UCal, you don't really have a front-to-back AD carry necessarily. Like, Ezreal can do that for you if you're fighting on even footing, but when you're behind, it's not like a Jinx where, oh, he got that first kill and now he's going to pop off and he can kill everyone. It's not the pentakill angle in these types of situations against this composition. So, I mean, UCal almost gets out. LazyFeel was always going to be doomed there at the end, but I think if it's an even game state, this fight looks way better for DRX, but they're just so far behind that it just simply doesn't work. And it's Ocean Soul with Owner securing the Dragon there. 7 kills on this Xin Zhao, and he has been really so valuable from start to finish in this game, from the early ganks, the way higher value he got in the early game, impacting lanes, and now in teamfights, absorbing so much of the pressure that DRX are trying to lay down with this Vi composition. The Xin Zhao pick ended up being so perfect here for T1.
I just feel like, yeah, Owner has put the team on his back in this particular game as Doran. Okay, not going to face check that brush. Very close to face checking the brush, but didn't actually do it in the end as Rich dancing around. Area and Owner making their way in though. Let's see whether UCal can actually join to save the top laner as Faker soaking a bit of damage, but otherwise isn't too worried about it. Riftmaker completed. He's got a Lich Bane. This is Battle Galio, if ever I've seen one. Sponge standing on a ward, a little bit unfortunate there as the Seismic Shove doesn't get too much value. Brock's there on the ground as Owner turns up, and he's real scary. Rich as well, sitting at 50%. Owner just trying to get himself out of there, and the dash will be denied. This steadfast presence pretty good from Andal, and what we want to see is so much more from Andal.
Yeah,
I think the Keeper's verdicts need to start landing if DRX want any hope.
It's the only way they can steal away this Baron is to knock half of T1 away, but T1 are obviously also aware of it. Rich going to teleport back in. This one more reasonable. Look at the flank angle here for Keria, though. Unseen.
Oh, no. Andal's going to whiff it. They can't see the health bars as Heroic Charge might make up for it. Doran is so tanky, though. Stop engaging on this guy. As Keria will be able to dash his way out. True Shot Barrage almost managed to steal it. Seismic Shove onto 2 again. But they've got health bars for days. They've got buffs all over the place. And DRX are just running out of hope in this game.
I think a lot of why this game looks so weird is because both of these teams have such a defensive advantage through these choke points with the taunt, with the rocks, with the shoves. But T1 are just so far ahead at this point. They have positional advantage there. Keria is going to get caught. I don't know how much it matters.
Yeah, LazyFeel, yeah, he's going to be flashing away from that one very quickly.
That's going to be an inhibitor going down here.
Oh, there's the flash taunt. Going to connect onto 2 of them. In goes Andal, though, to try and stop this one from happening. But LazyFeel, in the blink of an eye, he disappeared. The Ambassador as well. Sorry, Rich. But it's a gray screen for now, and it looks like T1, they may not be stopping here. They might just be finishing this game off. Their first win on red side, and a pretty good sign if you want Baron to make a comeback in terms of the battle of the groups. The world champs finally on the board here with a victory over DRX here in game 1 at least. So I guess not necessarily finally on the board. Still need to do it one more time. This was a much better showing than what we saw a couple of days ago.
Owner, like you said, really being the carry for his team this time around. Ended up hitting Asterix there in the end, was 3 items on the Xin Zhao, absorbed so much of the damage. It was, I think, really T1, they put the square peg into the round hole. They did make it work, they did force it in, and they were able to find success with the tank Jace, played by Doran.
That's the first time the tank Jace has looked like hyper valuable in my mind.
And like when you look at the comp they're up against, the single target blow up that you know DRX were looking for, it makes sense in this draft. They also have a Galio to back it up. You know, the Galio ult going on top of the Jace really helps out. He's got a lot of peel with the taunt as well, so it's really difficult to kill him. And really Guma doing a bit of consistent damage, you know, across those team fights. Doing a little bit of that. Faker obviously going for a little bit more damage in his build as well, helping out. And those Dark Seal sacks up early too. And it wasn't clean. Like, we'll have to admit it, T1 did not dominate the way that we expected them to. When you look at the matchup, when you look at the early game, there were certainly some big moments for DRX. And I think in an even game state, might have been their W.
Yeah, and having a look at this, these massive damage numbers, do you know what it says to me? says that Owner is ridiculously good because he's soaked so much of that damage. Shout out to UCal, he had a great performance, but other than that, T1 just a better team in the end, able to group up, make things happen, take the objectives they wanted, and in the end were able to close out that game. We'll see what they're going to be able to do as they move to game number 2 though. DRX still with a chance. Go to a short break. When we get back, Space going to break it down. We'll have game number 2.
착하대고 그 다음 애매해 여기서 이제 높을 싸웠어? 일단 안 드사면 안돼 안 드사면 괜찮아 하면 높으려 자 미소문 되세요? 갈게 끝낼만하다 너 많아요 너 많아 네 나풀 7초 바이 떴어 바이 궁 있다 자 바이 살려볼게 살려
Proving yourself in Noxus is no easy feat, and Mel will use every tool she can to do it, including her enemies' powers. In-game, Mel aims to catch out enemies, poke them down, and deal huge bursts of damage at exactly the right time. Mage players and Arcane fans, it's your time to shine. Welcome to the Mel Champion Spotlight.
Any worthwhile venture involves risk.
Before anything else, let's cover Mel's signature ability, her W, Rebuttal. Rebuttal gives her a small burst of move speed. It also grants a barrier that negates damage from anything except towers, and reflects enemy projectiles back at their casters. Auto attacks, waves, missiles, anything that would be blocked by Yasuo's Wind Wall gets reflected by Rebuttal. Reflected projectiles are converted into magic damage, but function as they normally would otherwise. Like this, and that, and this one, and that one. You get it. Now for Mel's passive, Searing Brilliance. Damaging an enemy with an attack or ability applies a stack of Overwhelm. You can stack Overwhelm infinitely, charging up potential damage. When this damage amount exceeds a target's current health and shields, Overwhelm detonates to execute them.
Nothing I couldn't handle.
Searing Brilliance also empowers Mel's next basic attack to fire 3 additional missiles after casting an ability. She can cast up to 3 abilities in a row to gain a max of 9 extra missiles on her next attack. Mel's Q is Radiant Volley. She unleashes a barrage of explosions in a target area. Each one deals a small amount of damage and stacks her passive. Her E is Solar Snare. Mel sends out an orb of unstable energy that files wildly as it travels. Enemies hit by the energy take damage over time and are slowed for the duration. Those who touch the orb itself are rooted. Lastly, Mel's ult is Golden Eclipse. Passively, it increases her damage from Overwhelm stacks. On cast, she unleashes her power on every target marked with Overwhelm, dealing tons of damage based on how many stacks they have. Golden Eclipse does not consume these stacks, so targets are still vulnerable to her passive if she brings them low enough for an execute.
Feel my light.
While this ability can hit monsters, it's only castable if an enemy champion is affected by Overwhelm, so plan your Baron steals accordingly. Mel's damage potential makes her a serious threat in extended fights, but if an opponent can burst her quickly or disengage to wait out the stacks from Searing Brilliance, they'll extinguish a lot of her power. And even though her passive is an execute, it respects magic resist. So bulk up if you don't want to get overwhelmed. The reflect on her W is pretty powerful, but only if an ability is worth reflecting. For example, champions with sticky engage tools like Amumu and Nautilus won't mind rebuttal one bit. As a backline mage, Mel will really shine for players who like to poke from safety, so give her a try if you play Xerath, Lux, Hwei, or any other artillery champions. Let's skip the rest of the pleasantries, shall we? Get ready to rise with Mel, the soul's reflection.
The arcane is at my fingertips.
These fists ain't just for show. Come on! Who's next? This is the coil before the strike. Let's settle the score. You'll want to get a close-up of this. Like the Ivory Serpent, I don't back down when it comes to family. You pick a fight with them, you pick a fight with me. Hometown hero coming through. Mom's fought for me since I was born. It's my turn now.
Welcome back to the space, everyone, as T1 go up 1-0 on DRX. His group Baron are trying to get anything that they can here in the LCK Cup. Digon alongside Chronicler and Wadid in that last match there. It started off like, yep, T1's got it. And then all of a sudden, it turned into a slobber knocker, Cronny.
That's one way to describe it. I do appreciate your enthusiasm. I think we kind of knew, I think this always happens with T1, even given their world performance. In the LCK, that's not how they looked, and I think this is a continuation of that. This was a team that was known particularly for their snappy team fight and objective calls, and thus far, they ended up getting the win, which is the thing that matters most, but the way that they got there, suboptimal.
Yeah, and you were talking about the draft as well. Like, I agree on that point. Like, for example, picking Rakan into Talia and Poppy seems quite weird, and also in-game it didn't work out really well. And the details were not really on point at all. But we don't care. It's just starting of the season, and it's just the first season for the T1 side, so we don't care that much.
Yeah, it feels like they're shaking off the rust, whereas DRX, again, playing with Lazy Feel as a substitute, still trying to put it together, although they did find that win in their first series. And at this point here in our replay, T1 are ahead, and they opt into a questionable fight.
The game here kind of takes a turn for the wacky. It is not necessarily the fact that Oner takes a damage here because he's in and ends up staying alive for a lot longer. Even though it ends up going down, a lot of resources have to be invested. But taking these type of narrow jungle corridor fights into Talia in particular, I think is just asking to get into trouble. The amount of coverage that Yukal has with his E is kind of crazy. And as Rich comes in, this could have easily been where they lost the game. They don't, because DRX are unable to fully execute, but it was close.
Yeah, for me, this is one of the moments when T1 actually disrespect the enemy team because they were kind of ready for this fight. And also, as you mentioned, you are playing against Talia Poppy in the jungle. I don't feel like you are really favorite in that fight. And that's one of the moments that when T1 is not having a successful starting of the season, and they really need to stop this.
LazyField does get the feels good snipe there at the end, but it doesn't, it's fine, right? And I think with a lot of the plays in this game, the biggest difference between these two teams is still the sense of what do you actually gain when you win a fight, and DRX was just never able to match there at any given point.
Well, you know what we gained from that last fight? Another fight. That fight was at 19 minutes. Next one, 20 minutes over at Otacon, right at the top there. They go straight back to it.
Yeah, I think the huge difference between DRX and T1 is in general. DRX is looking for the fight really great, you know. The way how they look for the fight and the way how they engage on them is great, but at the end they are getting nothing, you know. They're just fighting for the kills.
And here, the DRX fight is so split up. I don't think Andil really hit the mark with the Poppy. Felt like he wasn't able to consistently isolate key targets, which is one of the main reasons why the pick is so good. And if they just... I know Doran was tanky, and we'll add that in a little bit, but if they turn on him, they're completely... I think they can. I think they really have some split call issues, and it's making these fights really messy.
I mean, you have to think about it. It's not the killing game, you know. You have to do something after the kills, right? You get the kills, and you have to move forward. Do you do the objectives, or do you get the structures, or I don't know, you have to kill the Nexus, not the champions.
Or even set up for a future objective. And
exactly.
That specifically that was missing. It never felt like DRX got a substantial enough lead. It was always going to be coming out of fights, which T1 would win.
Yeah, well, the fights weren't too bad, and we know that because LazyField played in Challengers earlier and did super well there. So the hands were there, brains not so much. And speaking of brains of the operation, we're going to go to the new guy over for T1 because his job wasn't necessarily being the brains, but the brawn. He looked like, obviously he's playing Tank Jace, but he looked like straight up a boxer here.
You might not like it, but this is what peak performance looks like. Don't be a KDA Andy. Don't fall for the, oh, Doran, he died 7 times, I think it was by the end. Do not be fooled. This man takes a beating better than anyone in the LCK. Look at him go. Unfazed.
I mean, he's taking so much damage, and that enables T1 to win the fight. And also, I'm not sure if it's a global thing. In Korean culture, it's normal to just, when you join new company, you start from the bottom. Even though you're really good at something else, you have to make coffee for your boss. That's your first job, you know. Maybe Doran is doing that thing in T1 right now.
My favorite part is that, like, I'm pretty sure at the end of that whole, because that fight went on for another minute, he does die, but he had a couple of other moments where he's just taking a big hit. And the reason why we highlight it is because, again, I don't think this game, T1, and I think you could see it on their faces, well, they go back to the coaching booth, and the coach will not be like, good job, guys, that was a clean win to DRX. They're expecting more, right? This is the reigning world champion, even with the swap. But they got the win, and that's in the end all that matters. But the way that we go about it, I think might be looking to see them tighten up in game 2.
By the way, that's not the Doran. I mean, the one that getting hit by.
The one getting punched, and he keeps getting back up.
All right, we'll see what Dorna the rest of T1 have to cook up here against DRX, or will they be able to fight back? Let's find out as we send it on over to Alice and Wolf.
Thank you very much, D. Wadonicla. Absolutely amazing breakdown of that one. And also, I have to say, Chronicler's sweater is absolutely gorgeous. Knitted by his sister. Just beautiful. Great to see. And what is also great to see is a fresh draft, Wolf. This one will not have Xin Zhao. It will not have Poppy. And it will not have Zaya Rakan. And those things, I think, are just great. Let's have a look at what the band's going to be.
Yeah, let's see. The only thing I hate worse than Zaya being played in the LCK is when Zaya wins in the LCK. So I'm ready to move on. Skarner is still mandatory here. T1 did get that red side win, so they'll stay on red side here. DRX remain as they have side selection on blue. Sejuani is taken away. Remember, the Yone is still available, although with Zeus gone, not necessarily a T1 champ at the moment, as Faker is not as comfortable as some of our other mid laners on the pick.
Yep.
Varus gone, no surprise there. Picks like the Aurora, still very strong. Ooh. T1 will ban the Yone themselves. They had no intention of playing it.
And
wise choice.
So last time it was Sejuani, Caitlyn, and Aurora that were the bans. I think Aurora probably still going to be something worth looking at unless DRX want to first pick that one for themselves. I think the Skarner is already gone. Vi was picked in the last game. Maybe Aurora is kind of that option as far as a first pick is concerned.
I think you definitely want to hold that opportunity. So I was going to say Kalista, Caitlyn, and maybe even, you know, I mean, there's a few other picks you could go for, like Rumble you could have banned in this situation, but with the K'Sante ban, I think the Aurora likely a lock here. Yeah. Now, T1 could, on red side, just go Orianna, Nocturne, and take the Nocturne away, but there's so much flexibility in the Aurora. It's not just only for the Nocturne synergy, and it just seems like that's the easiest lock in here with what's available. But there's a lot of discussion happening, and they're going to prioritize the Ashe. Oh, no.
Oh, God. Okay. Let's see whether 0 and 8 is on the cards, or whether this is the first win for the Corki.
You had Aurora up, you had Ashe up, and you opted for Corki. Why'd you even pick blue side?
Yeah, I have a feeling you might have been able to get the Corki in the next round of picks, DRX. But not wanting to give too much away, I guess, is their theory.
Well, they left the Rumble up. That one's going in. And, I mean, they can go Rumble Aurora, the synergy there.
And, I mean, T1 has like a smorgasbord of options. Right?
Oh, yeah. I mean, they have anything they want.
What even is a smorgasbord, by the way? It's very fun to say, but I don't know what one of those actually is. It's Rumble Aurora that's a lot of AoE damage.
It's a board of, it sounds like a very, like, I don't know what root of European languages, but a board would have a lot of things to eat on it.
Yeah,
it's
something like that.
Board.
Let me know, Twitch chat, if you guys know anything about what a smorgasbord actually is. That would be well appreciated. Okay, Sponge, what are we playing? So Nidalee could come. They could just pick like some cheesy pick stuff for the early game.
I'm not.
Leona going to be the first one though.
Not into it so far. Remember, Nidalee requires winning lanes. The enemy team has a Rumble and an Aurora, which usually means winning lanes for the other side.
They have a Malzahar.
I don't think he's going to play Malzahar, if I had to guess.
Well,
the Wukong is much better, yeah.
Yep, Wukong is going to be locked in. So that'll be picked up for Sponge. Bit of power.
I mean, Wukong is pretty weak until 6. You know, we could do a little bit more than a Nocturne, but maybe they just lock the Nocturne here and go, well, we've already got the pieces. And, I mean, it seems pretty simple. Owner had a fantastic game 1, and it's a really good Nocturne player, like I mentioned before.
I think Katarina makes more sense here, though.
I'm not sure about that.
So Caitlyn is going to be the choice, and that'll be locked away. So I think it was a pick-your-poison type situation, right? Like, the Caitlyn was banned in game 1. Gumayusi is probably the best Caitlyn that we have here in the LCK, especially now that Deft is gone. So this is a bit of a no-brainer.
Well, it means that Corki is going mid 100%.
Yeah, that'll be a tough one.
I don't think he'll be playing that into the Caitlyn in the bottom side. Lazyfield's already had struggles in lane in general here in the LCK. Probably not going to be happy to lane into the Caitlyn, as you said. Gumas. So, Jack's taken away here. Interesting ban by T1.
Yeah, Nocturne obviously needs to be taken off the board. It's the next ban that I'm interested in. Do they ban away Bard, Lux? Like, what is the Caitlyn combo they don't want to see?
Yeah, they could just ban, like, Lee Sin also and just take away another strong pick that works well with this comp. 100% sure. I mean, obviously the Bard and the Lux are strong picks with the Caitlyn, but don't necessarily fit fully with this identity of the composition. As we'll see, interesting Akali ban as well. Braum is another one that, you know, Caitlyn Braum isn't like the strongest lane that you could have, but really gives them a very powerful level 1 with the already really strong lanes, like all 3 that they have.
All right, that's Elise.
Okay.
Well, that is going into support, ladies and gentlemen, because otherwise that is triple AP on the top side of the map, and you don't really want to see that. So that's a guarantee there. So Elise Caitlyn, man, that just sounds awful to deal with.
Blind into like what 80 carry pick we're going to see because we just don't know what that's going to be yet, but you know you're facing the Leona, so you feel really good about how the matchup will likely play out regardless of what that 80 carry is. You get Ornn, so we have a front line for this mid Corki and some nice setup when you're fighting into the Aurora ult to set up some nice combos. You can engage from really far away with Ornn and Leona, and follow up with the Wukong, or vice versa if the Wukong's in a position to start it first. Oh my god, they're picking Corki into Caitlyn bottom lane.
Yep, it's the good old Corki Leona into into Caitlyn and Elise, and that is not going to be fun.
There's the Lee Sin I was talking about.
I mean, I think Ona can pick whatever he feels like here. It'll be just fine.
Shaco would be fun.
Graves would be fun.
Graves actually really works out because they'd like a little bit more attack damage, but we'll just be the Lee Sin ultimately here. And, you know, the thing is, the draft in isolation for DRX is like a middling, you know, it's a game 2 fearless draft. You know, some champs were missing.
Stock standard AoE team fighting.
But the problem is that you're fighting against Aurora and Rumble, which is already a strong combo. You're playing into Caitlyn Elise with a Leona support, so you're going to have a bad time in most AD carries. So it was a really tough call. Like, what are they going to pick? And they decided to put LazyFeel, who's arguably had, unfortunately, the weakest laning phase of our AD carries in the LCK. His team fighting has been great. I'll give him that. On a pick that is really going to struggle into this. And lane swap alone won't get you out of this. Like, yeah, you could just go, oh, I'll lane swap, but that doesn't last forever. And
you're going to need to upgrade it. It needs to be game swap.
Yeah.
That's what you need to do. You need to swap into the next game so that you don't have these these lanes to start things off.
The Bard ban, you know, makes a little bit more sense now, too, with the Corki going to the bottom lane, but I'm not feeling great about this draft here for DRX. In Game 1, we had some question marks about T1's draft, and we were like, ooh, this isn't necessarily optimal. It's not necessarily going to be the best picks into what DRX had, but I feel like this is arguably almost even tougher, and they don't have the T1 roster to pilot it. It is going to be a tough uphill battle for DRX in this second game.
I would agree, and I think that the biggest issue, right, is that we needed DRX to have a draft advantage if they wanted to stand a chance, because already things were tough. Let's dive into the Rift for Game 2. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for game number 2. T1, second time on red side. We're going to pick up another victory and close out a second win for Group Baron. They're up against Group Elder right now, who are sitting on 6 wins. It is looking like a little bit of a blowout. This might give them a little opportunity to come back in this one.
At level
cool
1,
skin for Ona there.
They're going to try to set up these wards. But guess what? Guma's like, you know, you picked Corki into Caitlyn. So I imagine you're probably intending to avoid that matchup. So he's going to automatically kind of default assume that they're going up here, and he's going to wait. They're like, maybe we'll find out. Well, you're up here now. You're priced in. The other thing is, in order to punish the Rumble, you know, to try to dive or make something happen with a Wukong, it's not really likely pre-6 that he's going to be able to make anything happen. And so I'm just not really feeling great about how this is going to start off. But let's see how LazyFeel does, because you know what? Maybe he'll impress us. Maybe we'll be like, wow, this is the best Corki laning phase I've ever seen. Hey, that's a good start. Yeah, that's a good start.
Maybe they just go in. This is the problem, though, is that when we're just fighting in the neutral, there's 2 champions that can hit from long way away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If only Keria just, his keyboard was disconnected. He didn't proc electrocute and attack them. It would have been better. But hey, I mean, they got the engage on the Guma. That was the most they were ever going to do in this lane. And they still end up losing out on the trade, like you say.
And look, okay, we're going once again. Handle throwing some buttons away. Peacemaker not quite going to connect. But as you can see here, LazyFeel isn't allowed to hit minions with abilities. And that's not so good.
So the whole game plan, yeah, this is also a thing.
Yeah.
The whole game plan, and by the way, none of these were bought, except aiming, I guess.
Yeah.
He did. And you know.
And LazyFeel. He played one.
That's true. I forgot he actually played that one. Didn't go well for him in that laning phase either. But, yeah, if your whole game plan was like, well, maybe we'll get away with a lane swap. It's just so obvious that playing into Caitlyn, you would do this, that T1 are just like, well, we'll just also match your swap, sorry.
Well,
so you didn't avoid it.
It's currently 7-18, and I don't see that getting much better. Because the problem is, as well, is over the other side, you know, Rich is right now doing okay as far as farm is concerned, but Carrier, Repellent, get himself out of there. Mid lane matchup is pretty even. Oh, that's a bit fun there from Rich, gets a little bit of a knock-up.
Yeah.
Doran, I think, is just going to be very happy. We'll cruise to level 6 and we'll have a lot more power at that point in time. T1, I just feel like they spike so incredibly hard in the early game. All right, there's a Flash Cocoon, and that looks like first blood pretty comfortably. Valkyrie away here from LazyFeel as best he can, as Sponge, Warrior Tricksters to get himself over the wall.
All Owner has to do is be nearby, and they can make this play.
Yep.
And Sponge, it's so difficult to punish, you know, on early game Wukong. These types of scenarios against the Lee Sin as well. I mean, it's just not going to be a fun time. And you can duel the Lee Sin okay, but you're not going to be able to change the result of this play.
Double scuttle as well. For
yeah. He's just played the early game well by being where he needs to be, knowing where his team's pressure point is, which is wherever Corki is. And, you know, double scuttle, double Lee Sin.
It's the dream.
I don't know, Atlas. I'm not optimistic yet. At least Yukal's having a good time. Like you said, he's keeping this lane even.
He is. Faker will be able to pull ahead by like a minion or two. But otherwise, not too much to worry about. And he'll just trying to clear up some vision where he can. Unfortunately, misses a few of the wards that are pushed a little further forward.
Look at how, like, Owner's like, okay, Sponge is this far away. That's it. Kill him. And then he flashes, and as long as Carrier hits the cocoon, it's dead.
Yep.
It's done so.
And also gives him no opportunity to flash either. Like, Flash Cocoon is basically instant, and so not going to be able to give him any chances there. And so LazyFeel is now underneath his turret. Does have Andor at least turning up, but this might be a plate. And the problem is it doesn't get much better, right? Yeah, there's that little bit of a trough, but with the Collector IE build, I feel like if you're ahead of the curve, Caitlyn still feels fine moving into a mid-game anyway.
And they have so much more damage across this roster with the Rumble and the Aurora, too, that you can kind of get through that part of the game feeling pretty okay. And you're likely going to have a pretty nice advantageous lead in a draft like this. And remember, too, this is Guma, who, like you said, is probably LCK's best Caitlyn, at least best known. I would say that's not even
100%.
arguable.
I think,
then,
like, yeah, now there's almost no competition as far as Caitlyn players.
And then you look at, like, this is the duo that, regardless of whether it's Caitlyn or not, has made their entire careers basically on strong siding bottom lane.
Yep.
And even though it's in the top lane here, the champions still kind of do what it says on the tin. And so as a result, you know, you opted into Corki into like the worst possible team to do this into, and they just matched your lane swap, and now you're basically you don't have an 80 carry in this game, unfortunately.
And they knew, because they banned the Caitlyn in the first game. And so T1, they're going to get started on these grubs. Do have Sponge making his way up. He might be able to steal one of them away. As you can see, Owner here still with the smite available. Let's get the Q onto Andal here. Level 4 for both him and Carrier. As level 6 available for Owner, not for Sponge. They're at such a disadvantage in this fight. That should be objective number 1 going on over to T1. As well as their feat of strength that they've already picked up with that first blood. Does mean that they are poised to really let this snowball roll.
And Owner's like, I'm not even going to smite that, I'm going to get this crab. You're not even going to get that! Sponge is going to try for it.
He is not going to be able to get it. Sponge gets over the wall. That was a bit cute. As Equalizer goes down, Rich, 0 mana available. But he's got some health bar. He's got a null magic. Make that a Negatron. So actually a little bit bigger than that. But still, not exactly having the most fun here in this lane.
Yeah. And like, all of this was not like a trap, you know? It was opted into, which is what makes this draft for DRX feel so frustrating. LazyFeel's played a lot of Corki. You know, it's a pick that he's definitely comfortable on right now, and perhaps that's why they made this decision. But they didn't protect it with the Caitlyn ban this time around, and you know, this is the end result. And it's frustrating to see it play out in real time because we all know what Kuma and Carrier are capable of. They, you know, heavily index into the Elise with the Electrocute. Yukal.
Yeah, Yukal looking for something here. We've seen not a lot of success for the Victor. In fact, the only... Okay, let's have a look at this. Just trying to clear out the wave as best he can. Is Rich. Bellows Breath going to be necessary there, but the Cocoon going to land. A lot of burst damage. There's the headshot, and boom. That's it. Carrier's going to be able to pick it up in the end as Rich. You can see, oh, he's laughing about it, but not feeling too happy about the whole situation, you could imagine.
I mean, when you see an Ornn try to ult a wave to clear it to not die to the enemy bot duo, you really know the game state, right? Like, you really know how doomed this draft is.
Yeah, and he also had to use Bellows Breath to clear the wave, which means that he can't nullify CC with it afterwards.
Yeah, and he still dies, by the way, like, after using all of that stuff.
And we saw there the combination, right? You land the cocoon, you put the trap down, and then Gumayusi gets headshot after headshot, and then can follow up with the ulti for the finish.
It's feats of strength also when they get that turret, which they will get, by the way.
Yep.
So they have 2/3 of objective feats. They have first blood feat, and now this turret is. Rich attempts to clear the wave here with both his ult and the Bellows Breath, like you mentioned. This cannon, though, so pesky. And, yeah, I mean...
You can't press that button.
Nope.
And the Ignite ticks down to finish him off in the end. Carrier almost dies to the turret, but otherwise he's fine.
Yeah, Repel buys him some time, though, and that's all he needs. And he died again, and the turret died with him.
Oh.
And that's feats of strength.
Oh, dear. Wait. Hang on, so he didn't even teleport back. How did he get back there so quickly? Wow. Okay.
So this is the second time, because you can see his ult's still on cooldown.
Yeah.
And he just
dies. And that's just another repel. And there it is. So welcome back to Elise, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. One of the reasons why Elise was so incredibly powerful is that you can very comfortably just eliminate turret aggro as a problem.
The other thing, too, is because of this draft, he's laning against a Rumble. And he's up against Rumble and Aurora, so he built the Null Magic Mantle. He didn't build the Null AD Mantle, actually.
No, he needs one of those.
It didn't really help him too much against the Collector Caitlyn. And so, you know, it's been a rough time. And they opted into this. I just want to say it one more time, and I feel really bad, and Teddy is sick, and Lazy feels here, and they're trying to put him on something he's more comfortable with, but man, this ended up being a disaster.
Yeah, I just want to see the Corki priority disappear. I don't want to see that champion ever again.
I don't want to see in the bottom lane at least, okay? We could start with that.
Yeah, we can start with that. As Onen's going to get flashed on here, Solar Flare comes down. That is a very deadly sin. They'll take their first kill of the game. As now Doran possibly in trouble as Rich coming in. The trip, where was that going? That's off the tracks entirely. As Rich does get the knock-up to prove that something's going to land, but there's no one else here now. Faker not really finding very much damage with the ulti as Lazy feel, oh dear. There's the last auto in the air from Carrier, and that is going to finish it off once again.
And DRX get one grub.
Yep, that's going to deny the feats of strength that don't matter anymore.
Yeah. This is not indicative of who Lazy Feel is as a player, by the way. It's indicative of who Guma and Carrier are as players and what this draft does. So I feel like a lot of people might judge Lazy Feel heavily for this. Now, he has had some tough laning phases. I had forgotten, actually, I deleted it from my brain, that he also did play Corki bottom lane. He lost that game as well, so that's part of the problem, too. Like, I'm just trying to give this guy credit because he is an incredible player so early on in his career. He's 17 years old, just eligible to be a sub for Teddy in the first place, and is under a ton of pressure. He's playing against the defending world champions here. And look, they gave him Corki, but this is not about, like, man, he's not a great player, man. He's really rough around the edge. I mean, he's playing into Caitlyn. It's a rough time. And they end up getting this pick here. This is really well set up. You know, you can set up the Leona pick here onto the Lee Sin very easily. But unfortunately, it does leave Lazy Feel open on the top side of the map. And
maybe he thought Faker was going to flash or something and it was going to be a cool play. Tries to cleanse, and he's just dead. Just the casual auto attack. Elise's autos as well in human form just feel so pathetic. To die to it really feels worse than it otherwise does. So
yeah,
not a great time. I think that it's not really it's not about Lazy Feel this game for me. I feel like the draft was already in a real rough spot, and Rich is just having a heck of a time so far. And T1 are just playing like, this is vintage T1. Like, this is the T1 that looked so incredibly good when they were domestically powerful, right? Like, this is before they just started winning every world. It's like, this
when
was
Guma
2022.
They win everything. And they win this.
Yeah, like this.
Yeah.
Ace in the hole.
And like, this is why Carrier was playing like Kalista support and Caitlyn support and stuff, because they're like, what lane can we win no matter what bottom lane? Let's just make it win every time.
Cocoon as the trap comes down, and unfortunately it was a little bit late. Yukal able to get the Chaos Storm off, so Gumayusi takes a little bit of damage there. Malignant's done here for Faker. His owner is looking to steal away a red buff, and I have a feeling he might be able to just do that, especially with Doran in the area. But Sponge, okay, there we go. Now going to play respectfully, and Sponge will be able to collect that one for himself. Another gravity field going down. As Gumyushi just going to back away. Blackfire Torch done here for UCal.
Look at the items for Guma and the 2.9k that's being pointed towards Caitlin's portrait on the screen.
That arrow is a scary arrow, isn't it?
Then you look at the... Okay, he can finish Triforce. But moments before this, you look at the inventory and you're like, ooh. You look at the tier stacks and you're like, man, this is a rough time, right? And like, the Muramana may not complete this game, you know what I mean? Like, it is that tough of a time. That's how far behind he is. And it's just, when you're ahead with Elise, you can fish for stuff like this. And because there's, like, in even game states like what we had with D+ earlier, barrel dies a lot because you're super squishy, the enemy team has ways to catch you. But when you have full vision control and full map control and a massive lead like this, you know, Carrier just walks around the map and decides who dies. And that's what's happening. He's 100% KP, he and Guma. Yep, the kill squad, man. Just push him around the map and absorb gold.
It's working out extraordinary. He's got a Storm Surge as well. Like, it's he's doing some damage.
Yeah, he is really going to double electrocute them, essentially.
It feels like solo queue, like, kill support lanes, right? Where they actually get money. It's kind of crazy. Carrier certainly having a much better time than he otherwise was. And not so much. Will be able to dodge that cocoon. As Faker did a bit of damage. See, the only one that's really doing much of anything at all this game on the side of DRX is UCal. Does have that one kill that they were able to pick up onto Ona. As Cocoon somehow goes wide there. That was actually like the most minuscule of sidesteps from UCal. Still
in
not
order
going
to
eventuate him much.
Value out of the Blackfire Torch, they have to have a long team fight. So slowing this game down somehow, slowing these fights down somehow, letting Rich, you know, tank that damage is the only way you could hope to win a fight in an even game state, which we're not in. But I mean, this is just going to be T1 getting everything they want. This turret is next on the list.
Yep. Yucal going to tank the ace in the hole. Not too happy about that one either. It's starting to do a lot of damage. Gumyushi is just a recipe completion away from an Infinity Edge. That first 2-item spike feeling a lot better than it used to on this Caitlyn. And then wants to build a whole bunch more crit if you can find it. As, yeah, T1 strength to strength so far this game. Feats of them, in fact, as we are going to be starting to upgrade some of these shoes potentially.
Would you say
a couple of extra items come in?
Ornn is a good side lane champion that can maybe all in on getting one of these bounties? I'm leaning towards no.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Perhaps not 30 CS down as well.
The problem is like DRX's composition, you can see that like maybe if there is a team fight, then they have a bunch of tools, there's a lot of AoE. The problem is they've got a team fight that does really, really well against a low range composition, and T1 is so good at just picking off a target from a million miles away, and making it so that like these honest 5v5s just won't exist.
And I mean, look at the zoning they can do with these traps as well. Caitlyn is known to shoot far.
Yeah, she does do that.
In terms of range. And they just grabbed this Herald for free, and now they're like, well, I guess we push inner with it? Mid-inner, that is to say. I guess is probably where they're going to put their pressure. They can use it for the next dragon, like set up for Prio. Yucal is the only gold lead on the map. And, I mean, he's trying to side lane against Faker here while everyone's resetting. This is an opportunity, potentially.
Yeah, does have that Chaos Storm. Faker going to be able to use the ultimate to teleport to the other side. That gets him out of there. And I think Yucal was just trying to put on whatever pressure he could find. Infinity Edge, like we were talking about before, is going to get completed.
Do you think there's any chance that T1 would have, knowing LazyField's champion pool, denied a Corki pick from him, and that's why they decided to first pick it? Because, like, that's the one thing I'm thinking of where I'm like, we didn't really discuss this possibility, but maybe they just pick it away from him and he doesn't get to play it. Because, remember, they first picked this over the Aurora.
Yeah, I don't know.
And the Rumble.
There's no explaining it that makes sense to me, personally, as Faker could be in trouble here. As the train comes down, this time it's going to land. Nice little chain CC there from Rich, but he's well and truly by himself. And he's going to have to try and flash away the flash forward from Ona, and he kicks him in the back of the head. That's going to send him to the death chamber as Sponge. Warrior tricks to get himself out of the way, and Gumyushi doing the thing he loves to do best, which is shoot turrets. Unless he can shoot the little yodel in a plane. It's another thing that he really enjoys doing.
Yeah, he He likes to get money and then use it to buy items and then kill people with it. But also killing turrets, like you said, he is a big enjoyer of that. Faker may be in trouble really for real this time, maybe?
Yeah. He's not going to be able to make that flash work, because Owner is like, yeah, you're on your own, buddy.
Owner's like, nah, sorry, man, that's all I can do.
Faker for inner turret, though, Wolf. That's the trade. You let me know whether that's worth it.
I mean, it really depends on who you are, I guess.
It also depends on whether you think that Faker needed to die there, and whether they just definitely get the turret anyway. I'll leave that one up to everybody else, though, as Rich will... look at this. Proves that he lands the combos nicely.
All they can do in this game is try to find people who are out of position and try to kill them. Rich dies for this, but they get Faker's ult, and then they're like, okay, he's still out here. Let's make this set play happen. Just like they did when they killed Owner earlier in the river. This is all they can do is just try to find gold on overextending players or players out of position with traps like this, and catch T1 napping, basically, when T1 aren't doing their due diligence to check, behind them there in that brush in this case. Small victory.
That's the support, by the way, versus the jungler. Carrier just half-healthing him with his Storm Surge.
I thought the Ornn was the support in this game for DRX.
Yeah.
Or wait, maybe it's the Wukong, or maybe it's the...
It could honestly be any of them at this stage.
Yeah. This is a rough one, man. This is our first, real stomp,
Doran's
another
dead! There we go. Yukao collects the second.
That's three. 3 of these picks they've gotten where T1 just caught with their pants down a little bit. I mean, these are the kind of plays that if you get, I don't know, maybe 7 more of them, could get you back into this game.
And
that's all you can do.
You're going to need those 7 more in 4.5 minutes as well, because if Infernal Soul goes over to T1 with a composition like this, I just don't think that there's any hope whatsoever. And I was leaning towards there being no hope before even having that thought.
Yeah, I mean, this is the first game of the year where if this was a scrim, after the Quirky got locked in, they would probably be let's be fair. After the Caitlyn got locked in, they'd be like, all right,
let's just go again. We're not going to learn anything here. Voracious Artican has turned up, as we would assume, as Carrier not going to be throwing all of his buttons into an Eclipse, which I can understand.
You know when you play chess online, sometimes if you make an error, sometimes the opponent will ask for a stalemate because they're like, oh yeah, you accidentally moved your queen. It was clearly an accident. You wouldn't normally do that, and they're being really respectful. This is kind of like one of those games where you're like, a bit of a whiff.
Yeah. Does feel a little bit like that.
Now let's see if they can find or lock down a single target again. When all of T1 is grouped, it's a lot harder than when Doran's pushed a little bit up in the side lane, when Faker's pushed up in the side. Carrier, maybe?
Yeah, does flash. As we've got 1 second on the Chaos Storm. Yukao, I think if he had that, then Carrier was dead. Depending on whether Repel can be enough to get himself out of danger. But still, that is going to buy them a little bit of space.
Yeah, I mean, that's a small win. Doran is, siding for free and does have teleport, so he can join at any time. Rich also has teleport. I don't know if he'll be making the same impact when he shows up. And 3 minutes until that dragon. Otacon is up, and it's on the bottom side of the map where T1 are now grouping. That's why they were set up just moments ago before Carrier nearly got picked. He doesn't have flash. As, this is just gonna...
That's a long walk for Shelly.
They're timing it out, just for when everyone shows up on DRX to have to deal with it. It's totally intentional, 100% calculated play here.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Lazyfield is going to probably get there before she does have the opportunity to get too much charging happening.
But that may be when T1 pull the trigger on Otacon if they would like to.
Yeah, that's going to do nothing at all. Still, Otacon, like you were saying, is up and available. Andil just doing his best to scout the area, but look at the vision control here for T1.
They just can't see anything, and T1 can see everything.
If T1 do start Otacon, right, and DRX manage to find a window in, which has happened right now, the window in yet, that hasn't happened.
Look at the traps. How do you get in here? You can't even show up. You can't even show up to the fight, basically, as DRX. How do you even get there?
I think T1 want to back away. Yeah, I don't think risking it is a good idea.
I mean, there's just no reason to.
Yep.
It's the one way they could lose the game. And they had such a good setup anyways.
Oh, dear. Okay, Doran taking a lot of damage. Owner not able to get on in there to get on top of him, as everyone has the Sonic Wave. attached to them. Doran moving here towards this top side. He's going to be able to clear out this minion wave. This game has slowed down. I feel like it's been about 6,000 gold or thereabouts for quite some time.
The tier...
And, oh, Ornament's coming in, Wolf.
The tier will finish stacking.
True.
Like, you know, earlier I wasn't sure, but I think I can confidently say he's going to finish his Muramana.
And look, the slingshot will turn into a long-range gun.
Yes.
We'll have a third item.
Oh, don't.
Whoa.
They made the gold graph a little bit bigger. If you couldn't see it earlier, now you can really see it in all its glory.
The
might of
Caitlyn
Guma.
situation is looking pretty Caitlyn-y at this stage.
You know, this is one of the first times, too, for voting for player of the match where it gets really tricky for me. Because you had a really dominant performance from Owner and Doran in game 1, but like it's kind of the Guma Keria show in this one. It's very split.
I think I'm probably still on the Owner train.
I think I am, too, to be honest with you, because he's had a good game here, even though it's been kind of quiet.
Yeah. I feel like this is the type of series where you kind of, oh, okay.
Maybe it's not Keria.
And Keria is going to die, but Lazyfield is in a lot of trouble. Still gets himself to relative safety. Gumayushi now in trouble. Yukao comes over. Oh, DRX, have you found an angle to get back in? Ona says no. The equalizer, not exactly the highest of value, but Yukao's the president. They have to keep that guy alive. He is all of the damage here for DRX. The Sponge diving towards Faker, trying to make me into a liar here as he is able to slam down with damage himself. Doran wanting to find an opportunity, but Yukao, too smart, able to walk out of the way of the Rumble. So,
the question, though, is, like, can they actually get anything out of this? You know, Owner took so much damage from Lazyfield there, but doesn't go down. Faker dies, but everyone's super low. Like, if we look at the turrets, so there's 3 turrets they can get a bounty. The bounty on the Dragon they could potentially take after this. And yet, they don't have enough control. T1 are back on the Dragon first, as you can see in live. I don't want to break this replay down too much because we are having some action in live.
Yeah, you can see Rich going to flash towards the wall and not over it. Faker is going to be gifted the kill, I believe. There it is. Zona once again in control of this one. We're still waiting for the Wukong to turn up as he gets into the pit. Can they deny the solar kick? Says absolutely not. Yeah, I think POM going over to Ona sounds pretty good to me as Andal is dead. And the brief bit of DRX cool stuff comes to a close.
It just wasn't, like, it was a fight, that last fight where you're like, wow, they actually did anything, so it means everything, right? Because DRX maybe could, but then you look at the game state and you're like, well, they just still can't do Dragon Axe.
Yeah, and Infernal Soul and stuff, and now Otacon as well is going to be coming up here. We'll have to see how many of the turrets they're going to be able to take, utilizing that team-wide GA that they'll have available. Unless it's just Baron, they could just take Baron, I guess.
Yukao had a good series, you know?
He did.
We can
His
say
Talia
that.
was great.
Yeah, his Talia was amazing. He's deathless in this incredibly tough game to play out here. And, I mean, Rich is just trying to delay this for his team to come over because they had, obviously, some delayed resets.
I think also understanding that if they lose the Infernal Soul, then it's going to be a real hard time.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to try something here. The Infernal Soul makes the Otacon fight harder, but Sponge is hoping for the steal here. Kicked out.
And even CCing Yukao there as well, so that he can't get a death ray over there or something like that. All in all, just very, very well played by T1, just to make sure that they get themselves the Dragon. Do they get the Baron for free as well?
I think the answer is yes. At low risk with a Voracious buff. They all got wings.
As Keria is just playing Bodyguard. And it looks like, yeah, there's not going to be a whole lot of options. Control Ward in there. The trap wall set up so that T1 cannot be stopped. And yeah, they'll get the information. That's really cool. Still, the Baron is going to go down. There's nothing that they can do about it.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm at a loss for this one, Atlas.
Yeah, I am.
Even if he dies, by the way, it's fine.
It doesn't really matter. Equalizer goes down. Yukao is the target. They've decided to kill him, and thus he will die. Andal going to go down there as well. And, yep, Keria gets to buy some items. Shirelia's going to be put together here as he gets that free trip back home. And with Yukao dead, you can see slumped back in his chair, understands that this game was well and truly on his back. And Sponge, that's an interesting little situation here as T1, they understand that it's going to be really hard to stop them from just taking what they want because they can't even die. As Ona goes in, goes back out, that is going to be inhibitor number 1 going down. Mid lane can fall swiftly afterwards. There's an inner turret still up on the bottom side, so 3 inhibs probably not going to happen here, but a dead Nexus, that's certainly on the cards. There are still minions conga lining their way in. 1 Nexus turret remains. Azandil, that Eclipse Shield not going to be enough. The train sails by without causing too much harm to anyone. And Yukal, I think, just going to park himself on the fountain because there's nothing he can do to stop the onslaught of T1. A 2-0. And Baron doubles the amount of kills their group has been able to pick up because the world champs been able to get there here in their second time of asking.
Very, very straightforward win here for T1. And I mean, I don't want to take anything away from T1, but they had a huge draft lead. They have some of the best players in the world and historically known to be the best players in the LCK at punishing weak bottom lanes. They were able to match the lane swap, follow it, and crush it early on. Then they punished Rich, and it was just systematic, like clinical. This is just what T1 does, and you cannot disrespect them in draft. I think draft played a huge role in both games. You know, T1's draft in game 1 made it a much tougher game to play out, but with game 2 advantages that they had, it was just as simple as you could imagine, which we did imagine actually when we saw the end of the draft.
Yeah, I want to say as well that Doran had a very good day today. Not as good as this guy. I think that Ona was exceptional throughout. His Lee Sin, fantastic, but it was his first in-game that really made it so that DRX couldn't play the game whatsoever. And yeah, the first game wasn't exactly clean, but the second game showed us exactly why T1 were feared so much. This guy on your screen here, if he gets Caitlyn, it's just kind of doomed. It really is. He's so incredibly good at this champion. Him and Keria are so good at navigating games where they can have like an early advantage like that. You mentioned it already. And it feels like, I don't want to say disrespect straight up from DRX in the draft because it looked like they did have an idea, but this Corky thing needs to stop.
I think it's just a lazy feel thing in this case where he feels really comfortable on this pick right now and they really wanted to give it to him, but you could have done so much more with the draft. You could have picked red side and tried to get 2 picks and like there were so many different things you could have done, but you picked blue side and then first pick the Corky when Caitlyn's up, and then I mean, we all watch the same game, right? So I don't know how much else I need to, how many more times did I say it? I did say it a lot, but it's a rough one. You know, this is not the kind of game that fills you with confidence. It's not the kind of game that fills you with joy.
It's also like not the end of the world for DRX. This is a team that I don't think many people were expecting to be in the top 5 of the LCK. So treating this more like okay, we know where we stand and we're going to improve as the season goes on. I think that's a good way.
It's a new roster with some returning players and also an emergency call-up substitute. You know, I mean, it's not a series that you walk into expecting to dominate. I think you're hoping to have a good night of League of Legends. I think you're hoping to do your best against the defending world champions here. And in game one, I think they did. Game 2, you know, they were a little bit handicapped, and this kind of tells the story.
I think Keria on his Elise was absolutely fantastic at the same time. Maybe there's a shout to give Keria the player of the match for this one. I'm actually kind of glad that I don't have a vote, just because I feel like I want to vote so many different directions.
He did win game 1 on Rakan into that composition. So
that's true.
That's pretty impressive in its own.
He did also pick Rakan into that composition, which I think makes it illegal.
Yeah, but I mean, like, he still got the W with, like, Zaya, too. Like,
true.
Maybe it should have been Guma after all, man. He won on Zaya.
He won on Zaya, he played his Caitlyn, yep. And looked real good doing it.
I think Owner is the vote for me because of his performance in game 1 and then in game 2 here, just making sure that there was nothing that his opposition could do. Sponge really just not having the best time early, getting the double scuttle and just using his lane prio incredibly well, as he's known to do.
Yeah,
he's very good.
He is super duper good. I think Owner has been very consistently really good for the last like 2 years.
I feel like he doesn't get enough credit.
Yeah. Well, I feel like he has now. I feel like we've been thinking that he doesn't get enough credit for enough time now. And so now maybe he's getting enough credit. I don't know.
At least, I mean, we're all giving him credit anyways.
Yeah. And yeah, it was not Rich's day, so I just don't really want to talk about it. It makes me a little bit sad. Yukal having a good one, to be perfectly honest, despite everything being on fire around him.
You can tell, like, with the comms here from T1 that they're kind of like not really celebrating what was a pretty dominant game 2 after game 1 was a little rocky, you know?
Yep, just chilling. You can see Yukal does the most damage in the game. Unfortunately, it means 0. This
That
time
means a
around.
lot to me that he tried his best.
Actually, that's a really good point. It
You
didn't
know-
mean anything for the outcome of the game, but as far as our hearts and minds are concerned, it means a whole lot. That is very true. So UCAL having a decent time. The rest of the team, not so much. And T1 on the board now with a 2-0 and 2 red side wins as well, which is absolutely fantastic
Doran
stuff.
could win POM. Guma could win POM. Probably not Keria in this case. I don't think Faker's
For
going to
me,
get it.
yeah, for me, it's like everyone except for Faker is well and truly up for POM. But
Yeah.
who does collect it? Here we are. Drum roll, please. And it's Ona, thank goodness.
I mean, I think this makes the most sense. I think we'll probably have a split vote because it was a really big team effort. And even Faker, like on Galio, made a pretty big impact in that first game as well. But
Yeah, I think there were some moments. I think that like Faker didn't really have very much of an opportunity to do anything. I think that the game was one outside of where he was. So it's not really a slight, it's just a fact. And Ona, his Xin Zhao game, what, 8-3 and 8? Very, very good. Made the Xin Zhao look as frustrating as possible. Seemed almost immortal and was really doing a whole lot of damage there at the same time. And then his Lee Sin is his Lee Sin. It's his champion.
Yeah, they asked me if I had a POM comment, and I just said not really this time. You know, it's pretty straightforward.
Kind of speaks for itself. But now it's Dia with Ona for the interview.
T1과 DRX의 대결에서 T1이 승리하며 오랜만에
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation, joined by Owner on the side of T1, who defeated DRX to secure the long-awaited victory for Group Baron.
소감 부탁드릴게요.
This is T1's first win. How do you feel?
안겨주게 돼서 너무나 좋은 것 같고
First of all, it's great to be able to secure the first win and being able to win this time. We are looking forward to continuing a good momentum. And yeah, you're right. Group Baron has had its setback earlier than expected. So were you disappointed? Yeah, honestly, I was disappointed, but I actually do believe in all my teammates. So I'm looking forward to us coming right back up. And in Game 2, T1 locked in a unique Caitlyn Elise comp. And plus, with the Fearless draft implemented, everyone was looking forward to T1's Joker picks. So in the player's perspective, what do you think of playing around these diverse picks? I think Caitlyn Elise is something that our team has been utilizing pretty well lately. And I think being able to work around diverse picks is actually a lot more fun, and I think being able to be a lot more versatile is always going to pay off as a player. And with the addition of Doran, you have been playing with him for a while, so how much of the top jungle synergy have you managed to bring up? It's too early, so I can't say it's at 100%, but I believe that we are quite friendly with each other so far, and I think we're able to, we have a lot that we can look forward to. I think right now we're doing pretty well. And with T1 winning today, Group Baron has ended the losing streak, but Group Baron is a little behind with the score being 6-2. So would you like to talk or say anything to the other teams in Group Baron? You know, we're having a slow start, team, but I believe we can come right back. And any message to your fans? I'm always so grateful that we have so much support, and it's been really cold here in Korea, so thank you so much for coming out here, and I want to promise you that we'll do even better in the future. And that's the end of the interview with Owner, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear. As it is T1 going back to their winning ways, defeating DRX 2-0. Welcome back to the space. Digon alongside Chronicler and Wadid, and that's right, you can see it right here. Whoop. They're giving out the free ketchup out there. Where T1, as they are embracing the tomato memes, they got back to their winning ways here, Chronicler.
And after game 1, we looked at each other and we're like, come on, T1, you can do better. And then in game 2, They
did better.
That's all we asked for. That's all realistically, this game was a complete and utter stomp. The cost is highlighted as well. I think all these votes are fine. Actually, I think even the media Guma vote makes sense. I think he actually had as good of a Zaya game as you could wish for. Caitlyn was big. Carrier makes sense after that Elise game. And then Doran, that's based. That's cool. That's a cool vote.
Yeah,
That's a game one vote.
Yeah, I was thinking about the Doran as well because you always know like how suffer for the new employees, you know. So I feel a little bit bad for Doran, but I think T1 is finally kind of searching for their new playstyle. Definitely, you have a different top laner, so you have to adapt on that.
Yeah, well, one player who's had to adapt a lot is Owner throughout his career here, and he adapted very well in today's matches. Cronny said, reminding us what World Owner's like.
Which wasn't good enough for Digon because it was too similar.
It was similar to the one that he did
to the
before.
Challenger one. But this is, the other one was speaking from the first person, you know. This is more of a rhetorical question.
Okay.
But I'm willing to take any feedback, Dion. Really appreciate
Well, the English side broadcast has to catch up to Cloud Templar's like novel that he writes
I'm not
every
as cool as Cloud Templar.
That's
like,
impossible.
We can do the pros, but we can't do the aura. There's no point.
What'd you put?
I mean, do you guys know that they have same first name, right? So Hyunjun, the top and jungle synergy finally worked out. And yeah, I think that's the reason why they have a good synergy between them.
I do like you used the new employee in Korean culture analogy earlier, but that just out of context. The new employee Doran, yeah, he's doing a good job for Owner.
Who debuted like Owner debuted like 3 years later.
Yeah, but I mean,
okay,
at
this
company,
is
you know.
this is just a dad joke. Shout out to Helios, by the way. The steady performer.
That's really hard.
That was on purpose. Come on.
You know what?
I'm selling it.
You're just so good that you can't do bad dad jokes. Bad dad jokes.
Okay, I feel better about mine now.
Yeah. This is the thing. This is the song about the Owner, the cheerful. Oh, 너는 최고야. It's the English version.
There you go.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Woodid. Man, well, then Rascal nailed it as
Yeah,
well.
Rascal knew the deep cut. All right, do we have one more? I think we have Cloud Templars, right? He was doing one today.
I hope so.
Let's see. A Jace, even Rascal knowledge. Okay.
Shout out to 2022 Rascal when he was on KT. Still one of the best splits we've seen a top laner play. Didn't make it to playoffs. Still hurts. I'm never going to let that one go.
No, you're definitely not. And then there it is. What a Doribble.
Doribble, yeah. Doran with the dribble, you know. He dribbles the enemy teams, and I think that actually, I mean, I think Doran definitely did a great job on like dribbling someone, you know. Pretty good, yeah.
You know, juking him around. Is that kind of what we're going for here? I'm so glad Wadid's on this desk to help out with these a couple. All right, let's take a look at the draft here in that game number 2. As the Caitlyn Elise standing out, the bot lane pressure from the most dominant bot lane.
Wait, I'm not gonna repeat what the caster said. They were already very out, and we agree. The only thing I want to say here is you can just put Corki in mid. And even Victor bot is better. I think the obvious one here is Ziggs, right? Any wave clear mage that is just completely uninteractive in lane is going to be a lot better here. All you need to do is not interact with the lane at all. Even with the Leona, you can set the Leona off and just have someone clear the waves. If they get dove, they get dove, but at least they'll pick up something. And realistically, Lazyfield might not be able to play that, which is completely fine. But I do think we had to highlight what are some of the actual alternatives. Ziggs comes to mind, just putting Corki mid, even though it has a one, putting Victor bot. Things like Veigar even, which Veigar I think is worse because his early wave clears are great, but like that's kind of where you want to think towards. Seraphine, played AP carry here. Don't try to engage.
I mean, normally AD carry players cannot play those champions really well, you know. So that's why the Fearless draft is all about the champion pool. You know, you have to play something else that fits on your team comp, and if you don't have the enough champion pool, then it can be an issue for sure.
Yeah, I'm just kind of interested because we knew coming into this patch that AD carries were less strong. Your champion ocean of AD carries didn't matter as much because we're seeing the priority on the old classics, ones that provide utility. So we'll see if when Teddy comes back in this roster, if it'll help with DRX. Let's take a look at the highlights here. And it start off with the early pressure that T1 put onto DRX and how it paid off.
Yeah, spoiler, we only have one highlight. This game was, unfortunately for DRX, they had the one cool fight towards the bot side of the map. It was over very quickly. There is nothing that Sponge can realistically do here. You do have a decent amount of burst, so we're kind of trying to look for that, but instead it was carry out that settled play. And once the burst comes through, you lose your Leona. There's no playmaking to be made. And this was a sequence that, as a tank player, that's the one job to avoid it. To be fair to Rich, at this point, I'm pretty sure they were already up like 1k gold, so you basically can make zero mistakes. But the double trap setup here, I thought was actually disgusting. Look at this trap hidden behind the turret.
Oh, that was clean.
It is Guma.
Yeah. And this is the T1 that we know from before. We always like face the T1 that whenever they snowball from the bot lane, it was really easy for them to just snowball the game. But I mean, as I mentioned, I mean, Guma Keria, this is the champion that they're good
10
on.
minutes.
Yeah.
10 minutes in.
Yeah,
10 minutes, guys.
The gold difference at that point, 1,700 for Guma and 1,000 for Keria, or 1,100 for Keria. Just both of them on the damage dealers, getting the items they need for these, high-profile, high-damage champions that need those items to function. They're able to execute like we've seen them do throughout. So all those worries about T1, gone, done and dusted, right? We're not worried about this new T1 roster at all anymore.
Well, I know you're being facetious,
Okay,
but
all right, thank you, Chronic.
we're not the only team that we can overreact on in a reasonable way after week 1 is DK, because they're the best team and they're going to win Worlds. Every other team, we really have to chill and give them some time, right? Humble Life is another good example. I'm sure they'll be able to pull it together as well. T1 is no different. This team has done the exact same arc in like the last 2 years, so we'll have to see what the year brings.
So is D+. Why are you crowning the world champs?
What do
They
you
did
mean?
the same thing last split.
What do you
They did
mean?
the same thing the split before. They come out the gates hot.
Egon, these are not the same things. We're talking about DK is in their own separate universe, and then everyone else is you need to wait. You need to be patient. You can't get ahead of yourself.
All right.
Back me up here, Wadid.
All right. Well, while we think about looking to the future, let's take a look at the standings after the matches so far. It has been all Group Elder, as Group Baron only have 2 victories, and Group Elder 6, with D+ Kia sitting atop with 2 match wins. DRX now dropped to 1-1, tied with Nongshim, and the tiebreaker will be the game scores. So again, you don't want to find yourself on the bottom part of either group. Tomorrow's matches, Hanwha Life Esports against KT. That's a big one there. Hanwha Life the higher seed, so KT trying to get anything there.
I mean, they are the higher seed and they are the leader of the group Baron, right? And then they got kind of stomped by Genji. And this time around, they really have to bounce back. And second, I feel like Genji, they are probably top 1 in LCK by far. By their performance, right? So it feels like it's going to be one-sided, but at the same time, it's a fearless draft. You never know what will happen in LCK Cup, so we're going to see.
Hanwha also needs a 2-0. I really want to reiterate this here because of how little games are played. Getting 2-0s is huge. And they got 2-0. They're one of the few teams that actually got 2-0. Obviously, today was a lot shorter, but in the lead-up, we had a lot of free game series. So for Hanwha, and it is against KT, I think Hanwha is a lot better than KT, but I thought that in the past, and I think it's also fun, even though it's not the actual end of the week yet, to illustrate what we will have throughout the next week, because a lot of these matches, Telecom War notwithstanding, do feel like on paper they should be relatively one-sided, and Hanwha Life versus DK, that's going to be a banger.
Yeah, remember, we started off the LCK Cup with the 5th place from Group Baron against the 5th place from Group Elder, 4th versus 4th, 3rd versus 3rd. And so those first matches this week, super, super important. Anything else after this are upsets. We'll see if there'll be an upset tomorrow, if anything can go down, as, again, that final match being DRX against Gen G. All right, y'all, it has been a heck of a day of action here at LCK Cup, and we've got one more to close out the week. So we'll see you tomorrow for more LCK action.